Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1589 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news across Ukraine, Russia, and other regions around the world. Right now we're hearing that Putin's preparing a major military mobilization after closing NATO's borders, and that's a very big story as of today. We're also seeing that a large missile attack exploded near Moscow, and also this evening more missiles are on the way to the capital city, and we're waiting to see where those are going to impact. And also Crimea and St. Petersburg is now suffering a major civil collapse as the entire civil industry is falling in on itself, including the food supplies. But it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 72 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to get significant developments that the Russian Federation does appear to be in the active process of preparing an armed mobilization for a potential escalation with NATO states. As just yesterday, a presidential decree was issued by the Russian Federation to close the borders with Finland, Estonia, and Latvia within the Leningrad military district, and we've also been able to hear that there are now significant rumors spreading throughout the entirety of the Russian Federation that it appears that a mobilization of 1.2 million men may be announced within the next coming months, most likely by September. We've also been able to see that in the midst of this, Moscow has come under a significant attack today after earlier in the morning hours, the Russian Federation conducted a significant drone and missile attack against the city of Kyiv, with a large amount of those missiles and drones impacting civilian infrastructure and buildings, causing civilian casualties, which we have been able to hear at this moment are still being found by Ukrainian first responders. In a snapback response, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense ordered a retaliatory attack against the city of Moscow, and currently FP-5 Flamingos and other ballistics are on their way into the city of Moscow area to be able to carry through with the attack. We are seeing that attack is still happening live at this moment, and at any given time, we might be able to get some updates on missiles entering Moscow's airspace or impacts within the Moscow area. Over the course of the day earlier today, attacks and damage had already been confirmed at a significant space satellite communications relay south of the city of Moscow within the Moscow Oblast, causing major damage to Russia's satellite communication capabilities directly from the Russian MOD within the capital of Moscow. We've also been able to hear that a complete civil collapse now appears to be unfolding not only within Crimea, which happened 36 hours ago, we have also been able to hear of a complete civil collapse within the area of St. Petersburg over the day as well, as the St. Petersburg city authorities have announced all of this in one day, that 1, the ambulances services will stop operating due to a lack of fuel. 2, there will now be no longer any reliable supply of groceries, food, or any other general commodities due to a lack of a sufficient transportation infrastructure. And 3, we have also been able to see as well that other significant announcements were made, once again showing that the St. Petersburg government will largely be shuttering a great deal of their activities due to a lack of fuel and a lack of supplies. We've also seen that the same situation is occurring in Crimea as well, where civil authorities have largely announced the exact same collapse, with a complete cessation of the transportation infrastructure, a complete cessation of ambulance and emergency services, and also a large cessation of most government activities within Crimea. At the moment, it is also being heard that an evacuation is seriously being considered, if not soon to be implemented, for most of the citizens within Crimea, with the only people left in the entirety of the peninsula being the Russian coastal defense crews and air defense crews that would be needed to keep the peninsula held down at a bare minimum. We've also been able to see additionally that other significant attacks were conducted inside the Russian Federation today, including a large factory within the Penza area, and it appears the Ukrainian saboteurs have been setting fire to a significant amount of electrical substations, not only in Crimea, but also within the Moscow city area. At the same time, we've also been able to hear that Russian shadow tankers are now skirting their way along the Baltic Sea on the southern side near to the Polish and German coast, as they are incredibly scared that the Swedish Navy will continue to stop and seize Russian shadow tankers given their prior record. It appears that the Russians are not willing to challenge the Swedes either, and for this reason, they're sending their shadow tankers close along the shore of the NATO states to the south. We've also been able to hear additional updates as well, that a row warning was put out in the Tulsia County near to the Danube River Delta in Romania, and additionally, Ukrainian armed forces have been inflicting significant losses and casualties against the Russian armed forces on the direct front line, and in the rear line areas, even heavier losses have been seen. Major bridge works along major highways and arteries of Russian supply have been destroyed over the course of the day, and Russian supply trucks continue to be hit and burned on a near regular basis on most major highways. Within the Middle East, we've also been able to hear that the situation in Iraq appears to be dying down for now. However, the IRGC is still conducting attacks against the Kurds within northern Iraq, as an Iraqi opposition headquarters was hit today and severely damaged by a drone attack. Additionally, we've also been able to hear yesterday of other small skirmishes between the Kurds and the IRGC near to the town of Pave, once again showing that there is a small armed conflict going on right now along the border, a border war it could be called, between the Kurds and the Islamic Republic of Iran. We've also been able to see that the United States and Iran, at least as of today, have been rumored in Doha, Qatar, to have agreed to keep things quiet for the next few weeks, and to stop the shooting for the larger part, and give a real attempt at seeing if the memorandum of understanding will actually be followed through on. And we also have other significant developments around the world, but to cut the summary short, we have a humongous amount of news to cover today, not only from yesterday, but from today as well. And we're going to be making sure to get through this, starting with each and every single piece of our major news, and then getting our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. But it actually appears that we have breaking news coming out on air right now. So Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so just to keep y'all up to date with this, we will be monitoring this throughout the entire stream tonight. Right now, we're tracking a major Ukrainian counterattack on Moscow and other major cities, including Crimea itself. We did just hear massive AA gunfire in Feodosia, Crimea, just a short while ago, and we're also expecting missile impacts in Moscow imminently in the next 30 minutes to an hour. So we're waiting to see what's happening with that. And also in the meantime, unfortunately, the Russians are conducting war crime after war crime in Kyiv right now. I'm getting literally video after video coming out of the Russians hitting hotels in the middle of Kyiv, also hitting residential buildings, and unfortunately it looks like a Patriot interceptor might have malfunctioned maybe, and it looks like it might have impacted the building according to a report I'm currently seeing right now. So unfortunately not a good time in Kyiv tonight, certainly not, and the Russians are back to their usual war criminal ways by hitting civilian infrastructure. But that's the breaking news. I'll let you know if I see anything else about the missile impacts, but for now that will be it.
And moving us on into our breaking news for the night, we have also been able to see, starting with our largest stories first, that the Russian Federation has been continuing their attacks against the city of Kyiv today in what appears to be a desperate bid to reverse the damage or to curtail the Ukrainians from continuing the damage of their 40-day drone and missile campaign, which was announced by Zelensky about 6 days ago. It is about day 6 or 7 at this point of the 40-day attack plan, and it does appear that the Russian Federation is suffering significantly throughout the entirety of their country, even in just the past 24 hours, from the attacks and the damage the Ukrainians caused throughout the Russian Federation. To move you all into one of the largest impacts that we've seen today, in the city of St. Petersburg, we have been able to hear that ambulance services have been halted throughout the entirety of the city of St. Petersburg due to the ongoing fuel crisis and the complete lack of fuel within the entirety of the city and the Leningrad region. To explain this really quickly, because this is something that is very confusing even in the modern day, St. Petersburg is St. Petersburg, but the oblast that it resides in or surrounds it is still called the Leningrad Oblast. Interestingly enough, most everything from the Soviet Union's era wasn't really changed in name except for the city of St. Petersburg, and that was changed from Leningrad to St. Petersburg. So when we say Leningrad or St. Petersburg, it's largely interchangeable. It's basically the same thing. But it does appear that at the moment, they are stating that ambulance services are going to be stopping due to the fuel shortage, meaning that if someone has a medical emergency within the city of St. Petersburg, as of today, there is no way to be able to get an ambulance to that person and bring them to a hospital and then them to receive medical aid, which is already showing us that a significant amount of vital government services within the Russian Federation are already ceasing operation due to the complete lack of fuel nationwide. We've also been able to hear additionally that according to food suppliers coming to the city of St. Petersburg, they have also stated that they're sending letters to retailers that they can no longer ensure timely delivery of goods due to the fuel shortage and are asking not to be penalized for a breach of contract. The supply of food does appear to be drastically impacted as of this point right now, and from what we would generally know, there is a little bit of a buffer zone before this starts to directly impact the city and the city's residents and also those of the surrounding oblast, as we do understand that fuel resources and also, well, not really fuel resources, but food resources and grocery store goods will most likely be able to be distributed from a nearby distribution center within St. Petersburg, which means that they probably have, if they have enough fuel to transport the goods from the distribution center to the stores nearby, enough supplies to keep the city running for approximately 4 to 8 weeks in usual supply regimens. But once that begins to pass, we'll most likely see that the city of St. Petersburg will completely run out of food, and considering that the situation does not appear to be turning around anytime soon in the city or in the whole of the Russian Federation, we are expecting that this is most likely going to become a significant death blow largely to the city of St. Petersburg, and the crisis will only worsen.
Yeah, it's really wild. What we're seeing unfolding right now in St. Petersburg and Crimea, it proves the fact that economies in the modern day, they run off of petroleum. So if you start having a shortage of diesel, gasoline, etc., mainly diesel, that's the big one, you start seeing that the entire supply chain starts breaking down and you can't get any goods to the actual location to actually sell them at the stores in the first place. So it doesn't matter if you can produce food or not. If you don't have transportation, you are crap out of luck. And that just goes to show you as well that countries cannot afford to have a fuel shortage of any sort for a prolonged period, or it'll literally bring everything to a halt in your country. It's wild that we're seeing St. Petersburg, which is a major Russian city, already have this problem this quick.
And it's the second largest and most important city in the Russian Federation. It basically, as far as the Russian government is concerned, is at the same level of attention and funding as the city of Moscow. Only that St. Petersburg has a population of about 3.7 million. Moscow has a population of roughly 11 million or so, which is 10% of the nation's population in a single city. Additionally, while St. Petersburg is dealing with its own crises, we have seen that the situation in the Crimean Peninsula has only continued to get worse, as an announcement was made yesterday that Russian authorities are preparing to evacuate the peninsula, and it looks like that sort of an order will most likely be finalized and issued most likely within the next few days or the coming weeks, including government agencies, institutions, and civilians, with the first round of evacuations expected to evacuate around 250,000 people from the oblast. This will most likely be the first of many evacuation orders that could be issued within the peninsula. As many of y'all know, most every single sort of an infrastructure system, both the fuel supplies, the food supplies, the electricity, the water supplies, and anything else vital for functions within Crimea, have largely already ceased and suspended over several days ago. And at this point, the the entirety of Crimea is a significant liability to the Russian Federation, as there are millions of people there, including the Russian armed forces and the government personnel, which are looking down basically the barrel of a gun of a major crisis that has now gripped the peninsula and is only getting worse with each passing day with no path to recovery. And for this reason, it now appears that the Russian Federation is actually going to be attempting a full-blown evacuation of the Crimean Peninsula, considering that there's just not enough resources or even an ability to get the resources spread out properly to everybody who's currently inside of Crimea. We've also been able to see that within the city of Sevastopol, no fuel has once again been reported throughout the entirety of the city. Even for those who have the QR codes, which could get the fuel rations coming in, they didn't even have the fuel to give out the rations for the QR code holders, meaning that the city is completely out of fuel once again. And we also heard that in Sevastopol, much like St. Petersburg, tomorrow utility services, ambulances, law enforcement agencies, and public transport will be able to refuel at TES gas stations, at least for now, but it is expected that it also will be deprived here very soon. We've also been able to see some other significant developments throughout the country, but to give you all a little bit of a summary, though, before we get on into the major news that we're about to be talking about in Moscow, this is the kind of situation that Russia finds itself in at this current day and age of the war, but also, more importantly, about the 6-day into the 40-day drone attack campaign, which it appears that the Ukrainians are causing irreparable damage to most Russian supply structures throughout the entirety of the Russian Federation that are so bad, the collapse is becoming accelerated even in major metropolitan areas like St. Petersburg. And in the midst of this sort of an atmosphere, and in this sort of a situation, the Russian Federation conducted a significant and major attack against the city of Kyiv, which is still happening live on air right now. We have been able to see throughout a large amount of clips and videos that the city of Kyiv has been hit quite heavily. What you're seeing right here in this picture is actually a residential building which suffered a direct hit to the lower part of the foundations, which led to a structural collapse. According to Ukrainian first responders, multiples of people are currently buried in that burning rubble, which y'all are seeing on film, and Ukrainian first responders are attempting to battle the blaze and also try and find and save anyone who survived the collapse and the subsequent fire that is happening right there on screen.
Just awful, by the way. All these different civilian targets are hitting. Also, by the way, unfortunately, I do have some bad news to report as well. It looks like Russia has targeted an ambulance dispatch station, apparently in Kyiv as well. That just came in 2 minutes ago, it looks like. What's really disgusting about this is Russia is going out of their way to destroy civilian infrastructure right in the middle of the most densely populated city in the entirety of Ukraine, which is Kyiv itself. There's no excuse for that. I mean, before they hit a monastery in the last attack they conducted on Kyiv, now they're hitting ambulance dispatch stations. They're also hitting hotels. We'll get to that here shortly. And also, they're hitting residential buildings left and right. So, I mean, it's just horrible stuff.
It is absolutely horrendous stuff, and we also were able to see another clip of impacts of Caliber cruise missiles on the city of Kyiv in this footage as well. Once again showing the significant volleys that are coming in right now over the city. We have also been able to confirm that Zircon hypersonic missiles also impacted Kyiv, which we could see one of them impacting the city in this clip. Once again, almost all of these targets, from what we understand at the moment, appear to be civilian in terms of what they are, including a luxury city hotel residence in central Kyiv, which has been hit and sent into a burst of flames after the direct impact by a Russian cruise missile. A launch has been confirmed of up to 70 drone groups from Russia that are heading into Ukraine right now, with a decent amount of them already in the city of Kyiv and striking and damaging civilian infrastructure and buildings throughout the entirety of the city. This has been what we could describe as one of the most damaging and significant attacks that we've seen the Russians conduct against Kyiv, at least over the past several months starting this year. And it does appear that the Ukrainians have not taken this all too well. Also, unfortunately, we did get a report that a MIM-104 Patriot missile, most likely a PAC-2 or a PAC-3, apparently suffered some sort of a critical failure and then ended up careening into the top levels of an apartment building and setting a major fire. It also appears that wherever this missile was when it hit the building in its flight path, it must have been during its earlier launch phase, as it does appear that there's a significant amount of solid booster propellant, which is actually burning on the side of this building, which we could see in the clip.
That's unfortunate. You rarely ever see, like, malfunctions that bad with the Patriot system. I wonder if they can confirm it was a Patriot. I wonder how they know it was.
They probably had eyewitnesses that saw the Patriot launch and then fail, and it's not out of the question. We have seen some Patriots fail in the Middle East, but out of hundreds of launches, I think out of thousands of launches at this point in the Middle East, I think it was only a handful, maybe a dozen or so failures that we saw, meaning that it's still within its 99%, I guess you could say, accuracy or efficiency rate, and there's only 1% duds, but the duds that do occur are quite unfortunate, like we're seeing once again in Kyiv. But as a result of these strikes that we have seen in the city of Kyiv, Ukraine has actually launched what can really be described as some sort of a snapback response that apparently existed in Ukrainian war planning at the moment already, that if Russia conducted another significant attack on Kyiv, the Ukrainians were going to launch a counterattack immediately against the city of Moscow. At this moment, there has been a missile alert that has been issued across the Russian Federation, including the following oblasts. And I want to make this clear, this is not a drone alert, this is a missile alert. So we believe that these are either BARS cruise missiles, which are most generally a jet-based drone of a larger type, or the FP-5 Flamingos, which have been launched. And the following regions are under threat: the Smolensk Oblast, the Kaliningrad Oblast, Pskov, Tver, Moscow, Novgorod, and Leningrad. Y'all will notice that in the announcements of these missile alerts, it appears that most of the directions of these attacks are currently beelining directly to Moscow, as most of the oblasts that are in the path between Ukraine and Moscow have standing alerts, and we can also see that St. Petersburg and the greater Leningrad region are under threat of attack as well. So it looks like this Russian attack that we have just seen, and it's still happening live on air, has actually created an immediate Ukrainian response of a significant variety, using a large amount of cruise missiles from what we're hearing right now to attempt to target Moscow and St. Petersburg, most likely not in equal measure. We've never really seen the Ukrainians go after civilian buildings and civilian structures. They're mostly going to be attempting to hit military targets and government decision-making centers in both of these cities, with Moscow being the emphasis of these attacks that we're going to be watching right now, most likely on air. We also were able to hear that drone alerts were also issued as well earlier on in the day. However, this is not the snapback strike, but it basically includes all of Western Russia.
Yeah, really, honestly. There's my comment over there, in fact, right there. I said the exact same thing on Twitter right there. I was saying earlier, they ought to just list the places that aren't under attack at this point. I mean, this list right here is exhaustive. This is listing off, like, pretty much every major region in Russia.
Yeah, I mean, like, just to list them off: Bryansk, Kursk, Oryol, Smolensk, Tver, Kalira, Moscow, Tula, Krasnodar, the Republic of Iberia, Ivanovo, Vladimir, Lipetsk, Belgorod, Voronezh, Ryazan, Tambov, Penza. Tambov is once again, that was a duplicate for some reason. The Republic of Mordovia, Saratov, Nizhny Novgorod, and Ulyanovsk. So this is quite literally everything within southwestern Russia, a little bit north of Moscow, and quite literally everything south of north of Moscow, and all the way to the Urals had a drone alert out today for the outbound Ukrainian drones that were making their way to their targets at that time of the day. And considering that alert was put out at 4:15, and right now it's 8:29 local time here, that means that it's only been 4 hours into the attack. And given the fact that most Ukrainian drones travel at a speed of 70 miles per hour, they've only made it roughly about 280 miles into the Russian Federation, at least some of the ones that were the quickest to make it into the area. So right now, a lot of these drones are making it most likely to Ryazan, Moscow, and Tambov, and they're making it deeper into the Russian Federation, meaning that throughout the show, we might be getting reports of strikes and impacts in some major Russian cities on factories that are critical for war production, critical electrical infrastructure, oil infrastructure, or any other types of critical military targets and installations, as this attack continues to make its way eastwards and towards the Ural Mountains further on off in the east. But as many people are talking about right now, the situation is rather grave, and it does appear that the Russian Federation is attempting in an act of desperation to launch a major attack against the city of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, and either inflict a significant amount of damage enough or put enough fear in the Ukrainian government, their government decision-making buildings could be the next to be hit and government officials could be killed, to try and make them back off of their 40-day drone attack and missile attack campaign. Or the city of Kyiv, more so the Russian Federation, is attempting to conduct these attacks to create such civilian suffering within the city of Kyiv that the Ukrainian government might want to try and back off of its 40-day drone attack campaign to try and avoid further civilian casualties and fatalities within the city of Kyiv and elsewhere throughout the state of Ukraine. But a lot of people don't really seem to be focusing on that, at least for now. A lot of people are focusing on the situation in Crimea, which has reached its absolute breaking point. And as a lot of people are hearing that Crimea has lost access to basically every critical facility that one could speak of, food supplies, fuel supplies, electricity, and so on, a lot of people are wondering, how soon would it be until a complete collapse is so unavoidable for the larger part that the Russian government announces its full evacuation of the Crimean Peninsula? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so the theme of Russia over the past week or two has been collapse, collapse, collapse. Everything seems to be collapsing, not only in Crimea now, but also in mainland Russia. And I'm honestly shocked about the St. Petersburg situation. That's truly shocking that we're hearing about today with that whole collapse of the food system and all that stuff. That's wild. But now Crimea is going even farther into the abyss. They're having a power, internet, and banking collapse today. People are going to ATMs and they can't even get their money out to even go buy the gasoline that's even in short supply that they can't even get anymore because now you have to have a QR code to get it, and they're not bringing enough in to sell it. So how long until the Crimea situation truly hits rock bottom, if it's not already there, at least? 45% said Crimea will collapse in days, while 35% said Crimea will collapse in weeks, and 15% said Crimea will never fully collapse. And I would say it's almost an argument. You could really make the argument that Crimea has already collapsed in a large way. But when I say collapse, I mean like we're basically in a situation of martial law. That's what I mean by collapse. And I would say that Crimea probably has weeks left on it at this point. If Ukraine keeps up its strike campaign that's currently going on, there is simply no way that the Crimean economy or government there can maintain any sense of order, because once the people start running out of gasoline, which has largely already happened, then they start running out of food, they start running out of drinking water, and then they can't even get their money out of the bank. At that point, what's holding the Russian civilians together in Crimea? Pretty much nothing at that point. So they're going to go berserk, naturally. That's what anybody's going to do for the most part under those circumstances. So I'm with the 35%. I think Crimea has weeks left on it, and I think that's why we're seeing Russia start to commit war crime galore inside of Kyiv right now, is because they're trying a desperate move by harming innocent civilians to try to get Ukraine to back off. But Enforcer, what say you?
What we're seeing right now with the Russian attack on Kyiv is very similar, and I'll get into this in a minute, to the siege of Sarajevo and the kind of mentality that we saw there during the Balkan Wars. But outside of that, I would say that the situation in Crimea is so bad, we'll most likely see a complete collapse and an announcement of an evacuation probably within days, maybe even a week or two from what we're seeing right now. The situation is so bad in Crimea that basically every institution in the peninsula has completely collapsed at this point. We're not really seeing the continuation of normal governmental activities, military activities, and the civilians have ground to a complete halt. The economy has ground to a stop. There is no fuel to transport any supplies in the region, and there's no supplies even entering the region to speak of anyways, even without the fuel being a concern. We've seen that most of the ferries have been knocked out in the Kerch Strait, at least temporarily. The Kerch Bridge is allowed to let some traffic across on the road bridge, even beyond its weight restrictions that we've heard of prior, but this does not appear to be alleviating the crisis within Crimea. Most of the supply routes in the north have been hit and damaged so badly that there really isn't an easily accessible way for a large volume of cargo or supplies to make it in through the north either. And that's if they even survive the M14 highway, which is a long and arduous drive to even make it to Crimea to see if there's a way to cross any of the gaps or straits that exist on the northern side of the peninsula. In short, the situation is completely irrecoverable at this point, and Russia will most likely have to try and find a way to evacuate most of these people and leave behind only the most essential people inside the oblast, most likely to just maintain coastal patrol and air defense duties, so that Ukrainian drones don't have free reign over the coastal defense forces, and also so that way the coastal defense forces can continue their patrols and try and stop endless Ukrainian special forces raids from making their way into the peninsula. But in reality, what we're seeing right now with the Russian strikes on Kyiv, which are definitely related to the crisis that's now eating up the entirety of Russia, it seems very similar to me to the kind of concept that was had by the armies that sieged Sarajevo during the siege of Sarajevo during the 90s. As many of y'all will know, the siege of Sarajevo was one of the most brutal sieges that had been seen at the latter part of the 20th century. And the idea was that by the Serbian armies that were besieging the city, They believed that the concept of causing maximum civilian casualties was a solid strategy because by conducting so much civilian suffering on the populace of Sarajevo, they could, in a sense, make the international community and the Bosnian government so appalled at the slaughter that was happening in Sarajevo that they might give in to Serbian demands, or the Serb army demands, or the Srpska army, which was the actual name, to see that their demands were met. It never resulted in their demands being met, at least for the Srpska armed forces. It did, however, lead to the deadliest and most brutal siege that we had seen in the 20th century of a major metropolitan area, and did lead to the deaths of tens of thousands of civilians within Sarajevo. And it appears to me that the Russians are doing the exact same thing to Kyiv at this point. They're attempting to try and create such significant damage to civilian buildings, and also to try and kill as many civilians as they can, to try and make it unfathomable for the Ukrainian government to continue on their 40-day drone attack campaign against Russia. Otherwise, each and every day is just going to be leading to the deaths of more and more Ukrainian civilians in Kyiv and elsewhere in other major cities as they try and attack civilians outright.
Honestly, it seems like it would have the opposite effect. I mean, Ukraine's not going to roll over. If they were a country like that, they wouldn't be fighting for 4+ years, in my opinion. So that may be the Russian logic, but that's going to fail pretty much like any other Russian initiative. It's going to have the reverse effect and probably cause the Ukrainians to go even harder, would be my guess, because they're not the type to roll over. But do you really think that the Crimean government, the Russian occupation government, would actually fully evacuate? Because after we did hear today that apparently the evacuation planning that Putin's regime is currently doing is a lot larger than we previously thought. I still have some doubts about whether or not they'd actually evacuate Crimea or not if it continues to get worse. I'm personally not totally sure.
I think that they will. And it's not to say that the Russians actually care for the people down there. It's that they really don't have a choice in whether they can evacuate them or not. Because even if they cut off the phone lines and stop the spread of disinformation from Crimea, many Russians are going to get word of mouth from people who somehow escaped Crimea or evacuated from Crimea that people are starving to death there. There's no water, there's no food. People are literally dying in basically the march of strife like in North Korea in Crimea. And that kind of word of mouth will spread, especially if the Russian government is not doing anything to really help them out, and they basically just isolated Crimea and left everyone there to die. Also, on top of that, all of the people that are left there, they're going to be draining any resources that Russia can get in, which at this point is wildly small. I mean, they might be able to keep maybe tens of thousands of people there, like maybe 30,000 or 20,000 people, if they put all of their efforts into just supplying them and them only. But everyone else is excess weight for the larger part that they would have to try and supply, or they're going to starve to death or die. So they have to get them out, because if they don't get them out, whether it's by social media or word of mouth, many people in Russia are going to hear that Crimea, which for 10 years, mind you all, has been considered an oblast of the Russian Federation. Actually, it's technically called the Republic of Crimea, which is very similar to an oblast within the Russian Federation, but it is considered by the Russian people and the Russian government a part of the Russian Federation. So if Putin leaves all of those people in Crimea, the millions of them, to drop dead, many of Russians are going to say, if the Russian government is letting them drop dead, would they also let us drop dead? And then that sort of a dissent will begin to foment throughout most of the country, and that could be more jeopardizing than expending humongous amounts of resources to try and get these people out to avoid such a bad PR situation, where many people in Russia would realize the Russian government will leave you to die in the millions if they find it necessary, which would definitely not make anyone in Russia that big of a fan of the government. If anything, it might spur on even further attempts at mutinies, uprisings, and revolutions throughout the country, which already appear to be becoming more and more common with each passing month.
Maybe so. I mean, maybe they won't. Maybe they will evacuate, possibly. I still have my doubts about it personally. Because, number one, I'm not sure how they're going to get the people out, because the Crimean bridge is under basically constant drone threat these days. They keep having to shut the bridge down every single time there's a Ukrainian drone attack in the area of the Kerch area. They're having to close the bridge, which puts more stress on trying to evacuate civilians out of the area. Also, the ferry boats have largely been destroyed that Russia was using to get vehicles across the Kerch Strait. So that's another method of leaving that's basically gone by the wayside. Also, they can't go through occupied Ukrainian territories because those roads are now mined for the most part with Ukrainian mines that were dropped from drones. So it's really hard for them to get out. That's number one. Also, they can't get gasoline to even operate their cars to get out for the most part. So, And also, not to mention, by the way, there might be a mobilization coming up soon that Russia's about to announce. And all those Russians that are going back into mainland Russia are now going to be contending with that mobilization that's apparently coming up that we're hearing about as of this morning. So I don't know. Like, I have a feeling that if he evacuated the people from Crimea, it would largely leave the peninsula wide open for Ukrainian attack, and that would be a huge strategic defeat for Putin. So I'm not sure if he's willing to actually sacrifice that many Russians in Crimea, but for some reason, I can't visualize him actually doing the evacuation. I just can't do it.
I think that it's going to be attempted, and they'll probably pull it off somehow, some way. They'll probably put as many resources as they can throw at it that they have left to try and get these people out. Because I mean, hell, I mean, like to put this in as well, many people will know that the German government, the Nazi German government in World War II, didn't care about anybody, whether they were the Untermensch, which they always talked about, which were the ones that they exterminated in the camps, or their own people. But even still, at the latter end of World War II, in early 1945, they still conducted an evacuation of millions of Germans from East Prussia, which is now modern-day Kaliningrad, to try and get them back to Germany and have them avoid their fate at the hands of the Soviet Union. That's actually where the worst maritime disaster, the Wilhelm Gustloff, occurred, where a Soviet submarine torpedoed the Wilhelm Gustloff, taking thousands of evacuees out of Königsberg, and it ended up killing about 7,000 to 9,000 people that were on board that ship, which drowned in the icy Baltic waters in that early spring day when the Wilhelm Gustloff was stunk. I wouldn't say that's out of the question that they could evacuate them, because I see a lot of people saying the Russian government doesn't care about their people and they're totally fine with them dying. But there's a big difference between people dying in the wide open and people dying in quiet. If you look at any genocidal regime that's ever existed in history, or any regime that never really cared about their people and they were fine with killing them off, they always did it in secret, where the public could not really see, and it wasn't something that just spread around word of mouth that people were dropping dead like flies somewhere. For example, in Germany, they had their camps. In the Soviet Union, they had gulags. In North Korea, they have the re-education camps. And in China, very much the same. They always put these places where they kill people in far distant locations where no one's going to be around, and they do it quietly. Because the public, which most people in the public cannot bear the thought, even if they don't like a group of people or they don't even care and they're indifferent to them, nobody likes hearing about mass suffering in the hundreds of thousands or millions that's just happening in broad daylight somewhere where it's easily seeable. And so if you just let everybody basically die in an open prison in Crimea in the hundreds of thousands, that is going to be looked at poorly. Like, if Russia put a whole bunch of people in a gulag off in Siberia, almost nobody would really know and nobody would really care for the larger part. Maybe there would be some murmurs, but it wouldn't be that big of a deal. If you let everybody know that people are dying in Crimea, that's going to be very bad for the Russian government. Worse than one could really imagine at this point, at least in my opinion.
I don't know. Like, I'm hearing rumors, and we'll get to the information about the mobilization that Russia is probably about to do. We'll get to that news here shortly. But I'm hearing some rumors that after the Russian elections are over in September, that the Russian government's going to turn off the internet. And they've been preparing to do that for some time. They've been setting up firewalls. They've been trying to restrict the internet access. They were largely unsuccessful in forcing Telegram to be turned off. So they really weren't able to corral people into the state messenger app. That largely failed. But that doesn't mean they can't turn the internet off. I mean, that's definitely still a possibility. So if things start getting too bad, I wouldn't put it past Putin to simply turn off the internet where the Russians can't communicate with one another and they simply don't know what's happening in Crimea. And it could be simply a slaughter down there, essentially, of people dying left and right from the civil emergency. And then he tries to hide it from the people. I mean, that might be possible as well. And then he tries to do a mobilization on top of that. So I don't see a lot of favorable instances in Putin's future. Like, it seems like Putin's about to be going up against a hellstorm, potentially, from his own people.
And while you're saying that, I actually saw some people bringing up some interesting points in the chat, and I want to address them because they're very good points, but I think there's a good counter to them. Some people are saying, well, I think the enforcer's wrong because things like the killing fields under Pol Pot's regime in the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia and the Rwandan genocide also generally prove that the enforcer's not correct. The thing about that, however, is, folks, here's the question. Is the group, the government entity that conducted the Rwandan genocide, are they still in charge and in power in Rwanda today? The answer is no. Because of their genocide, a rebel army rose up against them and then overthrew them successfully. And so that kind of suffering and public genocide where there's just open killing fields led to the end of the regime in Rwanda that was conducting the genocide. If you look, for example, at Pol Pot in the Khmer Rouge, you would see that many countries, actually every surrounding country around Cambodia, even including Vietnam right at the end of the Vietnam War, intervened and invaded Cambodia to stop the genocide because it was so bad it was completely unavoidable. Those are your examples where you can see that, yes, it was done in the wide open, but governments like that did not survive that long afterwards. A lot of people, even communist allied nations like Vietnam, invaded countries that were conducting open genocides like that because it was so bad it couldn't even be ignored. In Rwanda, for example, a rebel army rose up to overthrow the genocidal regime that was in charge. And that kind of a thing is something that Putin can't afford. They're trying to stay in power. And if you remember, the difference between these groups is that Stalin had gulags that killed more people than the Holocaust did, yet because it was way off in Siberia and nobody heard about it, the Soviet Union's government generally survived, and nobody really knew the absolute extent until the collapse of the Soviet Union of how bad that really was. And so the Soviet government was able to survive for decades afterwards without anybody really knowing exactly how bad it was. Meanwhile, in these governments that some people are giving an example of, they rose as quickly as they fell. So I would say that in general, they can't afford something like this happening because they most likely go the way of Pol Pot's regime or the regime that was in charge in Rwanda during the genocide, is that they would most likely see a popular revolt overthrow the government at that point because it would just be that unpopular. But that's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But outside of that, we have also been able to see some other interesting developments that have also been happening within the area as well, as we were able to see that in the midst of this major attack on Moscow and the complete collapse of most civil institutions in St. Petersburg and Crimea, that within the city of Moscow today, there's been a lot of interesting developments over yesterday and today. We were able to hear that the first GRU headquarters was hit and damaged today by Ukrainian attack. This is very close to the area of the city of Moscow, and this system, well, this site is actually used to support secure satellite, government, and military communication systems, telemetry, spacecraft control, and combat command systems. Looking at the building, you wouldn't think that. This looks like an old warehouse, like a sweatshop in, like, Burma or something where they pump out like shirts, but interesting enough, this was the GRU headquarters. Apparently, it's been hit quite heavily by Ukrainian drone attacks and drone forces, and we believe that most of their communications relays that they use to talk to their satellites and bounce messages off of from one part of their force to the other across the country may have been knocked out today as a result of the attack.
I guess you can say Ukraine bounced a message off of it.
Man, they bounced that bomb. They bounced that straight off the dish. But it's very interesting to note the importance of these sorts of systems. It's actually wildly important. Some people might know, if you know a lot about U.S. communication systems, that we have a very similar system within the United States of America, which is based out of the Schriever Space Force Base here just outside of Colorado Springs. This little facility is actually involved in a great deal of the communications that the United States conducts with our military satellites that bounce messages off of them to our commands around the world and to the forces that are over there. Interesting enough, a lot of people might not know this and might not believe it, but right now, the U.S. communications satellite relay for the military can only handle one message at a time. And that sounds unbelievable, and it kind of is. It's a little bit crazy that it's still in that state. Right now, the U.S. is actually trying to upgrade that to where it can support 3 different communications and 3 different signals at a time, but that's still in the works right now. So it's still only one message per moment in time from one place in the United States to the next. Of course, the messages are instantaneous, so in reality, you could still send hundreds of messages a minute, but by increasing it to 3 messages simultaneously, they'll be able to increase that most likely to over 1,000 or thousands a minute if it was necessary from the commands that we have in the United States to the global command locations elsewhere around the world into those forces in those areas, allowing for better centralized control and command from the direct control centers and headquarters here within the United States. It appears that Russia's on the other hand, however, today was knocked out, which is not a good thing for the Russian Ministry of Defense, considering that this was the Russian Ministry of Defense's, which is not that far away in central Moscow. It was their way of sending a message to them at the GRU headquarters and then having them bounce it off the satellite to whoever needed the message around the globe.
Yeah, also, by the way, y'all might remember it was about a few months back. There was a report that came out saying that Russia was working on killer satellites, meaning satellites that could take out other satellites in orbit, which, by the way, that violates all kinds of treaties to do that. But there was a report that they were doing it anyway. So I'm sure NATO is greatly appreciative that Ukraine took out that facility right there, is that could impact their ability to operate those satellites. Maybe. There may be another like communication site. Maybe they had a redundancy where they can operate it from somewhere else. But that was a huge component of it, so that was a good hit.
Unfortunately, this won't impact much of the war in Ukraine because most of that was done over landline, anyways, from what we know, by buried underground wires and whatnot. So generally, it won't be affecting that too much. And it was also done wireless as well, although that's somewhat rare due to the ability of that being intercepted by the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians might have the cipher to know what it is. So they usually do that via land wire for the Rostov-on-Don headquarters in the Southern Military District, which is charged with actually fighting the war in Ukraine. They're the ones responsible for that. But this will be affecting Russia's capabilities against NATO, like Matthew was saying, where a lot of the communication with Russia's far-flung forces, like, say, their nuclear submarines at sea, and other elements that are way far away from Moscow and not accessible by landline, that might be greatly impeded as of today, and a lot of those units might be operating autonomously at this point, basically with no messages coming from the Russian MOD in Moscow about what they need to be doing, or whether they need to return home or continue their mission or conduct any actions defensively or offensively for the Russian Federation. We've also been able to hear as well that a significant substation appears to have been set on fire in the area of Lyubertsy. It appears that this was a partisan activity. It wasn't conducted by a Ukrainian drone attack, but the substation is burning profusely at this moment, and it is believed that there are power outages within the Lyubertsy suburb of Moscow. Moving us on outside of that clip, we also were able to hear that another Moscow substation was on fire. This one's in an unknown location within southern Moscow. We don't know exactly where it was, but it is different than the Lyubertsy fire, showing that two substations were knocked out today in mysterious circumstances. Not in the midst of a drone attack. There was no confirmed drone hits on these sites. They just spontaneously combusted at the same time today. Oh, they got that music. They got that sweet tune. We see the substation burning in the distance quite nicely, actually. I mean, that's a strong fire right there. Look at it go. We're about to drop the bombshell on y'all in a minute of all the government news that came out of Moscow today, because it's very, very big. Actually, it looks like we're getting the poll up on that right now, so luckily we'll be hopefully ready to get to the poll right when we get done with that segment. But we can continue to see the fire from multiple angles.
I had to debate which poll to run on this. I was going to run a poll about the conscription or the mobilization specifically, or the border checkpoints. I went with the border checkpoint one instead, the poll on that, because I'm not really sure there's a question about the other one. I think there will be a mobilization. It's just a matter of numbers at this point.
I think it largely is. And getting us on into that news, speaking of the central Moscow news, I have to bring y'all to the border first. Make no mistake, this order was issued from Moscow, so it is a part of the Moscow news. We were able to hear that as of yesterday, a presidential decree, this one here, very short, mind you all, was issued by the Russian Federation stating the following. They are temporarily suspending the movement of people, vehicles, and cargo through 7 railway border crossings with Finland, Estonia, and Latvia effective the 1st of July. The decree does not provide a reason for the decision or specify how long the suspension will remain in place, meaning that while this is worded as a temporary suspension of the movements of people, vehicles, and cargo, this is a permanent suspension, considering that there's no period in time that this is set in place for, where it might be reviewed and then extended even further, meaning this was already put out as an indefinite decree, meaning that crossings in Estonia, Latvia, and Finland have been completely stopped, effective July 1st, which is today, indefinitely. We've also been able to hear that at the exact same time that this was happening, it appears that Finland has reacted today, and according to some word that we've gotten, according to Finland's Fertilal group, they state that it will stop importing Russian fertilizers by rail, calling the move commercially unviable because it literally cannot cross. Finland's Central Union of Agriculture and Forestry Producers, MTK, told YLE the decision did not come as a surprise, but warned it could complicate domestic agricultural production. Russian fertilizers previously accounted for around 10 to 15% of Finland's imports, meaning that prices will most likely rise for fertilizer per ton within the Republic of Finland, but it most likely will not be detrimental in the long term. They'll most likely be able to supplant the fertilizers from, say, the Middle East as long as the Hormuz remains open, because that's also a artery for fertilizer shipments as well globally. We've also been able to hear that at the same time, and this is something that's wild. I got to say that this is a very on the nose sort of a development today. Kaliningrad has finally hit fuel troubles that we can confirm on air. Fuel queues are even appearing in Kaliningrad, the Russian exclave between Lithuania and Poland, where people are also seeing that fuel has almost completely run out.
How did they even get fuel to Kaliningrad normally? Is it by ship or is it by a pipeline?
I don't know. I think it might be by a pipeline, or it could be by ship. I'm not. Let me go look at the port of Kaliningrad. That might give us an answer, because they don't have.
I was always under the impression that pretty much everything Kaliningrad got for the most part was by ship, and that's why most of their stuff is like just shipped in for the most part on their ports. That was my understanding, but I'm not sure if there is a pipeline.
It looks like it is, because I saw a pretty big fuel port down there, or fuel kind of like a depot at the port. And Kaliningrad, from what I know, doesn't have any domestic oil production of their own. I don't think there's any oil fields in East Prussia, which is what this really is. So I think that this little area right here is for their fuel imports. And also notice that the tanks are smaller in size and they're a little bit taller. These more like vertically substantiated sorts of fuel depots, to try and find the wordage for them, these are usually for fuel storage, not oil storage. So it looks to me like they do get their fuel shipped in via the sea.
Interesting. It makes you wonder. It's like, if why are the ships delivering fuel to Kaliningrad? It's like it seems like that would be something they could accomplish. It would seem like. Also, by the way, they're currently running to India for help. They're wanting India to ship a whole bunch of gasoline and diesel to their country. It's like, why doesn't one of the ships just pull up to the Kaliningrad coast and unload it? I'm having a hard time understanding why Kaliningrad's having a shortage.
I think it's just that they don't have enough fuel available, and also purchasing foreign fuel is really difficult and incredibly expensive in its refined form. So that might be the reason why we're seeing that even Kaliningrad's running low, is because there's not even enough refined fuel to put on a ship to send to Kaliningrad to offload and make sure that they still have their fuel, possibly. But we see in the rest of the clip, the lady shows off the line for the Lukoil gas station. We can even see the cleaning trucks in line for this gas. Like, they can't even clean the streets. Oh, they got that whack music playing.
Look at all of them waiting there. Oh, those prices are sweet too. I don't know if you saw that board, but those prices are pretty lovely right there.
No diesel.
Oh, no diesel sauce.
Man, they got no diesel sauce. Man, if they have no diesel sauce, most of their trucks that move the fuel to the gas stations cannot run. So I don't know what they're going to do in that scenario.
It looks to me like the Russian enclave of Crimea, the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad. It seems to me like Russia might be having a return to the mainland pretty soon, or at least hopefully, maybe.
We see them showing off another street with another fuel line. This doesn't even get close to Donetsk. Right now, Donetsk, the whole oblast that's under Russian occupation, only has 4 operational gas stations, mind you all. It looks like Kaliningrad's getting there pretty quickly, though. You know, maybe the city will return back to being Königsberg one day. You never know. I mean, it's not out of the question.
I wonder how this is affecting their war readiness, because you know there's allegedly that NATO plan out there that if something goes awry with Russia, NATO would instantly like assault Kaliningrad. They would take it immediately to try to get an advantage over Russia. I wonder if this is affecting their military readiness or not, or if they have enough fuel stocks to operate in their military equipment.
Are you asking that question to lead me into the next post, or are you just like actually saying that?
No, I just thought that out of the blue, honestly.
You wouldn't believe it, man. You're actually like dead on the nail. It's affecting the strategic position so badly that they actually had a meeting today in the Kremlin over Kaliningrad. I'm not even kidding. They actually had a government conference on it today, and you can see the red folders, which, by the way, in the Russian Federation, the red folders are important because the red signifies that whatever information's in them is top secret. So they actually did convene a security council over Kaliningrad today for that very reason, and apparently we're speaking about the strategic position of Kaliningrad, given the fuel shortages that are now reaching the exclave, basically, of the Russian Federation sandwiched between Poland and Lithuania. So you actually got that dead on the nail. It is such a concern that the Russians actually convened a meeting over this today in Moscow, and they also put out a parody next to it of what's in it. But
yeah, honestly, that's probably what's in there. I know they don't have any real plans in there because I mean, Russia doesn't even have a plan for Ukraine's front lines. I mean, their plan is to keep getting young men off the streets and throwing them into a situation where they live for like 20 minutes on the front lines. So I'm like, what is their plan? It's like if you don't have fuel, you don't have fuel. That's the end of the rope with that one right there. It's like, well, what do they have in the folder? Like we're gonna start materializing fuel out of thin air, or what? Or like what are they even talking about?
I don't even know, but generally we would expect that like Kaliningrad, as far as its strategic posture, is probably not going to be that bad off because the Russians back in the military reforms of 2016 and 2014, because there was like a mini reform that happened in 2014, and there was a huge one that happened in the Russian army in 2016. They had already remodeled Kaliningrad's forces basically off of what they call the Bastion Doctrine, which is this idea that the forces in Kaliningrad will never conduct an offensive against NATO forces. They are going to attempt to basically hold down Kaliningrad like a castle in a siege and hope that the Russians can come to relieve them, because there's really no way for them to be supply sufficient to conduct offensives, and it'd be expected they would be besieged off of the bat, meaning that whatever forces would be moving in an offensive against NATO would have to mostly come from Grodno in Belarus across the Suwalki Gap, and by taking the Suwalki Gap, they would be able to make a corridor to supply supplies, at least in theory, to Kaliningrad, although in reality that probably wouldn't happen. So it does seem that the Russians are concerned that even with the Bastion Doctrine that they're working off of in Kaliningrad, it is a serious consideration that might not actually be viable even with the little fuel they have. Defensives might not be possible. They might just be sitting ducks waiting for the slaughter. So they did have a meeting over that in Moscow today. We also were able to hear that Russia is working on importing Indian fuel. Apparently Russia plans to import 400,000 tons of gasoline from various countries each month, which would cost about $350 million monthly. And also to make sure, let's see, how many tons of fuel does Russia consume daily? Let's see. Oh, let's see here. They consume. Damn. I didn't think it was this bad. Apparently, the Russians consume about 100. Let's see here. I'm trying to find a good number. It looks like it's somewhere around 500,000 tons of gasoline that are consumed by the Russian Federation on a daily.
Oh.
So if this number is accurate, that means that Russia's having to supplant something like 80% of its domestic production, which has been knocked out, I'm guessing, with foreign imports, meaning that there's only 20% of the refining capacity left if we're working off of them just trying to stabilize the situation.
And also, that tells you that pretty much all that fuel that's coming from India, I would imagine most of that's not going to go into public circulation. Most of that's probably going to be reserved for the Russian government and the military, would be my guess.
I would assume so as well. Regardless, however, this is showing us that the Russians are running a serious deficit of fuel, larger than we even believed. I thought that at this point, 30 to 35% of the refining capacity had been knocked out. It looks to be even higher than that, at least off of that importation figure. We also were able to hear that, additionally, there was rumors of upcoming mobilization. And according to a Russian military blogger, Romanov claimed that rumors are spreading about a possible October mobilization in Russia involving 1.2 million people. The claim is circulating through Russian military channels, but no official confirmation or supporting documents have been published yet. We have seen that these rumors have come out in the past, but not often, and usually by unreliable sources. But considering that this one is coming out from larger military bloggers at this point, it's giving us an idea that they may have been tipped off that there is going to be a significantly large fall mobilization. Mobilizations, or more so the mobilization of reservists, which is what it's called, happen biannually in the Russia, one in the spring and one in the fall. Usually they comprise about 400,000 conscripts each to 500,000, But if it's 1.2 million, that is a humongous mobilization of the quote-unquote reservists, or more so the citizens, to be put into the armed forces as konstrukniki, which are soldiers that serve a 1-year contract when they're mobilized like this. And the fact that they would be calling for a 1.2 million is literally, I mean, like, that's insane. That's literally the standing size of the Russian armed forces right now in a single mobilization, if this is the case, which is showing that either they're losing so many men in Ukraine that they have to raise the number this high just to try and match the losses, or they're trying to raise men in excess so they might be able to prepare for future offensives against others. Maybe a new offensive in the north against Ukraine from towards Kyiv, or possibly even a conflict with NATO. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so in the midst of all that news about the possible mobilization that Russia's about to announce, the Ukrainians are, by the way, just to cover this as well, the Ukrainian sources are saying it'll be 500,000 plus that Russia's going to mobilize, and the Russian sources, like you see right here, are saying 1.2 million people. So that's a pretty large range, but nonetheless, it appears to be both Ukraine and Russian sources agree that mobilization is around the corner in one form or another. It could be horrifically large, or it could be moderate, depending on which source you believe. So, honestly, I would tend to lean toward the Russian source. I mean, why would they exaggerate the fact that they're going to mobilize 1.2 million people? That sounds worse for them, actually. So it seems like they want to have a lower number for propaganda purposes, but they're saying 1.2 million, so that's quite horrific. Not to mention, by the way, the frontline soldiers are only living 20 minutes on the front lines right now. So, you can do the math there. That's human meat waves is what that is. Honestly, the Russian civilians are being victimized almost as bad as Ukraine's being victimized at this point. They're victims of Putin's regime, or at least some of them. Some of them volunteer. But anyway, so the poll says today Russia suspended most of the border checkpoints with Finland, Estonia, and Latvia. And what do you think is the reason in the context of that mobilization that's coming up? It looks like 60% said they're preparing for the military mobilization to keep people inside of Russia where they can't just simply run to these NATO countries and try to escape. 24% said they're preparing for attacks on NATO, and 9% said it seems trade or economic related and totally unrelated to the mobilization. So I would say this. I'm tending to believe that the reason why they're doing this, because it's not really clear why they're closing the border checkpoints with NATO countries. It seems to be kind of out of the blue. It seems like they're trying to keep people in. That's the way I'm taking it, because not many people are going into Russia from NATO countries. That was non-existent already. So I'm taking it as the Russians are closing the border to literally trap their own people inside of the country so they can't escape mobilization and conscription. That's my guess. I actually had a short conversation with Preston Stewart earlier on Twitter about this, because he was actually talking about the same thing earlier today. He's sort of like on the fence about it a little bit. I'm sort of like full in on the idea. I think the only reason they could be closing the border is because of that upcoming mobilization. So I'm with the 60%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that at this point, I think I'm also with the 60%. I think that's a pretty clear, pretty clear picture to me that there may be a military mobilization, a significant one that's going to be called forward in the fall, larger than the norm. And it would be a little bit hard to say right now what that number of additional manpower would be used for in the extra hundreds of thousands if they are called forward. But there are a couple of things that definitely are likely. One, the fall offensive in Ukraine could be a possibility, maybe, especially if they rush their training, which they're doing to basically everybody at this point in the Russian Federation, contract or conscript. They only get like a week or two of training and then they're sent straight to the front. They could be sent to Belarus to try and conduct an invasion of northern Ukraine, or to give them the manpower to take up logistics roles and support roles, to take away, well, at least to remove more of the experienced soldiers from the Donbass and the southern front, and then divert them up towards northern Ukraine to conduct an offensive up there. Or the other option could be that they're going to try and conduct a war with NATO. Now, a lot of people always say that this is a harebrained idea because Russia would never have a way of winning that war conventionally. But many people forget that we do not live in the era of the Second World War or the First World War, where might and manpower alone could win a war and largely enforce humiliating defeat on another armed force. We live in the nuclear age. So the only thing you have to do is get into a shooting match and threaten to nuke someone and basically kill everyone everyone at that point, and you might be able to get some concessions. And I would say that it sounds like a harebrained concept, and it is a harebrained concept, but we cannot put it past Putin and the Russian government because it was a harebrained concept for them to even try and invade Ukraine, knowing the state that the Russian military was in at that time at its peak. We now know that it would be absolutely insane to also do the same thing and try and invade the Baltics or Finland. But I'd say that it's not out of the question at all. And to explain this again, I've explained this scenario many a times on air, but I always feel it's necessary to explain it time and time again to get it across. Russia does not have to be able to win the ground war to be able to reach their aims as far as the grander strategy of a conflict with NATO. All they have to do is get a whole bunch of inexperienced guys in shitty Ladas with a couple of AKs, and they have millions of AKs in storage, so that ought to be easy to do. And then they get them on the border, and they tell them, you're going to drive across, and you're going to try and take some ground, and as soon as you run into any contact, you stop there, and you hold the ground that you have. Don't try not to let NATO forces take it back. And once that happens, we're in a shooting war with the Russian Federation on the ground. Now, those Russian forces do not stand a chance in any conventional sense. NATO, without drone forces, is going to eat these people for lunch. But the problem with that, however, is that once we start eating them for lunch, we're clearly going to start sieging Kaliningrad and most likely take the Kaliningrad Oblast, and we might even start to push these people back across the Russian border. Once that happens, Russia immediately whips out the, oh my god, it's an existential threat to the state, NATO's trying to overthrow and destroy our government card, and they start to threaten tactical nuclear weapon usage. And they would do that very publicly. They would be saying, this is an existential threat to the state. We are going to start nuking NATO forces because y'all are pushing us back. This isn't going to fly. And then a whole bunch of people in NATO, in the governments of the NATO states, including the United States, are going to have to go, damn, they got in over their heads, which was really stupid, but now we have a choice. We can either end the war and right here before it even goes nuclear at all, and hopefully we can just resolve this whole thing, maybe give them a couple of concessions to end it, or we can keep pushing it and see if it turns into an actual nuclear conflict. Maybe they're bluffing. If they're not bluffing, they're going to nuke us, and then at that point we're in a nuclear war, a tactical nuclear war at least. But if they are bluffing, then we might be able to push in and take the Russian government, but that's highly unlikely. And that's the gamble that they know we would have to take. And we would always say in that scenario in NATO, they might actually nuke us because we actually got them on the run right now. And that's where the Russians want to be, because if that's the case, NATO is going to go, let's sit down at the table and let's try and come up with a compromise to where y'all walk away with a little bit of something and we walk away with a little bit of something. And then you get a deal down the middle that's fairly favorable to Russia because everyone want to avoid a nuclear conflict. And that would, by default, put them in a good enough position that they might be able to avoid a complete collapse right now, or they might be able to continue the war in Ukraine for a little bit longer and hope that by doing so, they'll eventually be able to win. That is, I think, the wild card, I would say, in-game Russian strategy at this point, that if everything goes downhill and it looks like Putin's government is about to be ousted and he's about to be executed by the Russian people or a Russian revolution, and it looks like he's going to die either way, they probably go with a wild card of a war with NATO than just silently letting Putin's government collapse and him being put on trial in Russia.
Yeah, and that idea is not fringe anymore because now mainstream media is also saying that too. We covered that about a week ago, or about a few days ago, I think, that mainstream media is now repeating that exact same analysis, and they're putting that as headlines and making whole articles about how Putin might throw a Hail Mary by trying to attack a NATO state to try to make NATO back off supporting Ukraine, because that is really the linchpin here. If NATO backs off Ukraine and they stop producing drones for Ukraine to launch at Russia, that largely takes away Ukraine's advantage to a large degree. That's the advantage they have right now. They're launching overwhelming strikes pretty much on the daily against major Russian cities, and that's bringing Russia to its knees. That's why they're having the fuel shortage. So if NATO backed off and stopped supporting Ukraine, that would change the equation, but I don't think NATO is going to do that because NATO sees supporting Ukraine as supporting their own security, so they're not going to back off.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think they are going to back off, and then that becomes an impassable, an unstoppable force meets an immovable object sort of a deal, and it's like, who's going to break first? And it would be hard to say. It would be hard to say if a conflict like that would really even change anything strategically, but the Russians could still try it as a last-ditch attempt. And then the Russian government might get overthrown in that attempt of a conflict with NATO because they realize that everything's going off the rails internally in Russia, and they're on basically a racetrack to death at that point. But I have to remind many people, because I see a lot of people saying, there's no way in hell anyone won't do that when they don't have fuel. Oh, but my fellows, my countrymen, you have to remember that there's another war, a war that the U.S. entered that had the same outcome to it. Matthew, take a guess. What war was that?
I don't know.
It's probably the most thought about war in modern thought here in the United States of America.
World War II?
Yes, it's World War
Oh.
II. When the Japanese were going through China, massacring anyone that breathed in the millions, the U.S. government said, well, FDR said, boy, that's not good. So we embargoed Japan from American oil, and America was the largest oil producer in the world. So we were basically the Middle East for the larger part, or basically Russia's oil fields and refineries, if you look at it that way, to Japan. And so when we embargoed them, Japan stopped getting access to any oil at all, and they started to starve materially of oil. And they went, damn, we're in a lurch. If we keep fighting this war against China without any fuel, we're going to end up losing this thing. And so, what could we do to try and get some oil? Well, we could go to war with the Allies, and we could invade all of the European colonies down in Southeast Asia, and we could also try and attack Pearl Harbor and knock the Americans out of the war with one decisive strike. And if we do that, we might be able to get enough oil to keep the war going. America might peace out because they wouldn't want a large, drawn-out, bloody conflict with us, and we could keep the war going with China and eventually win. They bombed Pearl Harbor, and that's what got us into World War II. That's the reason why they bombed it. They didn't bomb it out of the blue. They bombed it as a desperate last-ditch action, considering that they were already running out of oil by 1941, to see if they could try and hold the oil fields in Southeast Asia and keep their war going. And so saying that a country out of desperation might expand a conflict is absurd. I mean, historically, we have a lot of examples of that just from the Second World War with the Japanese historical instance. But outside of that, we actually have breaking news coming out right now. So what do we got?
Okay, so we just got word right now that Finland is taking a pretty bold move right now. Not really sure why they just decided to do this, but Finland has just announced from their defense forces that they've established a temporary aviation restriction zone in the eastern Gulf of Finland, and the military is stating the measure is intended to safeguard its airspace and ensure the security of national territory amid heightened regional activity. So as you might be able to tell, that is very, very politically worded, which is very vague. So not really sure what's going on with that. That just happened 6 minutes ago. And I'm trying to get some more information here on this. Let's see here. They're saying it's temporary. So I'm not sure if they've detected a drone over their airspace or what has taken place. I'm not entirely sure. It seems to me like there might have been an air or drone scare or maybe an airspace incursion that led them to do this. That's what I'm gathering so far. Poland did send up and scramble their F-16s a short while ago, about an hour ago, to make sure that the Russian drones and Russian missiles wouldn't enter their airspace. But the Finland thing seems to be completely separate from that. So, Enforcer, what do you make of that?
It could be an ongoing seizure of a Russian shadow tanker or a Russian cargo ship violating sanctions. Maybe. It could also be a drone incursion, but that's happened before, and Finland did shut down its airspace. Or it could be that the Russian Federation has just conducted suspicious air activity near to their border, like, say, aircraft that got incredibly close to Finnish airspace, and so they've shut down the airspace in response and they're scrambling their own aircraft. It could be any one of those right now.
Yeah, maybe so. You know, Romania had a drone scare earlier today. They sounded an air raid alert in Romania, which is another NATO country down there. They had that earlier today. Now Finland's having a temporary aviation restriction zone they just set up in the Gulf of Finland. So my best guess is something has spooked their airspace, or something has either intruded on their airspace or appeared to be on the verge of intruding into it. So we'll be watching that one. But right now, the Finnish Defense Forces, they're keeping this very secretive from the sounds of it. So I checked the Flight Radar 24, by the way. Can you tell if there's like a void of airspace activity somewhere around Finland?
Yeah, actually in the eastern Gulf of Finland. So yeah, there's a airspace shutdown clearly there right now. It looks like this was the last aircraft to fly through it, or maybe around it, an Air China flight. So it looks like it is actually shut down, at least for now.
Yeah, now see here that apparently I looked at the actual, here's the actual Twitter page for the Finnish Defense Force. I just reposted this. They say to basically check on your flight restrictions before you go to the airport. So apparently the airport that's within that zone is not allowing flights to take off from the looks of it. So yeah, seems like something's happened.
Does seem like something is definitely happening. We'll have to keep an eye on this and see if the Finnish government puts out any follow-up statements. If anything, folks, sadly, we'll probably get the follow-up statement tomorrow, not during the show, probably during a short or video tomorrow or a live stream. But we'll hopefully get further information from the Finnish government of what's actually happening up there, because it sounds like something interesting is going down. We just don't know what. Also, someone said, check Marine Driver. That's actually a good idea. Who are you? Scott Baldwin. Scott Baldwin, you've been around forever, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see what we have. Well, we don't really have anything in the waters around the East Gulf of Finland. There's actually almost like a little exclusionary zone right around here. You can see some ships here on the west side and on the south side, but nothing here in the middle. So
Isn't this where one of Putin's yachts just took off from, or was it from the southern part of Russia?
I think it was skidding through like Turkey, like the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, from what I remember. But there might be one
Okay,
up
yeah,
there.
there was two of them that took off. Putin has multiple mega yachts, by the way. Two of them took off. His like the biggest one he had took off, and then there was a smaller one that took off. But I can't remember off the top of my head which locations they took off from. But they had naval escorts with them. We'll probably get to that news a little bit later. I saw a lot of people asking about that in the chat. He's apparently very fond of his yachts because he literally dedicated entire destroyers of the Russian Navy to protect just his personal yachts, which tells you a lot about where his priorities are at. But yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that Finland thing right there. That seems interesting.
Yeah, we definitely will. It's a very interesting development. But outside of that, folks, it's time for us to move on into the rest of the news that we have for the night. And we're going to be moving on briefly, at least for a moment, into some of the other major stories that we have from the day, some small updates from the Middle East and also East Asia as well, before we move back into the Ukraine war news and cover everything else that we have, which we still have a lot to go. But I do have to say, humongous thanks to everybody who has been watching so far. We've had 67,000 people watch in the first hour and 20 minutes, and we've also had a peak viewership of 18.7 thousand people here tonight. And I got to say that we're always entirely appreciative and incredibly honored to know that so many people are still here enjoying this show and considering to be their primary source of news. And we thank you all for spending your time, hours of your time every single day watching the show. And we're going to be making sure to get right back to the news here in just a moment. But before we do, I do want to make sure to take 3 questions from the chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so for our first 3 super chats here, and then jumping right back to our news for the night, our first one goes to General Feldmarshal, and thank you for that $50 support, by the way. We do appreciate it very much, General. He said, 72 hours without the Enforcer. I'm suffering from EWS, Enforcer Withdrawal Syndrome.
Early warning system. But I gotta thank you for the support, General Feldmarshal, and your incredible $50 support. And I gotta say, very sorry about our delay. We ran into unexpected difficulties yesterday, which led to the show being canceled. But we are back on air and hopefully back on our 6-day schedule for a very long time, or as long as we can until another unforeseen circumstance happens, and then we go off of air for a day or 2 or so. But I do thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, this thing wouldn't be possible. Rain, snow, sleet, or shine, which we've been doing every single day for years at this point, and we're always greatly appreciative, and we love to know that a whole bunch of people really do appreciate the show and put a lot of stock into it. We put our best efforts into it every single night to make sure that the news is well researched, well analyzed, and well covered, and it's truly an amazing and incredible thing to know that millions of people a month come here to watch the news. We put our heart and soul into it, and it's good to know that a lot of people really notice that and appreciate that. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope you've been enjoying the show tonight, and with that, we're on the next one.
And our second support right here goes to Blind Man. And thank you, Blind Man, for that $50 support as well. And we do appreciate you very much, Blind Man, for that support. He said, hello, Enforcers in LSA, and glad to have you back and glad to be here. Currently sitting on a sand dune and surprised to have reception to catch you. And I saw you guys were also having a statewide bonfire and hope you all stay safe in LT LSA. And thankfully, the fire smoke has gone away for the most part, really. It seems like it's largely like blowing out at this point. I'm not sure if the fire's out. It appears like it could be slightly going out. Maybe. I can't tell. Like,
Jesus.
it seems like the smoke's oh, maybe the fire's not going out, possibly, but it looks like it's burned so much that the smoke's not really floating up toward us. It's basically filling up the rest of the United States, so that's not very good, but it's not blowing up our way anymore. I really can't say it's a good thing because it's obviously pretty bad, but Enforcer, what say you?
Dang, this Babylon fire. It's like burning in the middle of a desert. Like, I don't know how that's a fire. That's like just south of Canyonlands, which there's like almost nothing growing out there from what I've seen on the pictures. At least I've never been down there myself. Dang, there is a load of wildfires that have broken out in like Colorado out here to the west. I haven't even heard of these. And they're big, like they're pretty sizable. Beyond that, though, we've been having a lot of wildfires out here lately. And it's been a whole deal for about a week or two. The smoke kind of blows up here in the Salt Lake every once in a while, and it is pretty bad. Luckily, we don't luckily in a way for us. Unfortunately for the folks in Colorado, we don't have it as bad as they do right now with the smoke anymore, which I'd say is quite fortunate. But it has been quite a season. If y'all don't know, we've actually suffered the extremes out here in Utah in both the winter and the summer this year. The state of Utah had the lowest snowfall in recorded history this last winter, and it also is having its driest summer in recorded history this year as well. So it is a very tough time all around. There was very little snowfall in the winter, which the ecosystem heavily relies on for its water during the rest of the seasons, and also because of that, it's incredibly dry out here at this point of the year, and now fires are breaking out everywhere. Y'all wouldn't believe it, folks. And I gotta say, this is something crazy to me, is that the governor of the state, and I would say this is quite a wise action, announced the ban of the sale of fireworks statewide until July 5th, after the July 4th season, meaning that no one's going to buy them, because what would be the point? And so, crazily enough, folks, it's become a political thing out here, and I think this is the stupidest political thing I've ever heard. The state is in the highest fire weather advisory that the Forestry Service and the weather services can give in the country right now. Literally a spark, like an ember from a cigarette, could float through the wind and land 200 feet from you and start another major wildfire throughout most of the state right now. It's that bad and it's that dry. And somehow people have made it a political point out here that the governor is infringing on their freedoms and is trying to inflict a police state by banning fireworks. Like, I've seen that all over. Like, people are like, the governor ain't going to tell me shit! And then they're like going out and going to Colorado to buy their fireworks. I'm like, y'all are gonna burn the whole damn state down. Like, this isn't a restriction just for the hell of it, for like draconianism. This is literally trying to stop the wildfires. We're literally inhaling the smoke most every other day here in Salt Lake. It's not like this is a made up thing. You can literally see the smoke from the fires in the air, and yet some of these stupid people can't even see beyond their own nose, and they're going out and buying fireworks because saying they're restricting my freedom.
I saw people say they were comparing losing the ability to buy fireworks and fire them off during a wildfire advisory. They were comparing that with losing their Second Amendment firearm rights. It's like, I honestly, like, stupidity these days, like, blows me away. It's like, for number one, you don't have a constitutional right to fire off the fireworks. It's not like an amendment. You do have a constitutional right to have your firearm, so it's not the same thing. It's like worlds different. Also, it's like you're not gonna like, you're not gonna die because you can't shoot off fireworks. It's like, also, it's like, have some civic mindedness. Forget your moment of fireworks. If you burn the whole state down, we won't have anything left after that. So it's just stupidity runs wild these days.
It's unbelievable. And also now there's people out here, the governor is stupid and he's a draconian idiot. And like, oh, you can have your opinions about the governor of the state, good or bad, but this is a pretty dumb take. I'm just going to say, like, even if some people say, oh, this is politics, this is the stupidest take I've ever heard. We have a right to fire off fireworks even if they start wildfires. It's like, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Some people are basically willing to say, I'm willing to shoot off my $5 mortar and burn down an entire city in the process just so that way you can see a little sparkle on the 4th of July. It's like, how dumb does that really sound, folks, when you put it that way? I'm willing to burn down the whole state for a fireworks show. That is dumb.
Also,
like,
not to mention, by the way, they're going to be putting themselves at risk for an arson charge. I mean, if you accidentally set off a firework and then start a wildfire, it's like they can still come after you for arson. Like, if it was something reckless, they can still come after you. So it's like, is it worth a possible criminal charge, possibly burning the whole state down, ruining your local community, also being completely uncivic minded, just to have like 5 minutes of fireworks being shot off? It's like, let it go.
You know, I would say, like, I've actually looked at the statutes at like arson and whatnot, and it's not actually as severe as you would think. Like, they don't get a lot of prison time, and I would say, honestly, looking at how bad it is these days out here in this part of the country, it's like, I think the statutes ought to be updated to where the punishments are more severe to try and deter people from doing stupid acts that burn down state. Mm-hmm.
They do. Arson is just a base charge. They can charge them with like terrorism, like beyond that. Like, if it was done with the intent of causing terror, they can charge them with terrorism on top of it, which makes it way worse. So no, there's other charges you can stack on top of that one if it's really egregious.
Yeah, I mean, but like as far as like just the initial charge of arson, like for example, it's like it should be a lot more severe because it's like these people who are going to be dumb enough because they are going to do it to go out and shoot fireworks on the 4th of July and set the rest of the state on fire. It's like the book ought to be thrown at those people because it's like this isn't something that's just fictional. I mean, you can literally look up in the sky and see smoke most every day. It's like they should be saying if you go out and shoot a firework and start a fire, and if any property is burned, you're going to be charged individual counts of arson for every property that's burned, every house that's burned. You're going to get as many charges as we can throw at you. That's what I think it should be because the ridiculousness of making it a political point that the state is literally on fire right now and then saying you can't stop me from shooting off more fire starters into the air on a special day, that's just goofy at this point. But anyways, that's my 2 cents on the matter. It's gotten me aggravated to see that's even an argument with how bad things have gotten with the wildfires out here in the western part of the U.S. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, Blind Man, for the support. And also, speaking of that, speaking of the rest of your super chat, which we didn't get to because I was talking about the whole Utah fire thing, I've got to say that, let's see, currently sitting on a sand dune. Where are you at, Blind Man? Like, on a sand dune, I'm guessing you're, like, near a beach? Or maybe the desert? Like, that's really cool, though. I'm glad to know you're getting to enjoy your time. And I also got to thank you incredibly for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we're on to the final question of the segment. And then we're going to be on into the rest of the news for the night.
All right, so this one goes to Old Warrior Fellow, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, for that generous support once again. And we do appreciate that very much. And Old Warrior said China built some 800 buildings in Venezuela. Most, if not all, collapsed in the earthquakes, tofu drag practices. And support beams had about a 1-inch veneer of concrete. And then the rest was polystyrene filler. And take one from the chat.
Really? Did you hear about that, Matthew?
No, but I would imagine that the building practices down in Venezuela, they probably don't have very good building codes, I would imagine. So I'm sure China had free reign down there when they came in building all that crap.
Oh man, you can only imagine. And also, the stuff in China isn't even built that well either. I mean, you literally like grab the wall and dig your fist into it and just pull out a whole chunk of the quote unquote concrete wall like it's powder. Have you seen those videos like from China?
I've seen a couple of them. You remember back in the day, China like exported that horrible Chinese sheetrock, that drywall. Like they tried to import that bull crap here to America. Like we don't want that bull crap here. It's like y'all may build that crap like junk over there, but it's like don't import that poison over here. We don't want it.
Yeah, and also that stuff was filled with a whole bunch of horrendous chemicals, and it leached it into the air in the buildings it was installed into. It was bad stuff. I mean, like, even if you got that stuff out, the chemicals were still around because they had already seeped out into the surrounding building materials. Pretty wild stuff, but I would say I wouldn't doubt that at all about Venezuela and Chinese construction. That's why you can't have shoddy workmanship. Like, China has absolutely no building codes to speak of compared to the United States, the kind of quality that the U.S. requires in the building codes. And it shows. And I hate to hear that, though, because, with every collapse of a building in Venezuela, there's a loss of life at this point. So quite a tragedy. But hopefully, we'll see that Venezuela can maybe become prosperous enough economically that it can enforce building codes and make sure that they're followed because people will have the money or the financial ability to actually build more quality construction inside of Venezuela in the future. But a huge thanks to you for the support, Old Warrior, and sharing that unfortunate news with us, because I haven't been following a lot of the Venezuela story rather than the death toll, which is rising every day as they keep sifting through the rubble of each and every collapsed building. And it's been an absolute horrific tragedy down there. It's as bad as the San Francisco earthquake in 1905, which killed, I think it was thousands of people in San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken, back then. But a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. So what do we got, Matthew?
So this one is going to go to Limbo, who said, what was the lifespan of a Russian new recruit that goes to the Ukraine front? And we probably had that. We probably had that coming up in the news, I'd imagine. But here's how grim it is. We'll cover this in more detail later. But it's just grim. A Russian signs a military contract, and then they have 2 weeks before they get put on the front line. So that's about 2 weeks roughly of training, about 14 days of training. That's not enough time, by the way, to train anybody. So it's barely any training. They basically get put out there and left for dead. They don't need too much training because once they get to the front, after that 2-week period's over, they last for 20 to 30 minutes on average on the front lines. That's a new stat that came out today. So I mean that's horrible, like to say the least. I mean, 20 to 30 minutes. they literally don't even have a chance to get themselves acclimated to the frontline conditions before they get taken out. That's wild.
Yeah, it's actually pretty wild. You have 2 weeks from when you sign your contract to your death at this point. So when you sign a contract, you largely should know that you have 2 weeks left to live, and as soon as you make it to the front lines, you'll survive 30 minutes. At least that's according to the most recent report. And it's pretty damn bad. I mean, like, when you think about that, 20 minutes. How many 20-minute periods have passed since we started the show? Let's see here. 2, 4, 6, about 4 of them. So at this point right now, about 4 different groups of Russians that have been brought to the front line have died while we've been running the show. And that's not to say they're dying in the guerrillians or anything like that. They're, like little batches are brought up, like squad-sized groups, and, the life expectancy there is wildly low. You might even die on the way to the front line. That's also what makes the number exceptionally low, is that the Ukrainian drones might just blow you away 50 miles before you're even at the front, but you're counted as a frontline casualty or a fatality. So pretty nasty stuff, honestly, when you look at the statistic that way, and it's becoming a completely impossible war for Russia to fight. And if you'll find that number sad, and I'd agree it's sad, don't blame the Ukrainians for it, blame the Russian government for it. If the Russian government wasn't continuing the war in Ukraine, those Russians wouldn't be dying in 20 minutes of making it to the front lines, or even trying to make it to the front lines right now. But still, I hope that does address that well, and a humongous thanks to you once again, old warrior fella, for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, folks, it's time for us to get on through the rest of our news for the night, which we still have quite a lot of. And I gotta say, folks, we got a humongous amount of news that we still have to cover. Moving us on down into the Middle East very briefly, and I'm not going to cover the whole in-depth of this because it's really more so background news at this point again, but we were able to see that Israel is continuing its airstrikes within southern Lebanon near to Nabatea, showing that the conflict is still ongoing with Hezbollah. We've also been able to see that the IRGC and the Kurds have been striking each other, as another IRGC drone hit an Iraqi opposition building within Kurdistan over the course of the day, just several hours ago. We also were able to hear that yesterday there was an IRGC and also a Kurdish exchange of fire near to a border in the county of Pave, and official details have not yet been announced and were not announced even yet as of today, but it does appear that the Kurds and the IRGC are continuing small skirmishes as a regular occurrence now along the border regions between Iraq and Iran. We also were able to hear that within Baghdad there was a fire at the airport today, and to give you all a little bit of an update on the Baghdad situation, it looks like it's kind of died down. They're still calling it a policing action and an anti-corruption campaign. But it does appear that it's still ongoing. It's just very low key at this point, and we're not really getting a lot of updates or info out of it at this time. So hopefully we'll get something within the next few days. But for now, we just know that some arrests are still continuing, slowly yet surely. The Baghdad Green Zone area is still under significant military presence, and the Iraqi government seems to be on edge because they've been firing at drones over the city for yesterday and today, for the larger part, for unknown reasons.
But it's not a coup. It's not a coup.
Oh no, not a coup. It's a coup.
Yeah, it's the Iraqi coup.
Yeah, I saw someone some night say, "Man, some people don't know how to say coup," and I guess they meant to say coup or something. It's like, no, it's not a coup d'état. Like, it's like, no, it's a coup d'état. That's what the actual name of it is. It's French, you see.
You didn't. Yeah, I was about to ask you that. Actually, I was about to say, you know what language coup d'état comes from, and you said it already.
Yeah, coup d'état. I believe it. I believe that term came around kind of around the French Revolution a couple of hundred years ago, like in the late 1700s, if I remember correctly. I think that's where it kind of came from. Kind of like another fun fact about another French word that I found out right before the show. Did y'all know that etiquette was not a word in the English or French language until Louis XIV in the 16th century?
Huh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. I thought etiquette had been around for a very long time, and apparently it's only a couple hundred years old.
Yeah, well, the word, if you take the French like phrase coup d'état, or I guess the French term you could call it, it literally means, if you translate it, it means stroke of state or blow of state.
Man, they're quite literal. Man, the blow of the state. Like, we get that fighting
sus.
blow.
A little sus right there. That's like a Mujtaba type action right there, I think.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can get the French translation for etiquette. Go down a little French rabbit hole here. Let's see. Etiquette in French. Oh, let's see. Oh, dang. It literally just means something about respect and formal politeness. So I guess that's kind of like the rough translation of what it means approximately in French. And so it's basically just a way of saying manners, but with a French version. You know, it's kind of like also a lot of people don't know this. It's kind of like how eating cow is looked down upon to say in the modern day, but eating beef, which is the French version of the word, is highly praised. It's literally the same thing. You can eat a cow, that's literally beef, but in the modern day, we use the French version of the word, or the Anglicanized version of the French word, which is beef. But anyways, moving on from this whole rabbit hole about French language impact on the English language, it's time for us to move on down into Saudi Arabia, because we've actually been able to hear that according to a Wall Street Journal report, one of the most significant developments behind the scenes during the U.S.-Iran conflict was a disagreement between the United States and Saudi Arabia. The report confirms earlier reporting that Saudi Arabia initially refused to allow the U.S. military to use its bases and airspace for Project Freedom. The U.S. operation intended to protect commercial shipping and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The refusal reportedly forced the U.S. to abort the operation shortly after it began. The new report reveals that the current administration warned Saudi Arabia it could delay deliveries of critical air defense interceptors unless the kingdom reversed its decision. Saudi Arabia ultimately relented, but the episode reportedly exposed one of the deepest strains in U.S.-Saudi security relations in years. So it actually appears there might be some more foreign policy damage that came out of our actions in the Middle East with Saudi Arabia than we had thought initially. We've also been able to hear that the U.S. did announce, according to CENTCOM, that there are still 50,000 U.S. forces that are in CENTCOM AOR at this time. Mind you all, that's the same number that they had at the start of the conflict with Iran, meaning that we have not withdrawn really any forces, for that matter, out of the Middle East. They're all still there. So that's giving us an idea that they might be ready to return back to fighting at some point in the future against the Iranians, and they are well in the know, much like we are, that there is going to be no end in sight to the situation with Iran, and the Iranians really aren't going to be agreeing to much of anything, meaning that the conflict is probably going to return shortly. We also were able to hear in Qatar, just to wrap out the whole segment here and move us on to China, that apparently the U.S. and Iran agreed today to keep things quiet in the coming weeks in an effort to realize some level of success in the MOU's 60-day negotiating period. According to officials speaking to Axios, talks in Doha, Qatar, set for yesterday and today were positive, at least in stopping the shooting for now. Whether the MOU is ever going to see any success is highly debated, and I would say that it's highly unlikely it'll ever see any success. We haven't seen anything come out of it yet, and we're still at square one like we were before the war started earlier in the year, in January and February, and I would have a feeling that the MOU is most likely going to end up concluding in that way as well, where we see that we're largely in a state of limbo with Iran, or getting ready to return back into a shooting war with the Republic, or the Islamic Republic of Iran. But moving us on out of the Middle East, and on down, kind of into Africa, sort of, we did get a UKMTO report today that was kind of interesting. Two of them, actually. A 2-in-1. I've never seen a UKMTO report where there is a 2-in-1, but this is the following reports out of the Gulf of Aden. The UKMTO has been informed that a suspicious small craft has now departed from the vessel, but remains active in the area and could be possibly a risk to other vessels. The CSO reports the vessel has minor damage on the bridge and confirms it's one suspicious small craft with 4 persons on board armed with an RPG. Sounds kind of like Somali pirates.
It said, what's this, like a comedy routine? Well, what the hell is the wording with this? It's one suspicious small craft with 4 men and armed with RPG. That's a little bit more than suspicious, man. It's a pirate boat.
Man, yar, we be marauding on the high seas. That's a suspicious guy over there. Let's call him.
They got people wandering around on little like dinghy boats out here with RPGs. UKMTO's talking about, that looks sus over there. What's going on?
Man, you know, when we were down in Miami, man, that one time, and we were out there on that pontoon boat, and that guy went by with like a couple of RPGs in his hands, I remember saying to you, that's, it's kind of a little odd. Maybe we ought to call the non-emergency number and see what's up with that. It seems a little suspicious. That's insane. That was really downplaying. This is just a suspicious small craft with 4 guys on board, and they just happen to have an RPG-7 in the boat. It's that seems to me like a kind of a big deal, really.
Sounds to me like the UKMTO has gotten a little bit too used to the way it works around Yemen. Maybe in Yemen it's normal for people to carry around RPGs, but to everybody in the Western world, that's still not normal.
Oh, wait until we get up to update 2, the 2-in-1 whammy here. It gets better. The UKMTO warning 077_26, which was the first update, has been reclassified as an illegal boarding. The master has further reported that the unauthorized personnel caused damage to the bridge at several adjacent compartments. So apparently they whipped out that RPG and shot at the bridge. The crew remains secure in the Citadel and reported safe. The UKMTO are monitoring or continuing to investigate, and then of course they end it with the usual message: advise or report of any suspicious activity. But it appears that the RPG guy took a pot shot at the bridge and actually might have hit it and caused some damage.
Yeah, UKMTO is like the master of understatement. Like, it's an illegal boarding. There was also like a whole bunch of shrapnel that went into the bridge, and also they kind of got their shit blasted, but it was just an illegal boarding. That's all, folks.
Yeah, man, UKMTO, man, would be great for like police reports. Like, it's like, what happened, officer? Yeah, you see, like some shitbox Corolla, it kind of had like a small engine problem. No big deal. You look down the street and like the engine's blown up the whole front of the car, like it's all just like mangled metal. It's like, bro, the engine like blew up the whole car. Nah, it's not. It's kind of like a small deal. And also, there was like this suspicious guy in like a shiesty with a Glock with a switch on it. He like went running across the street. He was kind of odd, but I didn't really care to look into it too much. It's like, dude, what the hell? It's like, this is the weirdest thing we've ever heard of, but apparently to the UKMTO, it's another day.
Yeah, to the UKMTO, that's classified as a minor fender bender.
What do they classify as severe if that's minor? Like, what is severe to the UKMTO?
I guess rods of God from Odin coming down from the space. I guess maybe that'll be the severe version.
Man, we're about to get a report in like a year from now. There was a small nuclear attack on a U.S. carrier strike group from the Chinese. Really not that big of a deal. Only a couple of thousand sailors lost, but we're investigating. Like, it's probably going to be like really low key again. Speaking of China, by the way, we have to get y'all into the China news. We have been able to hear that over the course of the last year, and I got to say, folks, this was kind of put in a way that made it sound like, oh, super secret. It's kind of a little bit more mundane than you would think, but Reuters stated that Russia quietly sent around 200 military personnel to train at PLA facilities in 2025. I'm really going to cut it there and not read any further because cross training like this is actually kind of common for most countries. Like the U.S. sends our guys off to Ukraine as liaisons to go learn from them what drone warfare looks like and what a modern war looks like there. We also send guys to the U.K. We send people everywhere from the United States to go learn from them how they do things, and anything new that they might have as an innovation that we might be able to learn from. And everybody else kind of does the same, usually within their own block. So Russia's sending these people to China, especially considering that's only 200 of them over the whole year. It's not really that big of a deal. Some people might be overblowing this a little bit, but to be entirely honest with y'all, this is just normal cross-training that's done between nations in their own blocks, so nothing too crazy there. On the other hand, though, I did see something today that the Chinese unveiled that was absolutely stupid. They have come up with an electromagnetic drone launcher that looks to be made out of rip-off HEMTs, or HEMTTs, which you can see right here. And this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen, but I'll show it to y'all here. So you see the drone getting launched off the top of them. It's a giant electromagnetic catapult that's housed in these three vehicles, and when they all click together like a big Lego brick, it can turn into a little drone launching runway. I just see a lot of problems with this, though. One, it's exorbitantly large. You would have to have a pretty decent roadway to put this thing on, which you might as well just use the roadway at that point as the launching point. Two, it takes a little bit to put these things together, probably a couple of minutes. Three, they're incredibly large, each of these vehicles are, and they're also quite slow, making them pretty sizable targets. And four, which I think this is the goofiest thing of it all, it's exorbitantly expensive probably to field this system in any large number. So I don't really know how this thing is supposed to be kind of like playing into the modern warfare scenario of cheap, inexpensive drone warfare, because if it takes this thing to launch one of these drones on top of this thing, and this system gets blown up and they only have like 24 of them, well, they're down one launcher out of 24, and if you keep that up over the first month of a war, they might not have any of these things to launch the drones off of. So it seems kind of dumb to me. It seems like an Achilles heel, if anything.
Yeah, and then if just one of these three transformer trucks right here get taken out, your whole system doesn't work at that point.
Yeah, also that's another good one. Like, it's like, what if one of the three's taken out? This thing's stupid, honestly. I've never seen anything as dumb in my life. China likes to try and impress people, though, but if you look past, like, they did something, usually it's pretty stupid. And then they also have whatever the hell this is. Like, it's a cargo ship that has a whole electronics mast and relay on it. I don't really know what that's supposed to be. Nobody really explained that one, and I still don't get what it is. So A little bit
Oh,
bizarre.
is that one of those camouflaged? Is that one of those camouflage like drone boat things that they're making, or is that something different?
I mean, it kind of looks like it, but the thing is, like, and here's what I'm not understanding is that they have the containers like it's one of the drone launchers, right? But they also have a destroyer's main gun on the top shipping container. Like you can hardly see it, but it's a full size gun. It's like a 127 millimeter up there, or a 5 incher. And they also have what looks like 3 separate HQ-19 VLSs on the deck, or TELs, basically just like planted on the deck. And then they have the targeting and acquisition radar at the back and a radome as well. It looks like it's supposed to be like an air defense barge, but that doesn't make any sense. Like, it's like, what value would they get from this thing in reality? It's a surface operated system being operated at sea, meaning there's really no way to reload this thing once it runs out on a container ship. Like, I don't understand it. Like, this whole thing doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I would say so. And also, why is it Carolina squatted? Like, what is this thing from South Carolina or something?
Bro, they baller like that, man. I didn't know China was real like that on Gaw. Man, like, bro, like, they had to be real for a minute. Also, to show you all this, like, you see the launchers right there? I have to make sure to point this out. They are HQ-19s from what I can tell, which are these, or this. Looks goofy, but that's the air defense system that's on the ship from what I can tell. Anyways, moving us on out of that whole side note in China, it's time for us to get back into Russia and making our way on west more so, back towards Western Russia. We did get to see that fuel shortages are still ongoing in Irkutsk. In fact, there's no fuel available at all in Irkutsk anymore, except for diesel, which is still available. This guy goes on yapping. You see this guy showing the lines for fuel in Irkutsk. This is all in Irkutsk City, by the way. Every single one of these clips. I gotta say, that's a line.
That's a line and a half.
Man. Gotta say, goodness gracious. Dang, that goes on literally forever. Like, it's going all the way over the hill now. Oh my god.
That's got to be kilometers long. It has to be. I'm American. I don't really know what a kilometer is, but it's got to be.
It's gotta be at least a kilometer. Bigger than a bread box.
Miles and miles. Look at that.
Also,
Almost looked like a Lamborghini Urus right there that just drove by. I don't know if it was, but it kind of looked like it.
Also, this truck is bouncing like hell. I feel like, damn.
His truck's going fast as hell. Like he's passing cars in the slow lane over there, man. This guy's bucking it.
Bro, they call this guy the Grim Reaper because if he's coming up behind you, he's going to crush your car in a second.
And look, he's got a chip. He's got a glass broken up front, too. This dude's crazy right here. This dude's got a broken windshield and everything flying down the fast lane.
And look at this. It keeps going. It's going like under the like motorway overpass. Dude, this is unreal. I mean, this started in the city and he's now out in the countryside basically, and it's still going. And look,
I think at some point, if the line gets so long, it's kind of stupid even getting the line. Like I feel like that's kind of like a measure of stupidity at some point.
well, you'd think, but when we get to Donetsk, you'll see why they have to get in the line. But we'll save that for just a little bit later on in the show. But moving us on down and into the area of Penza, we also were able to hear that a Russian factory today, the Research Institute for Physical Measurements in Penza, was blown up. Apparently, in Russia, it's so hard to figure out what a meter and a foot is, they had to make an entire research institute for that to figure out how long a foot and a meter is, which still isn't as far as Putin can put his foot up everyone's ass in Russia, believe it or not. But we can also see here the geolocation that was done to confirm that this is the location of the factory and where the film was taken from. But moving us on out of Penza, in that location, we also were able to hear one last important piece of news from Moscow today. Many Russians are losing faith. I'll actually just read it for y'all so that way y'all don't have to like squint at the screen and try and read it. That's interesting. When there's no food left, while they still say on their telly, there's plenty of food, we got a gazillion reserves. There's enough for everyone, for F's sake. Or something else will happen there, and they'll say, everything's fine. Everything's absolutely effing brilliant here. Does anyone actually believe this rubbish? I've had a chat with the older generation. I mean, the really older ones, and it seems like they've started to suspect something, damn it. Someone's effing lying to us. And it's not
Oh.
just for a year. It's been going on for decades, for F's sake.
Hmm. That's not a good awakening to have as a Russian, with Putin's regime still in charge. That's a very dangerous thought to cross someone's mind in that country.
Man, I like though how he was like, I had to check with the old Soviets that got lied to in the daily, like to see if they thought they were being lied to, and they do. It's like what, do y'all not have a sense for lying in modern Russia? It's like the Soviets had to learn that. It's like, come on. It's like the
Well, I
modern
mean,
Russian government lies as bad as the Soviets did.
if those old head Russian Soviets that are still living in Russia that like still believed in the USSR principles and stuff like that, if they're starting to believe that lies are starting to get rampant, you know it's getting bad.
Well, you know, back in the day, they all knew the Soviet government lie. I guess they were just like really fine tuned to elaborate lies. You know, like cut the phone line, stop the spread of disinformation kind of lies, where you couldn't really like fact check it or corroborate it with any external like waypoint or a marker. I guess that's why he's going to him, because they kind of have that same veil of propaganda and misinformation or lack of information going on in Russia. So he went to the old heads. He's like, is something amiss? And they're like, I smell shit. And he's like, oh, like he's like, yes, it is a scam. It's going on. Like, I think that's probably maybe what he meant. Still, it's kind of weird though. It's like, you know, you think being a Russian, even with not knowing what the outside world knows, possibly, you kind of know that something's not going right here with the food shortages, the fuel shortages, and everything else that's
Yeah.
going on.
Also, it's like, who's he talking to when he made the video? It's like, who's the intended audience? It's like, if the Russians are your audience, you're literally setting yourself up for an arrest because they're going to come get you. It's like, did you not just see the other dude come out there yesterday telling me he's going to go do something to the Kremlin? It's like, this type of talk right here is like an instant visit from the FSB.
Oh, but dude, I found the audience that he was talking to. They were literally right outside the car.
Ah, yes, these people, the joke was so good they wanted to hear it twice.
Man, they said, damn, that joke was so good it could kill. Okay, jump out the window. Man, it's like they don't even kid around. Like a joke that's good enough to kill in Russia usually kills the one who made the joke. But anyways, moving us down to Tula, we also get to see a fire near a refinery in Tula. Wasn't on the refinery, though. There's something happening on the railway, the woman says. Oh, by the way, yes. Or, this is actually... There is also... Woman, get it out! Like, damn! There's the fire. I gotta say, that was extremely annoying dialogue right there, man. At the beginning, she said, well, there is a... How do you do? I would like to tell you, it's really important to say. I just kept doing that over. I was like, damn, get to it. It's like, just tell us what's going on. It's a fire. Like, we get it. But moving this on out of the Tula area and on out of Moscow, we've also been able to hear in the war in Ukraine itself a lot of interesting details. But before we get to that, there is a little tiny bit of European news that I want to make sure we cover. But before we cover that, I do want to get to this poll that's talking about the yacht, because there is a little bit of European news that we can start off with quite nicely. The second ultra luxury yacht that Putin has, this one right here, I do have to say, quite nice. It's the 71-meter super yacht Victoria, left the coast of Krasnodar on Friday and set course for Turkey. Yesterday, journalists spotted a convoy of 3 Russian ships off Denmark's coast, including Putin's flagship super yacht, the Graceful. It was heading to Istanbul, escorted by the Russian destroyer and rescue ship Voyevoda. Also, I like how even Putin's yacht gets the tug rescue boat, like, following it as well. Like, every single boat in Russia just has such unreliability that they have to send the tug with everything. Even Putin's yacht has to have the tug. But shortly after reports after its route appeared, the Graceful switched off its transponder. But the one that didn't switch off its transponder is the Victoria, which you can see right here. It has the big V on the side of it. This is the interior of the yacht. As many can tell, the life of an average Russian, clearly, a very modest one. And that was the route.
Ah, yes. Well, you gotta love that. And I think this is the first time in the war that like 2 of his yachts have left at the same time, and also having military escorts. That's also another pretty big deal too. He's apparently worried about people trying to seize them.
Yeah, apparently so. And also, by the way, folks, just to make sure, I mean, we have to include this one, just to show you what the Graceful looks like. This is the Graceful, which is the flagship yacht of his yacht fleet.
That looks like the exact type of yacht. If you said this is the Russian oligarch, he has a yacht. This is the exact one that like pops in my head when I think about that.
You know, honestly, it doesn't even look that good. It's like, doesn't Jeff Bezos have like a super yacht or something? I mean, let me go pull it up. Let's see here. Not that I have a yacht or anything, so not that I can judge, but let me go to the Jeff Bezos yacht. Show this to y'all here real quick. Yeah, Jeff Bezos has like a way cooler yacht. Like this is Jeff Bezos's yacht.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess to each his own. I'm not a fan of that, honestly. It doesn't look that good.
Let's think of someone else who would have a yacht. Who else would have a yacht?
Well, Bill Gates, does he have a yacht?
Maybe. I feel like most billionaires have a yacht. It's like the thing. Oh, that one's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a nice yacht right there. He gets to yap while sailing around. I'll say it's not a bad looking guy. He's got a nice taste in yachts. Can't say much else about him, but he's got a good taste in yachts.
Does Elon have a yacht? Oh, he apparently does. Apparently, what the
Oh my
hell?
god! Oh my god! What the? Oh man! Holy moly, man! Like this dude's got to get outside. Like he's got to get outside some more. Holy moly! Bro, I wasn't even that pale right there before I even started getting out here to Utah. Before I started getting outside.
Man, we're just gonna move on. Like that's scarring. Oh, Gabe Newell. Wow, the guy who like wait a minute, the Steam guy? He has a yacht? Wow, that's actually a really nice yacht too. Look at that.
Is it steam powered?
Maybe? Man, I bet you the deals on that thing are sick, dude. Like 90% off all Steam games all year, every year. Like it's gotta be great. But that's a nice yacht as well, right there. I'd say though that Putin's yachts. Well, I will say this though. I will say that the Victoria actually does look pretty nice. Like this is a really nice looking yacht. This one though, no. Like I don't think so. And it's crazy that that one's the flagship apparently of his little yacht fleet. But they both fled to Turkey. And a lot of people are wondering why in the world did the yachts flee to Turkey? And they're both doing that at the same time right now. And so Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So now that we've seen that two of Putin's mega yachts have left Russia for foreign nations over the last few days, in pretty rapid succession, actually, what do you think is happening and why is he doing it? 48% said Putin is worried about an overthrow and he could lose his yachts, or he's just basically trying to get his assets out of Russia before the inevitable happens. 23% said he's evacuating family members on the yachts, and 23% said Ukraine wanted to strike the yachts and he's trying to get them out of Ukraine's striking range. So if Ukraine wanted to hit those, they could have done that long time ago. Like they could have done that, months to years ago. They haven't struck it because it's not that important. I would say Putin is worried about an overthrow. What this looks like to me is Putin is making a contingent plan that if he has to flee Russia and somehow he's like on the run, he gets an overthrow or some, Wagner type coup coming his way again, he's going to try to hop on a plane and head out of Dodge. That's what he's going to try to do. Also, I would not be surprised in that same vein, if he had family members on those boats, he might be trying to get some of his family members out too before, like, for example, an overthrow takes place. Because if an overthrow happens, I would imagine the new people coming in are going to be trying to arrest his family on top of arresting him as well. So this doesn't look very good. Like, this looks to me like it could be a lot worse than we thought, the situation inside of Russia. And Putin, who knows what the hell's on that yacht too? He could be like taking money out of the country or gold. You can't ever tell with dictators like this. Sometimes they start evacuating all their wealth and just basically taking it all out preemptively. Now sometimes it happens like that, but Enforcer, what say you?
That's what they always do, actually. A lot of like some of y'all might remember this one. Y'all remember during the fall of Afghanistan when the guy left with a suitcase of money? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Hundreds of millions, bro. Like he's like, I'm not leaving without that cash, and he got up out of there with the cash. There was also the other time in the Russian Revolution that the Tsar's family was captured by the Bolsheviks. And before they were captured, because they were kind of like arrested in a very polite way, every single one of the Romanovs, except for Tsar Nicholas, loaded up with all the jewelry they could, because the idea was that once they get exiled, because they thought they were going to get exiled, they would be able to sell off the jewelry to get enough money to raise for themselves to live off of the rest of their life. It didn't turn out that way. It turned out that they got butchered in the basement of a building right outside of St. Petersburg by the Bolsheviks, the Red Guard, and when they gunned them down, the jewelry actually deflected a whole bunch of the bullets and created ricochets in the walls. And you can actually see that in the pictures of the room, and the aftermath is that a whole bunch of the bullets went straight into the sidewalls because they had ricocheted off the jewelry that was all over their coats and inside of every pocket and whatnot. But this seems to me like a movement of assets, so that way if Putin's overthrown, he'll be able able to escape, and he might be able to sell off the assets little by little, somehow, some way, hopefully, to be able to try and raise money for himself in exile so that he can live out the rest of his life, at least in financial senses, comfortably, if he's able to escape. I think that's what it is.
Maybe so. You know, if that ever happens, like if one day Putin jumps on his private plane and starts taking off to go flee to somewhere, NATO has a perfect opportunity, since he no longer has control of the military at that point, I presume, to try to send up fighter jets and force that plane to land and take him into custody. Like, that is a perfect opportunity for that. And also, we're not even really clear where he'd try to flee to. Like, I would imagine he'd probably go to China. That's probably where he'd flee to for the most part. And also, Alave in the live chat said, well, if Putin gets ousted, then where does Bashar go, the Syrian dictator that's currently hanging out in Moscow? He'd basically be homeless at that point. Maybe he'll stay in Russia. I'm not sure. Maybe they'll kick him out. It's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, they should definitely take him into custody if he ever tries to flee like that. They could definitely force him to land.
Yeah, they could. You know, in Romania, when the former dictator Nicolae Ceausescu fled from Bucharest, the Romanian Air Force actually forced his helicopter to land in northern Romania near to the Transylvanian mountains. And what was funny about, like, man, funny part of the story, the helicopter pilots even hated Ceausescu and his wife so badly that when they landed, they just dropped him off on the side of the road and then took back off and left and went back to Bucharest and just left him there in the middle of the countryside. And then they got gathered up by the Romanian interim government, which had already been formed in his short hours of fleeing from Bucharest, and they tried him out there. They tried him out in northern Romania somewhere, but they tried him on the spot, found him guilty in like 10 minutes, and they brought him outside along with his wife and gunned him down with a Kalashnikov on full automatic. And that was the end of Ceausescu's reign. It could be similar in Russia. You know, like if he tried to flee, it could be that the Russian Air Force forces the jet to ground itself or they shoot it down. And then once Putin's grounded, the new interim government could find him, try him, and then, you know, conduct whatever punishment they would want on him, which would most likely be execution. Because with dictators like these, you really can't let, like, not to speak in like a morbid sense, but you really can't let them live, because they might try and create a government in exile, or they might try and spurn some sort of an overthrow if their loyalists are around and really do like him and care for him. So then they most likely order an execution. That's generally how that would go. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And
No, I was just thinking about that. If it ever really comes to that, which right now we're still not quite there yet for like Putin to flee and take off. Like, he's probably doing this like because he's paranoid, probably. But you know, there's a chance that it might happen. If it really does happen, where Putin is overthrown, he flees from the country, and somehow he gets, like, his plane is forced to land, they take him into custody, and they actually put him on trial, and then Russia turns over to a new leadership, and Ukraine wins the war. That might be the biggest David and Goliath story that's ever taken place geopolitically that I can remember. That might be the biggest success story in the history of geopolitics, in my opinion.
definitely of the century. I mean, there's always a success story of the century. This might be the one, because it would be absolutely insane if that really did happen. Also, sorry folks if I seem distracted. I was sitting there talking, and then like right outside my window, I heard like someone just honked on their horn. I was like, "The hell's going on out there?" And there's like nobody out there. Weirdly enough, I don't know what was up with that. But anyways, moving us on out of this whole analysis of the yachts, we got to get into the rest of our Eastern European news for the larger sense. For one, there was an RO alert that went out in northern Tulcea County for the possibility of drones entering the airspace. We didn't really hear of any entering the airspace, and we've also been able to hear that additionally, Russian tankers have been skirting on the southern side of the Baltic Sea to try and avoid Swedish waters, because the Swedes are seizing so many Russian shadow tankers and so many Russian cargo ships in general. The Russians are actually scared of even sending them close to Swedish waters. Now, I gotta say, folks, this is something that's wildly fascinating to me, because look at the difference. Sweden, which doesn't really do a lot of public talking, you know, a lot of brash grandstanding in a way, the Russians are scared of them. Like, do you notice that, man? They won't sail a ship even near Sweden anymore because they're scared of Sweden seizing it. On the other hand, though, Britain, who has the now, you know, on the way out Starmer, who would always go out publicly and talk about, we're going to face down the Russians, they would go up every single day of the week against the British and try and challenge them. And sometimes they'd succeed. It's a little bit interesting with that, because it seems like the Swedes that are playing it a lot calmer and a lot quieter are getting a lot more progress, because I think the Russians are taking that silence as an unsurety. It's like, well, they're not mouthing off, so we don't really know how they're going to respond, and we really can't get a pulse on them. So we might want to just avoid them because they might end up firing on us if we try and confront them like we do the British. So the Swedes are generally showing the way to go about it. Speak softly and carry a big stick, as Teddy Roosevelt said. The Swedes appear to be emphasizing that quite well, and it's apparently put the fear of the good Lord in the Russian mariner, and they're avoiding Swedish waters almost entirely. But moving us on out of that news in the Baltics, we also were able to hear that apparently the Russians might be trying to create some sort of a hybrid operation in Latvia. Unfortunately, folks, I can't show the clip because it has a very big watermark on it, and we don't want to go at odds with the next to people. We like the next to people, and we also don't want to put them in a position where they have to do that. But mass rally in support of the Chekhov Theater has been announced in Riga for next Tuesday. The protest was triggered by the authorities' decision to remove the Russian language from the theater's signs, posters, programs, official website, and social media pages. Russian language performances, however, will continue. According to various estimates, 34 to 44% of Riga's residents are Russian-speaking. It's worth recalling that in June, the Kremlin expanded Vladimir Putin's powers, allowing him to authorize the use of Russian troops to protect Russian citizens and compatriots abroad under Russian law. A little bit interesting of that one, it's quite interesting. Maybe an incident will come out of this. Maybe it won't. But it's certainly something to keep an eye on because this could be justification the Russians use as a casus belli to start a larger conflict with NATO, the protection of Russian-speaking peoples abroad outside the Russian Federation. Moving us on out of that bit of news, however, and on into the rest of the news that we have for the night, we do have quite a lot of significant developments that have been coming out of Ukraine from the front lines. And so, without further ado, let's get into our breaking news. Matthew, what do we got?
So right now we have some breaking news. It looks like in the midst of this counterattack that Ukraine's conducted, the daylight hours are shedding some light on the situation. And it looks like Ukraine has just successfully, literally, basically destroyed the center processing part of Russia's Kostovo oil refinery. Right now in the video, you can see the huge blaze. That's literally right in the middle of the refinery. Kostovo, by the way, let me pull this up. Kostovo oil refinery. Let me get some stats on this real quick. So the Kostovo refinery, obviously in the Russian city of Kostovo, we knew that. It's in Nizhny Novgorod, by the way. It is one of the largest in the country, and its capacity here, I'm trying to get the capacity right now. It appears to be that it has a capacity of 17 million tons per year. So I think it's an intermediate range refinery. It's not the biggest one, but it's one of the largest. But right now we can see it has been hit. I think that might be the second hit in the course of weeks, actually. So it looks like it's been hit pretty badly this time, maybe worse.
And I gotta say, goodness, they're slamming these refineries like no other. Also, it's kind of crazy. It was like right on time. I said earlier in the stream, they're probably at Moscow now, so they're probably going to be making it like further on east. They did right on time, actually. We got that basically down to the hour, so pretty cool to see that as well. And also very nice to see that they're continuing to keep Russian refineries out of action, offline, or damaging them even further to where bringing them back online will take even longer. But moving us on out of that breaking news from Kostovo, we've also been able to hear, moving us into the Ukrainian front lines, or more so the state of Ukraine in general, that we did get some footage today of the Ukrainian soldiers downing a Russian manpad. I mean, I'm sorry, not a Russian manpad, but downing a Russian drone with a Ukrainian manpad. Take a look. There it goes.
I hear the musics.
I heard it. It was like very quiet. And there's the hit. Hey! And they got that thing. Blew it to pieces. Moving us on from that clip, we also were able to see in our location unknowns a couple of interesting ones. One, what is that, boy? These guys seem like they're tweaking, honestly. Opa, boy!
Oh no.
Oh!
It's a zebra car. Look at that. That's a joke right there. That blends in really well. I can barely see it.
Man, honestly, man, it really like kind of breaks up its form on the surrounding terrain, Really does a good job at being camo, I saw that. I thought I was at the zoo. They also got a Buhanka with a boombox on top of an electronic warfare system, and it looks like they turned the Buhanka into a literal minibus with how many people are inside. It's a clown car, largely. My God.
Look at it bouncing along, stupid looking thing.
I thought, like, I saw the still image you had earlier in the day. I thought that clip would be interesting. I didn't know it'd be that interesting, like, in how whacked the vehicles are. We also got to see two Gopniks and a Lada. Like, this is the new moving crew that they've set up inside of Russia to be able to move around the bombs. As we all know, moving around bombs is incredibly important. And much like we have 2 men in a trunk here in the United States, over in Russia, they have 2 gopniks in a lada. Not to be confused with the much better moving company, 2 men in a trunk. But here is 2 gopniks in a lada.
Приветствуем вас, уважаемые подписчики канала Кирилла Федорова. Обращаемся к вам. Мы, летные инженеры.
They sound very well put together. Also like how the bombs are just, like, stacked haphazardly in the wooden crates.
Которые накладывают свой след на том количестве боевых самолетов-вылетов, которые...
Oh! Oh, the bombs! Oh, yeah, the bombs, just in the field. The bombs. In the open field.
This is a feature in Russia. It's called free-range bombs.
These are organic. So they just roll them across the ground.
Music.
Oh, yeah, right, you're right. They just roll them across the ground like that. Now they're getting out the jack. They're lifting one up out of the wooden crate.
Do they have like a sign on this work spot here that says like how many days until the last accident? I have a feeling they don't even need to have that.
Well, they never make it past 1 day, so they don't really need it. Like, I don't really think it's necessary. This is
something tells me that this right here would be a plethora of OSHA violations. I'm swimming in a world of OSHA violations.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of OSHA violations.
Look at that. It's got the bomb dangling from one wire on that thing. It's literally spinning
500.
around. Look at that. It's literally spinning around. If that thing went off, the whole place is gone.
Oh, look, now he's finally coming out. Oh, it's spinning around. That's not good. Let me spin it the other way. Oh my god, dude, this is honestly, like, anxiety-inducing. And look, they just got them all in open storage out here, like, all kinds of ordnance, just in the open air. Let's say the humidity is ruining them. Like, like, any moisture changes is ruining these things. And they don't even care. Like, that's why the dud rate's so high. So now they're putting another crane under this thing. Now they're trying to straighten it out so that way they can get it on the new jack that's going to carry it to wherever it needs to be loaded. Now they're trying to lower it down. There's
insane. Nothing about this at all that's sketchy or anything, really. This is totally normal.
So now they got it lowered down. Now they're unhooking it. And I'm not going to lie, man. I'm expecting this thing to blow up. I know it's not going to blow up because the Russians published this, but it just seems so unsafe. Everything seems so haphazard. So now we got the guy out here near the bomb farm. He's talking about how they farm them out of the ground, pluck them from the vine, fresh, like you can see in the video. Moving on past this guy, they show off all the bombs at the bomb farm. My God, it's an endless amount of them. There's hundreds of them.
Oh man, I have a feeling that Ukraine's going to find this place. They put up a little blur, like, oh, look, they got it a little bit right here. You can kind of see.
Oh my God, they just got them stacked out here in the open.
Yeah, if Ukraine can find this place, I think Ukraine might have a hell of a video here. This is like the freaking holy grail of like the Russian missile sites. If the Ukrainians find this, like, the Russians are going to need all the help they can get from anybody. Like if they find this spot.
Oh my God, dude.
Oh my God.
It's insane. Oh, look, it goes on forever. It goes on for miles.
Costco. Damn. Where the hell is this? I'm sure the Ukrainians are foaming at the mouth. They got to find where the hell this is at.
Dude, Budanov is growing 6 chins just thinking about geolocating this place. Wherever this thing is going to go up like kindling, man. It's going to make the Cottonwood fire look small.
Yeah, just crazy.
That's unreal. Also, we got to see a really cool picture of a Ukrainian F-16 that was stripped down with absolutely nothing on it. I don't know why they did that. There's literally not a hard point or a missile or even a fuel tank on this thing. It is stripped down to literally just pure airframe. I do have to say, though, the F-16 looks very stunning in this form. Very light and agile looking.
I would say it looks very agile.
And we also got the Russian casualty report for the past 24 hours as well. Holy moly!
Oh, they got one Bobcat today. They kind of went down a little bit, but that's okay though. Just wait until they find that missile site, and then you'll see the missile numbers start skyrocketing like a stock market. But tell us more.
And according to Miss Decent, keeper of the records, troop loss for the 7-day average drops to 1,281. The June average was 1,316, and most categories dipped lower except for artillery. And 5 ground robotic complexes were also destroyed, which weren't shown. But over the past 24 hours, 1,210 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 5 APCs, 395 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 71 artillery pieces, 1,891 drones, 2 MLRSs, 4 anti-aircraft systems, and the 1 Bobcat skid steer. All in all, not too bad. But the front lines today were pretty bad. In the northern area near Kharkiv to Kosach-Lopan, we were able to see that the Ukrainians and the 425th Assault Regiment were keeping the Russians at bay. Cue the copyrighted music.
Штурмовики скелі.
And we're going to mute that. Like, Stormovik Vasily. But we see the Ukrainians storming into the town, and also them showing the Russians trying to get in the town as well. This little skirmish has been going on for a very long time, but it's so small we don't even have it on the map. But it's a very uncovered front, is the Kharkiv front from Vovchansk to Kosach-Lopan. We now see the Skelly, I believe, Scala. It's the Scala regiment moving their troops. And I'm so sorry, folks. I was reading the Ukrainian up there. I was like, Skelly? Scala? Scala. It's Scala in English, but we see the Ukrainians pushing them on back to Graniv. The Ukrainians, they don't play. See them moving down the street in their 6-4. Blasting them hoes. I mean, blasting them Ruskies, play. Hitting a guard post. And a radar system, it seems. Maybe a counter battery radar system. This is near Malinovka.
Notice that all the things the Ukrainians are hitting are designed to catch the drone coming in, like the guard tower. They're supposed to be guarding. They weren't guarding. Then you have the radar. It's supposed to be radaring. It wasn't apparently doing its job either. Nothing's doing its job. They're just hitting all the stuff that's designed to detect the drones coming in.
Man, and you know, and then they also have the soldiers that are supposed to be soldiering, but they're more so drinking, you know, alcoholing and all. Like alcoholics. But anyways, we also were able to see in the Kupiansk area that the Ukrainians were also hitting Russian forces here in the 41st Mechanized Brigade. The 41st don't play. See them here blasting these obliterated apartment blocks that have the Russians still inside of them. They're going to take them out, and they're actually collapsing the buildings down on top of them to try and take them out. Dang, that actually took out the whole building. See him doing it again. And we see him doing it again. And again.
You know, one thing I just realized?
What?
You know something you don't hear any shortages of? Like, I just realized this. It literally has popped in my head like a light bulb right now. We're hearing about fuel shortages, gasoline, diesel. Now the food's having a shortage. You know one thing you never hear of a shortage happening in Russia?
What do you not hear a shortage of?
Vodka. Like, you never hear about vodka having a shortage. I just noticed that. Like, I have not heard a single word out of any source that the vodka supplies are running low or there's a lack of vodka. Like, that's one thing I haven't heard anything about.
That is because, Matthew, it is largely state subsidized to make sure the people stay inebriated so that way they don't rise up. It actually is kind of shocking that when you brought that up, I was like, damn, you're right. And then I was thinking, I was like, well, they always made sure there was vodka. Even during World War II, they made sure there was vodka on the shelves in the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
that's really wild when you think about that. They will literally let everything else go except for the alcohol because the alcohol keeps people from going belligerent.
Yeah, I think if the vodka goes at this point with all the other tensions running around, that might be the camel or the feather that breaks the camel's back at that point. All the alcoholics won't have their alcohol at that point, so they're going to be fiending, they're going to be mad, they're going to be fuming. So they might be like running around like wild lunatics at that point. So they got to keep the vodka flowing. That's one thing they got to keep flowing.
Next thing you know, Zelensky is going to say, we're announcing long-range sanctions on alcoholism. We're going to be enforcing sobriety. Dude, that's going to be the end of the Russian government. If Putin hears that, he might go nuclear. Like, man, he's going to be, no, you can't let him get sober. He's going to start nuking everyone. But anyways, we also were able to see that some Ukrainian special forces were working hard in the Kupiansk area today against the Russians that are still stuck in the city. And they had that baller music playing. I mean, did y'all hear that? Dang, they had that baller. Man, but we can see them here walking in to the basement. What are
Also,
they?
Chef Danny B said, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't vodka made from potatoes? I'm no alcohol expert, but yeah, I think the normal potato vodka is made obviously from potatoes, but I think there's also a grain version of vodka too. But I don't really drink vodka. I think I've had it like once in my entire life just to like taste it. Really no taste to it, really. It's just like straight up like get you sauced basically, which is something the Russians love. I think that's why they love it. It's like easy like water and it just souses you basically. So that's why they like it.
Oh, vodka these days in Russia is actually made from wheat or rye grains. Very little of it's made of potatoes. I always heard it was made of potatoes, though. That's why I just found on a search about it. But I always thought it was made of potatoes, at least in Russia.
Yeah, I thought generally it was made of potatoes, but I guess maybe it's cheaper. You would think it would be cheaper to use
Dang.
potatoes actually, but I guess maybe grain. I don't know.
Dude, you can make vodka out of anything. You can make it out of fermented grain, rye, wheat, which is just, grain, potatoes, or sugar beet molasses. You can make it out of any of that.
Oh, yeah, it's like that prison alcohol they make too. You can make alcohol out of anything if you just have a couple of different components. So yeah, pretty much for the most part, I don't really know what makes vodka unique, like in the whole like process of like refining it or like distilling it or whatever they call it. I don't really know what makes it unique, but it is like looks like water basically.
Does not taste like it, though. Man, vodka is awful. Like drinking it like raw. That's terrible.
Vodka is not supposed to have a taste, though. It's supposed to be largely tasteless. If it has a taste, that's usually a bad one.
I don't know, man. Like I haven't had a lot of vodka in my life, but the very little I've ever had over the years, it all tasted pretty. It tastes like isopropyl alcohol, like all of it. Like I've never tasted one that's tasteless. It's scentless, but it's sure as hell is not tasteless. Like you can taste that off the bat. Like at least to me, like the few times I've had it. But moving us on down and into the area of Lehman, we also were able to see Russian forces getting taken out down here by the Signum unit. Call him the Sigma Man. Oh, this guy broke his ankles. Oh, he did it again. Oh my God, this guy is like the MVP. Oh, not for long. Well, I gotta say, a lot of these guys aren't really good at the whole bob and weave. And the first guy gave it a good shot, but the rest of these guys they don't really seem to be that good at it. If it seems like
Also,
hmm?
also keep in mind while we watch these clips here, which are honestly they're kind of graphic, but this is war. But these guys you're looking at right here. Keep in mind the Russian stat, by the way, that they only last 20 minutes once you're put on the front. That means a lot of these guys you're seeing in this video right here have only had their 2 weeks of training, and they just have been out here for less than 30 minutes, and now they're getting hit by a drone. That's how like wild and also very devastating that stat really is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a insane thing to think. A lot of them really aren't making it that long. We also got to see the SOF 8th Regiment also cutting down their lifespans, but not with drones. This is actually one of the few times we've seen an SOF operation in modern times on the front against Russian forces in their dugouts. We can see them here taking prisoners, and now we can see them going through the interview process. This guy said, I have a very extensive record, a good rap sheet. I'm in the Ukrainian 8th SOF. We take out Russians left and right. Call us the cleaners because we're taking out the laundry. Call us the waste management company because we're taking out the trash, play. We see them here getting on the front, the operators. They're getting to work. They're clocking in. You see, the Ukrainians clocking into work means that the Russians are clocking out. It's the difference. You can also see that the bottom of these trees have all been charred by fire over the years.
I guess this goes to solve the age-old debate. Since we've had 4 years of precedent at this point, some people are like, "Well, I mean, if you just keep throwing men at the problem, I mean, eventually that'll overwhelm the smaller enemy with less forces." Clearly, that doesn't hold up to like reality at all. If you have a smaller force that's well trained and that they're very motivated, they can take on a meat grinder for years. Russia and Putin's stupid strategy has proven that.
Man, so many people at the beginning of the war, Russia's gonna throw so many people that Ukraine's gonna run out of bullets. It's like 4.5 years later, they haven't run out of bullets. It's like, man, that's crazy.
I'll be honest, I kind of thought that myself. I'll have to admit that. I kind of thought that a little bit. I was like, well, Russia's got a huge population. They've got a pretty large, army. They'll keep throwing people at it and it'll overwhelm Ukraine. I kind of thought that myself, but Ukraine taught me a lesson in that category. So, don't underestimate Ukraine.
Man, I remember, man. I remember. I was not one of those people. I wasn't. Man, like, I said they wouldn't start the war, but I got it right, though. I said they wouldn't start the war because they'd lose it. They started the war, and now they're losing, and they're losing it 4.5 years later. And it's like, man, I honestly feel very proud of that one, folks, because I remember saying way back in the day, like when this war was about to start, they won't start it because they had all of these like setbacks in the Georgian War and in the Second Chechen War and the First Chechen War, and they haven't really conducted enough reforms, and their supply systems are bad, and their comm systems are bad, and there's a lot of corruption in their armed forces, so they're just inefficient. I said it would be a losing war because the Ukrainian military has been reformed, it's been modernized to a general NATO standard, at least doctrinally, and as far as contract soldiers that are motivated. I said they're going to do way better than the Russians. They'll probably be able to hold them off. And I was right on that. That aged like fine wine over the years. I'm very proud of that. When I got like probably the most important analysis of the war that Ukraine would hold and probably be able to hold the Russians off. That one ended up being correct in spades. 4.5 years later, we're still here covering the war. The Ukraine is still fighting. We also were able to see the 20-minute soldier. As many of y'all know, we have already talked about this many times tonight, but according to the New York Post, Russian army soldiers on the front line are only living an average of 20 minutes. From the moment they signed the contract until their death, it's only about 2 weeks. So very bad odds. If you get in the Russian army, it's basically a death sentence at this point. Moving us on out of that bit of news, we also got to see in Donetsk Gorod that fuel resellers are working hard on getting that gas out of the gas station and making sure to sit on their ass selling it in the parking lot. They filling that vat.
You know, another hack the Russians are doing, by the way, is you'll have like a normal like minivan pull up to one of these gas stations with the fuel restrictions, like you can only get a certain amount per car, and they'll have a secondary tank in the trunk that if you put gas in the main tank, it flows to the secondary tank. So then they pull off behind the gas station and they'll simply dump the can out into another barrel they have in the back, and then they'll pull the car right back around and pretend like they're getting gas for the first time. Like they're coming up with very creative ways to get around that restriction.
That's crazy. You know what's even crazier, man? And I got to tell you, man, these people are definitely up to something, like in that clip of loading up that vat, because there are, like, mind you all, there are fuel restrictions in Donetsk. And as of yesterday, it was reported by Typical Donetsk, which is apparently some sort of a blogger within the Donetsk region, that gasoline availability at gas stations in the DPR has increased in the past 24 hours. And as of Tuesday morning, gasoline was available at least 4 gas stations in the whole of the Donetsk Oblast in the Russian occupation. Only 4 gas stations yesterday had gas. And Octane 95 is available at 3 of the stations. Octane 92 is available at 2 stations, and diesel is available at 3 locations. There's no information yet on the availability of natural gas, and fuel was discovered at gas stations in Donetsk and Makiivka. So they are running exceptionally low on gas in Donetsk. Only 4 gas stations running in the whole occupational zone. Mind you all, the Russians control something like, I think it's 70% of the Donetsk Oblast. So out of 70% of the Donetsk Oblast, about the size of, I'd say, the state of Massachusetts or so, there's only 4 open gas stations in the whole region. That's pretty rough. That's not really good running numbers. We also were able to see that within the area of Prokrovsk, the Russians were showing the aftermath of the Ukrainian drone strikes, which were very nasty. Man, I'm not going to lie, man. The way that guy just breathed right there, I was expecting this. Man, I was expecting that so hard. Chop on it. Oh. Can't let that generator cook. What is that thing? Oh, it's like a chop shop lotta or something.
Да практически все такое важное.
We also got to see closer to the front near Pokrovsk that the Ukrainians were slamming Russian forces today in the 55th Artillery. Cue the bass-boosted music. There it is, the 55th Brigade. Zaporizhia Sich, which is the Zaporizhian Sich Brigade. But we can see them hitting them here. With the artillery, fairly rare. It's not with drones. Artillery only counts for a small percentage of the frontline losses these days.
Also, by the way, I started a firestorm in the chat, by the way, about talk. I mentioned briefly because I stumbled across something yesterday, folks, when I went to the store. I stumbled across these things called Tim Tams, and they're like Australian cookies or something, they're like chocolate cookies. I didn't know what they were, but I saw people were like talking about them. So I was like, let me get a box of those. I'll try them out. I love those things. Those things are fantastic. Like the Australian has some damn good cookies. Like I like those things.
Man, he's about becoming a cultural ambassador for Australia. You know they got those wonderful Tim Tams, don't you? You can go to Macca's and get them near to the
Man,
corner store. Man, like,
I have a feeling that if more people tried Tim Tams, you'd probably have a greater love for Australia at that point. Those things are fantastic. Like they're like I don't know how to describe them, but they're really solid. I like them.
I think the only people who hate Australia are like loons. I think most people love Australia, really, when I come to think of it. I know I can't think of anything to, hate Australia. And I mean, as they say, let 1,000 blossoms bloom. But I ain't gonna spend another minute on it. But anyways, moving aside from that, Ukrainian long-range strikes were also able to destroy 20 Russian trucks in a parked lot in Leninsky in the occupied Donetsk city area. I'm not gonna be able to show you all the video, but I can show you some stills of it. There's the guy reporting on it. There's the destroyed trucks in the background. There's a whopping 20 of them. This guy's like, yeah, there's 20 of them. It's quite a lot of them. And there really is a lot of them. I mean, that's a lot of supply trucks to be burned in a single strike. We also were able to see, moving us on down the front and into the area kind of Velika Novosilka, more Russian logistics were hit by the 65th Ronin unit today, the Ronin drone forces. We see them targeting the logistics trucks, hitting them quite nicely. That one is loaded with supplies. You can see them in the back, actually. They got a KAMAZ. Another one. Goodness gracious. The Muramasa unit. They're working so hard out there. Give them all a round of applause, folks. Incredible work there. Also, the Ukrainians blew up a major bridge on the H-20 near Hranitne. There we go. Hranitne. They blew up a major bridge near the Hranitne on the H-20 highway. I'm so sorry I had to try and get that right like 9 times. Very hard name to say. But there's the bridge that they destroyed with an attack overnight. It's unclear whether they hit it with a missile or drones, but it did destroy all of the bridge spans over the area of the Mariupol-Donetsk highway, stopping any passages on this vital supply corridor. This it was the main highway, mind you all, from Mariupol, a major supply hub along the M14, up to Donetsk City, which is the major supply hub for most of the Donbass front. So very nice to see they were able to knock that out. Additionally, we also got to see more supply trucks getting cooked today.
Look, kids, this is what happens when a dictator takes your country to war. Look.
Wow, that guy must be an idiot! Man, like it.
He is, little Timmy. He is. They burn quite nicely.
If those things are carrying lobsters, could we call that a seafood boil?
Yeah, you can call that right there a boil.
Man, call that thing a seafood boil. We also got to see more Russian bases getting hit in the rear line area by the Mirage 2000s dropping them hammers. Oh, I love the hammers. I think they're one of the coolest air-to-ground ordinances out there. They're rocket-assisted, if y'all don't know. That's why they call them a hammer, is because they actually speed up as they make it closer to their target because of their rocket motors. Man, the damage is surreal. Moving aside from that, we also get to see near the Huelapal that the Russian forces were also getting hit down here by the Ronin unit. There's one of them. Oh, there's 2 of them. What a surprise. This guy's missing every shot, too. Pretty rough. Oh, look, there's one of them. Oh, here's another. Look, a couple of more of them. Oh, Bahanka. Oh, that thing's struggling. Oh, that guy's bailing.
If I was a Russian and I realized the drones were coming up, I would put dirt on top of myself or something, so that way if you heard the thing coming, you can kind of just slide under the dirt or try to put the dirt on top of you real quick to at least cover you up somewhat so you wouldn't be seen. I wonder if that would work.
Maybe. It might work. That's an interesting idea. Maybe they ought to try that sometime. I don't think it'll work. But, maybe they ought to.
It probably won't work. Also, you got to kind of have a buddy who's willing to sacrifice himself because somebody's got to put the dirt on top of you. And also, you got to trust that your buddy's not going to suffocate you by putting too much dirt on top of you. And I don't know if I'd trust the Russians to eyeball that one quite right. So you never know. It could be a bad situation.
Man, you're gonna sit there. Oh shit, it's a throne. Man, I like to put some dirt in your eye. Like it's just start pouring
Yeah,
dirt on your friend.
yeah, really. Basically, go ahead and burying them. Basically.
I mean, honestly, not that bad of an idea. I mean, they're just, pre-packing themselves largely. But we also were able to hear, as our last piece of news for the day, because this has been a very long news segment tonight, that Defense Minister Mikhail Fedorovo has asked the European Union to allocate $6.6 billion from the European Peace Facility for Ukraine's defense, according to Reuters. And a June 26 later, he said Ukraine's defense needs a total of about $136 billion this year, with the national budget covering only $53 billion, even after $28.3 billion from the EU's broader $90 billion assistance package. A substantial funding gap remains. And that's the last story of the day, folks. That rounds out the news segment for the past 72 hours. And we hardly even got to cover most of what was over the 72 hours. But beyond that, though, I do have to thank you all greatly for having been here over the course of our show tonight. We have had 92,000 people watch this show in about 2 hours and 36 minutes. And we've had a peak viewership tonight of 18.7 thousand people. We're always greatly appreciative of all of you and your time watching the show, and we hope that once again the Enforcer Show has met your standards for the news that you're looking for from around the world. And so with that, it's time for us to move on into the question segment where we get to talk to each and every single one of you. And Matthew, what do we got?
Also, what prevents a Russian from wearing like a suit with like ERA tiles on it? Like reactive armor or something. It's like, would that work or would that be a no go?
Dude, that's like putting a C4 packet on your chest. Like, bro, no,
Well,
no, bro, you
okay,
vaporize
okay.
yourself.
Well, maybe that wasn't such a great idea, but and
Are you
maybe like
serious?
the I mean, maybe,
Oh
possibly. I'm
my,
not sure if I want to admit that or not. But
oh.
what about a mud like suit? Like you could wear like a suit that has like a dirt camo pattern on it, and it has like 3D mud like on the suit, like not a ghillie suit, but a mud suit. Like what if you could wear something like that and you could kind of blend in on the ground a little bit?
It probably dry, like thermal signature would probably still be there for the thermal drones, and then you'd be spotted.
What if you had like a built-in like cooler into the suit?
Probably would well, a cooler would produce heat in its own way, like in its own localized sense, to cool down the rest of the suit, so it'd still have a heat signature.
How about this? How about this instead? Because this is really like serious. So this is some very top ideas. We have to consider this in its entirety. What about we forget the mud suit and we forget the C4 like outfit, and we move on to something better? How about if the Russians carry a white flag with them that they can wave and surrender?
That's not too bad of an idea. I think that's probably the best one. Like, and also gets them out of the war. So, yeah, I think that's a good one right there. Other ones, though, ERA tiles are just not meant to be worn like clothes. And they're heavy, too, and
Or they're putting the prickly camouflage on the armored vehicles. What if you had a prickly camouflage suit that had like knives sticking out of it? So that way, if a drone came at you, or something, it would just stab it, and it would kill the drone before it got to you.
it would blow up on them, and then you just get the shrapnel. I don't really think there's a good way around the drone problem as far as like camo or clothing. I think it just takes you being a good shot, really.
Maybe so. Also, by the way, I'm being kind of facetious, folks. Like I'm kind of being like funny. I'm doing my deadpan comedy. Some people are getting it, some people aren't. Like always. Like honestly, I feel like my humor would go good in Britain because the Brits had very deadpan comedy when we went over there. Like their comedy was so deadpan, I thought they were being an asshole like half the time. I was like, I just didn't understand their comedy at the time. I was too young to get it. But now I understand the deadpan comedy. I get it. But it looks like I'm a Brit, which I kind of am a Brit, but I'm more Welsh than Brit. So I guess it all works out in the wash.
Also, by the way, not to get into like a whole like aside here, because I've seen some people mentioning this tonight. Speaking of all these different countries, like the British and whatnot, big congratulations to America and England for winning their soccer matches today. Hey, we beat Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yeah, man, we're moving on. We're moving on.
Man, that's fantastic. I think people are watching. I can't wait till this junk's over with. By the way, I can't wait till this World Cup's over with. This thing keeps like slightly stealing like 1,000 or 2,000 viewers a night from our stream. Like people are watching this World Cup right here over the stream right now. I don't like the World Cup.
Y'all can't enjoy anything. Y'all need to pay attention. Like,
Screw that damn World Cup.
man, screw the World Cup. We talking about the real World Cup here, the one where everybody's fighting for it.
I've been waiting for that Piston Cup to come around again.
You did what in the cup?
Yeah, I've been waiting for that to come back around.
Man, let's see. So I don't understand what this one is. Okay, so let's see here. We're in the World Scene. So it's going to be the U.S. versus Belgium on the 6th of July at 6. This goes on forever, man. Like, this goes on for literally eons. What?
Till July the 14th.
Oh my lord, dude, this is taking a while. But let's see who's moving on to the next rounds. Canada and Morocco, Paraguay and France, the US and Belgium, Brazil and Norway, and Mexico and England. And they haven't had these matches yet to figure out who's moving on in these groups. I will bet y'all money that Colombia is going to beat Ghana. I don't really think that's a hard one. I don't know who's going to win between Switzerland and Argentina. And I'm just basing this off of the countries, you know, and what their abilities would probably be to get a good, like, football league together. Spain's probably going to beat Austria, maybe, and I would say Croatia will probably beat Portugal. Like, that kind of seems weird, but I think that's going to be the case. And, let's see here. You know, dang, who would win between Australia and Egypt? I think Australia would win, like, me personally.
Probably so. Pull up a picture of a Tim Tam.
Dang, man, he on them Tim Tams. Let's see. These?
There they are. Yeah, those things. Look at that. Those are great. Like these are fantastic. Like these are really good right here. Like I feel like the swig drinks out here in Utah and all these like extremely overly sugary beverages that they try to push on you out here, which are actually kind of halfway addictive. Those didn't give me diabetes, but Tim Tams might be what does me in.
You know, honestly, man, swigs are baller, though. Like, swigs are so good. Like, every single one of them. Like, I never thought they'd be good. I thought they were, like, going to be, like, some sort of chemical concoction. But they are delicious. Like, I'm not going to lie. Those are actually kind of addictive from the flavor of them, you know? But I'll have to try out these Tim Tams. I mean, these sound quite interesting. But since we're just basically batting around little rabbit hole side note things, folks, it's time for me to show y'all what I've been up to. Not yesterday, but over Monday, I got up to something that I've been trying to do for months. I finally just, you know, sat down. I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to spend my time. I'm going to send this over the Discord. So that way y'all can see it, because I think it's pretty neat. I think it's pretty cool. And hopefully y'all find it cool, maybe. So let me see here. Let me see. So I've got to try and find this here. So I've been working on a couple of little model rail cars, and I actually got to trying to weather them, and I'm really proud of how they came out. So I'm gonna put a couple of pictures in to show y'all, because I think it's neat. I don't know, like maybe y'all find it cool. Some of y'all might find it cool, some of y'all might not. But this was my first attempt at weathering model rail cars. And this was the first, like, this was the second one I did. I'm not going to show the first one. First one was kind of butchered, honestly. I thought it was kind of busted. But this is a Southern Pacific 40-foot rail car, and this is what I got it looking like when I got done. I'm really proud of it. Like, it's not the best job I've ever seen, but I think it's really neat, though. So I was pretty happy with that one. And then I also did my favorite railroad, the L&N. And I did a little box car for that one as well. And I thought they were kind of neat looking. Like, there's definitely a lot more that I could, you know, work on and try and improve. Like, it's not perfectly realistic, but I'm getting there. I'm getting there little by little.
That's a nasty boxcar right there. That's a compliment in the scheme of the world of that.
Oh yeah, actually it is a compliment. Like it's actually a pretty decent one. These things look grimed to hell. I really like the look of them.
Disgusting.
Honestly, man, my favorite one is that Southern Pacific one. You know, the one that's kind of like that, got that reddish brown color to it. I really like the look of this one.
So grimy.
So nasty. Oh!
That's nasty.
But soon, folks, I got to be honest with y'all. It was a long, long time ago, and there was a deal on these rail cars, the L&N ones. You could get them for $20. So I got a bunch of them. They're all the same number and everything. And it was like years ago that I got them. And so I was looking into this box, and I was like, you know what? I don't know how to weather, but I'm just going to take these and I'm going to keep literally weathering this same rail car for like the several of these boxcars that I have. And the best one is the one I'm going to keep. And the rest of them, I'm going to give them away or just, put them aside, put them in their box, and keep them in their corner or something. But I'm just going to keep working on them until I get good at them. And right now I got a couple of other little things coming around. Like I got some airbrush paints coming around from Tamiya, so that way I can airbrush like the axles and the trucks and the wheels, so that way they look dirty down there. And I can also just airbrush on the weathering instead of using weathering pigments like I am right now. I love the weathering pigments and I think they came out really good, but I kind of want to be able to airbrush the stuff on because to me it looks a little bit better and it makes a better finish. But once I get all that stuff going, I'm gonna work on graffiti. I just saw Swamp Donkey say graffiti that was. You gotta do graffiti, especially if you're doing modern. You have to have graffiti because every rail car has like at least tags on them. So I gotta put graffiti on them. So now I need to get, which is gonna probably be a little bit before I buy this because it's probably gonna be a little pricey. But I probably gotta like lay down like $50 to $70 on like some markers, so that way I could start making the graffiti with the markers, the ink markers on the side of the cars.
Oh, that's oh man, I love the graffiti on train cars. It's the most stupid stuff you've ever. It'll be like some most random junk. Like you'll see people like put on the side of a train car like Mozart, like put the Z like massive or something like that in the middle of the word. It's like okay, it's like that's kind of random. And then they'll start putting. Some people put obscene stuff on the side of train cars. I've seen some obscene junk on the side of train cars. Like who the hell came up with this obscene statement they put on the side of the train car? This is a very damaged mind that put us on this train car. I can't repeat it. And then obviously all the curse words and stuff like that. Sometimes a gang tag or two. But just like the goofy stuff, by the way. It's like some of these people are doing. I don't even understand, by the way. It's like who actually does train graffiti? It's like I never really see anybody ever doing it, but you see it on the cars. It's like, when are they pulling this off? Like, I've never seen anybody actually doing it.
I don't know, but I will say though that they do look like they make a rail car like in the model railroading world. You have to have graffiti. It's on everything now. And some people say, and I gotta say, like this is something I find goofy. Some people are like, no, you can't do graffiti on your model railroad because you're supporting vandalism. It's like, no, I'm not. It's like I'm being realistic. Like I've seen like there's a debates actually in like the model railroading world where they're like, no, you can't do graffiti. It's like hell, you can do it. Like it's like go on, do it. It's on every rail car. But man, like they'll also put the dumbest things on there too. Like they'll put class on the side of it, but they spell it with a Z, so it's like class. And that's it. Like that's the thing. It's like I don't even get most of the graffiti. It doesn't make any sense.
Also, it's like, how much money are these people spending in spray paint? I would imagine they're going through several cans to do something like that on the side of it. It's like, what, they spend like over $100 something, $200 in spray paint just to put some random word on a train car? It's like, if you want to waste money, I'm like, I can find better ways to waste it than that.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see a lot better ways to spend my money than graffiti. Like it's just I don't know. Like you got to do it if you're into model railroading though. You just got to do it because it's not complete on modern rail cars if you don't. But I like honestly folks, I'm not a big fan of graffiti. I think graffiti's goofy. But if you want to do photorealistic railroading, you got to do that. So, I'll have to figure it out how to do it and how to make the tags look realistic like that one and start putting those on my rail cars. But only the modern ones, though, because like aerosol cans only came around in the early 70s. So before the early 70s, like in the late 60s and whatnot, graffiti didn't exist yet anywhere in America because there was no spray cans to do it with. And then once the spray cans came into existence in the railroading world, 1970s onwards, everything has graffiti on it. But man, speaking of graffiti, man, you ought to see like the LA short line graffiti. Let me see if I can pull that up. Let's see here. Dang, they don't have any pictures of it. But man, they got a little Union Pacific engine down in LA, and it is literally graffitied up to the point you can't even tell it's a Union Pacific. It's just a giant like collage of graffitis all put all over the thing. Is really whack looking. But anyways, with that, enough of the rabbit holes here. I just wanted to show you all that because I wanted to show it to y'all because I was proud of the work. It's a good start, and hopefully it'll lead to much better weathering in the future. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the questions. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so moving into our super chats and our live chats and Morse code decoders, our first of those super chats, the last segment here, goes to Nicholas Condor, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Nicholas, for that $50 support. Very generous of you, and we do appreciate that. He said, wishing everybody a happy Canada Day.
Hey, and a happy Canada Day to all of our viewers up in Canada. I hope y'all having a great day up there, actually. I didn't know it was Canada Day today. Y'all have it on the 1st of July. We have the 4th of July coming up soon. Oh boy, I can't wait for the 4th of July. I'm so excited. But I gotta
I
say,
am excited for it actually, because you know what's going to happen on the 4th. I was actually told by a viewer who lives here in Salt Lake City. He sent me a
flyover.
message on Twitter. They're going to have an F-35 flyover over the entire Salt Lake Valley area, and it goes all the way down to Provo and beyond. And they're going to be like apparently going full speed because they're telling people to buckle down and brace for it because it's apparently going to be loud.
Man, that's gonna be really cool. I can't wait to see that. I actually been hearing about that for a while. But also another thing that's really cool to speak about with the whole 4th of July thing is that there's going to be a whole bunch of summer activities. Fireworks! Hey, fireworks, you know? I can't wait for fireworks. I love fireworks, folks. Don't y'all love fireworks? Don't y'all love fireworks in the middle of wildfire season? I love wildfires in the middle of my fireworks season. But beyond that, I gotta say, big happy Canada Day to you, Nicholas Condor, and all of our Canadian viewers. I hope y'all are having an absolutely great one. And Matthew, could you Google this really quickly? What is July 1st significant for in Canadian history? Like, why is that Canada Day? What was the historical event that that's signifying?
Uh, let's see. It's the anniversary of the Confederation. Oh, uh, later called Dominion Day. Oh, let's see
The
here.
Dominion.
Hmm, let's see here.
I wonder,
So,
was the Canadian Army on Ketracel White?
hey, what was what?
You remember, like, the Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the Dominion,
Oh,
Ketracel White?
okay. I didn't know what you're talking about. For a minute. I was like, what does this mean? I don't know what this means, but yeah, I remember it now as a Star Trek reference. But let's see here. So apparently, Canada Day is the day when the three separate colonies of United Canadas, Ontario, Quebec, and Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. That's four. But they were united into a single dominion within the British Empire called Canada. So it was the day the Brits took over.
Oh, so it's the day they just kind of like consolidated into Canada. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, huh, because Cinco de Mayo apparently was for like the Battle of Puebla, which isn't even Mexican Independence Day. It's just a significant battle, and then Mexican Independence Day is a whole other day. And then the 4th of July is when we, well, at least on the Declaration of Independence, it's penned as July 4th, but it made it to Britain like August and everything, and some people go, oh, it's not really July 4th. It's supposed to be August 14th. And it's like, okay, nerd. It's July 4th. It's the giant thing on the Declaration of Independence. It's the 4th of July. But that's when we penned that we were tired of Britain's crap and we were going to rebel from them. That's what the Continental Congress wrote in the Declaration of Independence. Very interesting. Canada kind of did it in a much different way. They just did it in like a very slow way. Like they were just kind of like, yeah, we'd like to be independent. And then Britain was eventually, oh, okay. Well, you like to be in the Commonwealth, though? Yeah, I'll let you be in the Commonwealth. Oh, okay. And that was how they did it. We just completely bucked the British by 1783. And then right after we bucked the British, we ended up becoming great friends with them again, which makes no, like when you think about that, that really doesn't make any sense because you would think that America would absolutely hate Britain after the Revolutionary War. In reality, they really didn't because they basically immediately started trading with them again right after the war
Oh
ended.
yeah. You know what? You know what the Brits called it? They call it the Commonwealth. They try to add like people to the Commonwealth. Is because it's basically like it's a marketing gimmick. If countries think that they're going to get Commonwealth that they join, they'll join up quicker. So it's like a marketing thing.
Man, that's bull. Man, man,
Oh yeah, it's total bullcrap, but it sounds good though.
the Commonwealth actually has some legitimate perks for the members. Like if you're a Commonwealth state, you can actually get a British passport, even if you're not a British citizen, if you're a Commonwealth member.
See, that's part of the Commonwealth. That's part of the wealth that's common.
Now, honestly, though, it is kind of like a neat concept, and also the Commonwealth of Nations is pretty sizable. It's not really like it's not a super strong organization like say ASEAN or the EU or anything like that, but it is a really neat one. This is the world list of their members, current and former. The former ones are in orange. That used to be Rhodesia. Now they're Zimbabwe, so they're clearly not part of the Commonwealth. And they also got booted out by Britain as well during the Bush War and everything. And then Ireland backed out for its own reasons with the whole IRA deal. Not that the Irish government supported that, it's just that created enough tensions between the two of them that they left. But still, it's really cool when you look at it because it's basically the entirety of the former British Empire. You have Canada, you have their holdings countries in South America, Africa, India, and Pakistan, and Bangladesh are all a part of the Commonwealth of Nations. And most every other place that used to be a colonial or territorial holding of Britain is a part of the Commonwealth. So kind of neat. It's basically just the British Empire without Britain having absolute direct control over those areas, which is an interesting sort of a holdover.
Yeah, I'd say Britain fell from grace. Unfortunately, no offense to the Brits, by the way, but they've definitely like left their like old days of like taking stuff over. Those days are gone.
Nowadays, man, they talk about the Commonwealth. I don't have dreams, man. Like I end up, I'm going to resign.
Man, they're too busy penalizing farmers, banning air conditioning units, and trying to fake break the Russians, thinking they're going to attack them in the strait, and also arresting people for slandering the king. It's like I don't know what's going on with Britain these days. I know Brits agree with me on that too. There's Brits in the chat that say it all the time. In the chat, I see it all the time. It's really ridiculous. I was watching an episode of Clarkson's Farm yesterday, and they were griping about how they're hurting the farmers across the United Kingdom. I don't know what's going on in the UK, but it seems like they're kind of like have it out for the people there these days.
Yeah, I mean, and also Britain's a great country too, it's very sad to see the kind of state, the condition that Britain's in the present day. And also, unfortunately, the whole Brexit thing didn't really turn out that well for them either. Because compared to their counterparts in the EU, the Brits have economically stagnated. And have basically flatlined ever since they left Brexit. It's like, damn, it's like that didn't even turn out. Man, honestly, man, when you think about it, Nigel Farage and all those people basically sold Britain on a pipe dream. You're going to leave the EU and it's going to be even better. And then they literally stagnated after they left. It's like, man, that was just a sham, basically. Like nothing good came out of that at all.
Yeah, and also, by the way, like just to make it clear, by the way, because I know some Britain and men's about to say, well, you guys don't have any room to talk over there because you got some trouble going on over there in America. Honestly, it's fair criticism. I'm not saying we don't have problems for sure. I mean, we're probably as bad off as the UK at this point with the whole system, with the way it's going right now. So, I'm kind of like throwing stones at a glass house a little bit because when I'm criticizing the UK, I mean, there's equal criticism to come right back at us at this point. I mean, America's been kind of bullying the UK quite a bit, to say the least. So, I mean, it's just, honestly, I feel like the entire world is going through like a bad period of governance. Like, I feel like it's not unique to one country. I feel like it's a global problem. Like, we're just like, we really have a bad, like, set of leaders, like, globally right now.
Yeah, it's rough, really. I mean, it's really interesting because a lot of political parties in most countries, not even speaking like picking a side here, they don't really represent the constituencies anymore. Like they're so far removed ideologically from their actual voting base, it may as well just be a whole other group that's doing whatever they want in every party. Like, if you watch in America right now, it's like look at the people who are in charge right now and look at the people who were in charge in the last administration. Did they ever even get close to living up to the like political ambitions that they had? And I don't even think it's political to say now. Both of them certainly haven't, and it's like that in most every country around the world. It's like they don't really succeed in their policies. Their policies usually end up kind of middling or flopping almost completely, and they don't achieve what they're looking for. And then a lot of the policies that they promise, they just don't implement at all or even try to. And it's like that in most every country. Something that's interesting though, folks, there's a heat wave right now in Europe for our American viewers that may not have heard about this, and it's killed, I think in France alone, 1,000 people. Did you hear about that, Matthew?
Yeah, I've heard about that. It's getting people all over the place. In the UK, they're also having like the buildings are melting and stuff like that over there too.
Yeah, actually, in France, there is some Parisian politician that's blaming the United States for turning on their air conditioners for the heat wave that's killing the Parisians. And it's like, well, it's like maybe, but it's like that's kind of like a larger global issue rather than the United States just keeping their air conditioner on. It's like, what about China pumping out industrial smog that's equivalent to the entire world's pollutants in a day? It's like, what about them?
They don't want to say nothing about that. They don't want to say, no, really, they don't want to say too much about China. They got a couple different things that they're trying to keep under wraps that aren't exactly what you'd call savory. But yeah, it's like, with France, you said Parisian. Isn't that the people that made the blinds? Like the Parisian blinds or whatever? Venetian blinds.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's right. And for some reason, Parisian sounds like Venetian, so that's probably why I thought that. But yeah, Venetian blinds. My bad. I thought the French were the ones making the blinds for minute.
Also, another thing I gotta say, like, yeah, it's like, and I'm not gonna get into the whole like climate change, global warming conversation because that's one we don't touch with a 10-foot pole here. We found that out a while ago. But one thing I will say though is that this isn't the first time that a heat wave's come around, and we talked about this a long time in there. There was a huge heat wave that came through the United States in the late 1890s. And it killed thousands of people across the United States. People would die in their sleep from brain swelling from the heat back then, from how hot it was. People would fall off of the roofs to their deaths in New York because they were sleeping outside on the roof at night to try and stay cool. It's not the first time that like a heat wave's come around that's dropping people dead. One thing I will say though is that people drop dead far less in the United States from the heat because we have air conditioners. We're one of the few countries in the world that actually has air conditioners to the extent we have them. In France, in most of Europe, they don't have air conditioning. And generally it's because the climate never really needed it. But nowadays, with it heating up, and getting hotter most summers, by a couple of degrees, in some places the change is extreme. It's like maybe they should look into that. It's like maybe they should, especially for people who are elderly, because those are the ones who are affected the worst. It's like maybe the elderly ought to get a special exception in these countries to where they can get like a license or something if they're that against air conditioners for them to have them, so that way they're not dying of heat
Yeah.
stroke in the summer.
That's a good idea. I should go find a billionaire that's willing to like be an angel investor or something and bankroll this to go over there with those billions. But you know how they love to lobby. Like go to one of these countries where the AC is like not permissible, lobby the hell out of the government, go ahead and set up the infrastructure for an AC business on the side. And once you get the lobby successfully done and you get them to lift the restrictions, then you have basically a monopoly on selling the ACs and installing them at a nice rate where everybody wants to use your business.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. That's a lot of money to be made there. But outside of this whole rabbit hole, I hope y'all have enjoyed it though. With that, we're on to the next one.
Internet super chat here goes to Darren Quinn, who puts in a $50 support, and all the way from Australia, I think. Let me double check that. Let's see here. It was Darren Quinn, and he did put in the 50, and he is from Australia. It's a 50 Australian. Thank you very much, Darren Quinn, for that
Hey!
support. He said for Putin's cup of tea ceremony.
Oh, cups of tea in Russia are not a good thing. Like I think you know that, and that's why you said that. And I gotta say, a big thanks to your support and making sure to let everybody know about that delicious polonium tea. And I got to thank you greatly for helping this channel to keep on running as well. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, Darren Quinn, and that incredible support, we wouldn't be able to be here on air right now. And so a big thanks to you once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Truckin' Chef. And thank you very much, Truckin' Chef, for that 50 as well. And we do appreciate that generous support. He said, I just want to say thank you and take one from the chat.
And I just want to say thank you for your support and helping this channel to keep running. I say that every time. Thank you for the support. You're helping this channel to keep running. But behind those simple words is really a lot of meaning. You see, if it wasn't for people who went out of their way to support this channel, because nobody has to, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. The viewers who support this channel literally make our livelihood every single month of every single year. And so when I say that simple phrase, thank you for helping the channel to keep on running, it really means a lot. If it wasn't for y'all, the supporters who went out of their way to support the channel when you don't even have to, we wouldn't be on air to be able to do a good job for you to say thanks for everything we do. Really, we are thanking you because you're the one who makes it possible. Every single person who goes out of their way to support the channel helps us to be able to make this our living. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best we possibly can, because if it wasn't for folks like you, it really wouldn't be able to happen. So a huge thanks once again, and we're on the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Daniel P. Gunn. And thank you, Daniel, for the $20 support. And we do appreciate that. We said, let's go, USA. USA beat Bosnia 2-0 despite going a man down due to a terrible referee decision. We face Belgium on Monday night in next round. And we finally have an excellent coach and overall team.
And I hope the United States makes it far. I don't expect them to win the World Cup. I don't think the U.S. has ever won the World Cup. Let me make sure. Has the U.S. ever won the World Cup? I feel like this is an obvious answer. They've never won the World Cup. Let's see, their best finish was 3rd place in 1930. So we've had a bit of a dry spell. So hopefully we'll see that they make it up to that level or even higher, because I always believe in making sure that the United States represents itself well. And we do great in every sport. We win gold at the Olympics. Most other countries couldn't even dream of winning as much gold as we do. But still, we just don't do good at the World Cup, and we don't really do good at football, European football. So hopefully we'll be able to see that they do well and they get way up there in the rankings. And hopefully we do have the dream team and the dream coach this year to make it happen. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, it looks like we just got a notice that we might have missed a live chat from one visual. Did we?
No,
miss
I think he's saying we missed it from Truck and Shelf, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I was about to say, I was like, did we? I think we did. So big thanks to your support and help with the channel keep it running, Daniel. And we're actually going to circle back to Truck and Chef to make sure to get that live chat question. So what do we got, Matthew?
And the live chat, and also sorry about that, Truck and Chef. I don't know why we forget your live chat every single time. I think we get like deep into your super chat, then we forget every single time. But thank you very much for the support once again. But jumping into that live chat question we missed yet again, this one goes to Josh, who said, if Putin leaves, where would he go into exile? And I think he's going to China. I think this is his only option at this point. He's not going to want to go to North Korea. Like I saw some people saying that earlier. That's way below Putin's taste to go to North Korea. Also, he's not going to Iran either. That's also not his thing. China is the only place he really can go that meets his standards per se, and the only place they can truly protect him to a large degree and give him freedom. I'm not sure if China's really going to want him though, but they might take him just out of mercy or something. That's if NATO doesn't force him to land and take him into custody first. But Enforcer, what say you?
I was thinking about that while you were talking. I'm going to put out a hot take. He's probably going to try and go to China. He might have to end up settling with North Korea. But the reality is that he might not even be able to make it to either. Because it might be that China realizes that, bringing Putin in as an exile, that's going to get them in bad odds with the new Russian government, whoever that could be. And it's not really worth showing that they could take care of Putin if it's going to put them in that bad of a diplomatic situation with the new Russian government. So they might actually deny him going to China. They might say, no, we can't do that. We're sorry, our hands are tied, and let him get executed by a new government. Or we could see that North Korea says, yeah, come on in. And then they're like, oh, actually, nah, we're fine. We want Russian resources in the future from the new government, possibly, so we're good. And then they could also back off as well and just leave Putin out to the cleaners. Because when you think about it, if any country takes him on, they're going to immediately be at odds with the new Russian government, because whatever new Russian government comes in, they're not going to treat Putin like a hero. He's going to be a threat to their power. They're going to be trying to get him or take him out. And so any country that harbors him safely, they're going to be at odds with whatever new Russian government comes in charge. So if he is able to flee and someone's fine with taking him in, I'd say his high likely bet would be China or North Korea. That's if they're willing to take him. So I hope that does address that live chat well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 25 Australian from none other than Duncan VR. And thank you very much, Duncan, for that support. And I love to see all the Australian viewers coming out, because I have a brand new appreciation for you Australians now that I ate those new Tim Tams. But Duncan said, Baba Moo. And if you like Tim Tams, wait till you try Wagon Wheels Aussie Biscuits. Look them up. Also, look these up, by the way. Those weren't in Costco. Like the Tim Tams were in Costco. That's why I saw them and I got them. But what's these other things he's talking about?
Let's see here. They look like moon pies. That's what they look like to me.
They look like they could be.
Jelly in them.
Yeah, it looks like a moon pie with some filling in it. Interesting.
Let me go pull up.
Honestly, Duncan, I think this right here might be so familiar to the moon pie. Although I can't tell if that's marshmallow in that. I can't tell.
I mean, it is different though, because
it's basically a moon pie. It kind of looks like. Oh, that is a moon pie. Never mind.
I mean, it kind of is close, but it doesn't have like that jam filling in it. So I guess that would be different.
Maybe so. If y'all haven't tried this, by the way, there's a thing that they have in the South called fried moon pie, where they put like a scoop of vanilla ice cream
Those
next to it,
are
and
so
they fry
good.
the moon pie. That is honestly crazy good. I thought it was actually kind of jank when I first heard about it. I was like, what the hell, fried moon pie? This is very kind of like Alabama-ish, but it was actually fantastic. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, apparently the Australians and us from the South, we have a lot in common. They have wagon wheels and we have moon pies, and they're almost the same thing, really. And fried moon pies are delicious. Like if y'all have the wagon wheels in Australia, what you do, try and fry them and then throw a dollop of vanilla ice cream on top of them. It's probably the best thing you'll ever have. Probably the closest you can have to a fried moon pie in Australia too. But I gotta say, humongous thanks to you for that incredible support, Duncan VR. And we'll have to see about trying them. I have a feeling they probably taste very similar to moon pies. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Ken Shearback. And thank you very much, Ken, for the 20. He said, great to be hearing from you two, and take one from the chat.
And it's great to be hearing from all y'all. We're happy to be here. We love to be here. And I gotta say, we are always happy to be able to listen to all the folks in the chat. I have to say, folks, I'm so sorry I never get to really respond to any of y'all typing to y'all in the chat. I see almost every single one of y'all's chats through the show. Like, yo, Maple, vanilla moon pies are great. And then O2's, are they like your s'mores? And then Plutonium said, Shimone. Nice. like, but I see all y'all in the chat. I never get to really reply directly to all of y'all. But we love to have y'all here. I love to get to see a lot of y'all chatting. And as I like to say, yapping in the chat about anything and everything. It's really fun to be here. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping us to stay on air so that way everybody can have a little hangout spot to come to hear the news on every day. And we will make sure to take one from the live chat in your honor. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And the one from the live chat goes to Alave, who said, if Russia is overthrown and Putin's regime is out, then where does the Syrian dictator have to go?
He might just kind of be overlooked, maybe, or he might actually be he might be deported back to Syria to stand trial from the Jelani regime.
Oh yeah,
that could happen.
I think he will be. I think he'll be put out. Also, someone mentioned it earlier. They said, what happens to Edward Snowden? Because he's over there in Russia right now. He'll probably get extradited back to the United States. He'll probably come back here. I'm not going to weigh in whether or not that's good or bad. I'll leave that up to the people. But he'll probably get extradited, would be my guess.
Man, can you just get dieted instead of extradited? I feel like extra is a little extra. You know what I mean?
What's that? That's an American word for take them back.
I know. I'm just playing around with it. I was like, extradited. Man, how about just some dieted? He don't need no extra. Damn, traitor. I'm just kidding, by the way. Honestly, that whole thing's controversial at the best. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, Ken. And a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep it running. Man, I would wonder, man, knowing how brutal Jelani is in Syria, what in the world would they do to Assad if he was deported back to Syria to stand trial?
I wonder. I just wonder. Honestly,
Probably
there were. Yeah, I mean, they probably would too. Also, I see a lot of people mentioning Snowden still and stuff. I heard rumors floating around amongst the current folks in charge. So they were thinking about, I saw LJ Jadis just say it too. He said maybe they're going to pardon him. There was a lot of talk about that. Like they were talking about maybe pardoning him from all the stuff they had accused him of. So they haven't really followed through with it. I'm not really sure why that is for the most part. Maybe I'm not really sure. I think a lot of people kind of misread the current leadership and think that he's like anti they call it deep state, but anti bureaucracy. He's really not. I think people are starting to realize that he never really has been anti bureaucracy. I think many people are starting to realize that. So I don't think there's going to be a pardon for him. I just have a feeling about that.
Man, I think the best example of the current guy not being anti-bureaucracy was, we're going to create Doge, we're going to cut down the government, and then they hardly cut down anything in actual terms of the costs. It was just specific government. It's basically just going in and just deleting specific departments that would go against their policies, and that was it. Everything else remained intact.
Yeah, really. People don't get it. It's like when you say the deep state, what people are referring to when they say deep state, they're referring to all the different federal agencies. That's what they're referring to. And they the reason why they call them that is because they get to create their own laws, which are regulations, and nobody votes on it. So it's like a fourth branch of government. It's largely unelected to a large degree, and that's what people call the deep state. If you know what they're talking about when they say that, but they try to make it sound like it's a boogeyman. But it's not a boogeyman. It's something that was literally created by legislative statute. That stuff just can't go away. Also, those people stick around for a long time. Presidents come and go. The bureaucracy stays. So they hold a lot of power, these people that are unelected. And you can't just say, down with the deep state. It doesn't work like that. And I think, people realize that was just a horse and pony show with that whole, talk with that.
Man, shit, you could end up like Malaya in Argentina, where you actually do axe basically every government agency, and then you end up eating donkeys in the street a couple of years later. It's yeah, it could happen. It's you get rid of every government agency out there. I honestly think, man, that might have also been a reason why they backed off of that and didn't even go in a mild sense on doing that here in the States, is that by the time they were about to do that, I mean, Argentina was literally a dumpster fire because they had done it all the way, and they had literally deleted every government department, and it ended up turning into an absolute disaster. Because it's kind of stupid, when you delete things like the Department of Transportation, and you don't have someone managing that at the national level. like, the checks, the inspections, making sure that people have the right registrations and licenses. That stuff ends
Yeah.
up turning pretty destructive pretty quickly.
And also, any government agency is never really going to be truly efficient because I mean it's the government, people. I mean, have you ever been to the post office recently? It's like the government runs stuff extremely bloated, and they have to have it bloated because if it's not, and they don't have enough people doing like highly like compartmentalized tasks, everything goes sideways and goes wrong. Because no offense by the way, but you don't have to like hire like experts like in every category. Sometimes they just hire anybody sometimes, and sometimes things don't go right. So you got to have a lot of people checking everybody, and that's why you have a lot of bloat. And the government just operates like that. It has to. So when you come in and say, let's just like clear out a whole bunch of government departments, you're taking away all the supervisors and people that are literally making sure the work's being done right. And you're also taking away the laborers, the ones who do like the menial work that they have to have done. You're taking away all those people too. So you can't just come through with a sledgehammer. I think they found that out too. I mean, look at the screwworm thing. The screwworm coming into the like all the livestock and stuff like that. They messed that up, and then the screwworm's back. It's like now we're going to spend a hell of a lot more money getting rid of the screwworm versus simply preventing it getting here.
Oh man, and we had done that already 2 decades ago. Like we had done it so long ago, folks. We had eradicated the screwworm because what we would do back in the day, to explain this to you, it's a multi-million-dollar thing. It costs hundreds of millions of dollars to do this, and it costs millions of dollars a day to maintain it afterwards. But we would genetically breed these screwworms that were infertile, but we would also breed them to have this pheromone to where they would be just irresistible to the wild screwworm. So we would drop these infertile female screwworms over the United States by aircraft, and the male screwworms would be like, damn, let me have a piece of that. And then they'd, end up not producing any offspring because they mated with an infertile screwworm. So eventually they started to die off. We were literally making them extinct in the United States, and then we pushed them down into Mexico, and then we pushed them all the way through Central America to Panama, to the canal. And every single day, we would spend, I think it was like $10 million, taking a couple of C-130s, and we would fly over Panama, and we would drop a whole bunch of infertile screwworms on Panama. And that stopped them there. They never made it north after that. So, if I remember the story right, the new government came in and they said, oh, look at that, inefficiency, millions of dollars to screw them stupid. So they deleted the program, and then the screwworms immediately started flooding back north again. And that's why we're seeing screwworms back in the States. So now we're basically back to square one that we were at in the 70s when that whole project started. And now we got to spend the next few decades, again, pushing the screwworms back down to Panama so that way they don't make it up in the States. It's like, that was so stupid. It's like, that's what also why you can't go through axing departments like that.
And they should have known too. It's like if something's called the screwworm, it's like now we're getting screwed by the worm. It's like now it's actually living up to its namesake at this point. It's like you should have known that was a bastard right there. You shouldn't let that thing get out of control.
Also, some people are saying, what the hell is a screwworm? So a screwworm is a little parasitic worm. Well, not really a worm. It's a fly, but they exist as worms for the large part. And they burrow, like, I have to explain, it's going to be a little bit kind of like squeamish a little. So if you're squeamish, don't listen to this. But the screwworms burrow into the hides of cattle here in the United States, and they plant their eggs in their skin. So when the eggs hatch, the worms eat through the cattle's flesh, and it basically destroys those cattle as livestock because the whole value of cattle at the end of it is slaughtering them for their meat. And so the screwworms completely contaminate them and also leads the cattle to get infected, and then they could die from disease. So it costs hundreds of millions of dollars in losses in the cattle industry way back in the day when it was a big thing here in the States every single year. So we were like, damn, if we got rid of these screwworms, we would be saving the cattle industry hundreds of millions. The beef would get cheaper because there's more supply of it. We need to get rid of them. And that's why we started the eradication program. And that's also why it paid in spades to spend a couple of million every day dropping screwworms on Panama, because it saved us hundreds of millions of dollars in losses in the cattle industry because they weren't in America. Now they're back. And that's also another thing that you see in a lot of other government agencies right now. Like the Forestry Service was neutered this year. They've literally destroyed every regional office in the country. They have one headquarters that's left. It's going to be here in Salt Lake City. And they're also going to be axing most of the Forestry Service workers. And that doesn't sound like a big deal because it's like, well, it's the national forests. But a lot of those Forestry Service workers are the ones who do the wildfire fighting. And they also got tons of money. I found this out. I actually did some research, Matthew, on why they were getting like $4 billion a year from the government. Most of that money was given in land grants to universities and also to the Forestry Service to conduct long-term forest research on how to manage forests the most efficiently. So, how many controlled burns are the best? How many are too much? How little is too little? Things like that. How to keep a
Oh
efficient
yeah.
ecosystem of trees to make sure that they're successful and healthy, so that way you can sell off timber rights little by little. How to maintain them for natural resources, all that stuff. Stop erosion. They spent that money on research, which was very valuable to the timber industry of the United States that's not in the national forest, and also the agricultural industry as well. And all that got cut. So you can only imagine what that's going to be causing, and lack of research over the next few years, and what kind of impact that's going to have on the timber industry in the United States and the agricultural industry.
Oh yeah, yeah, and also I don't know if you heard or not, but I heard private companies are now trying to get in on the problem. I'm not sure if they're doing it in response to the government sort of letting the stuff go, but I heard Google was trying to release like millions of non-biting mosquitoes apparently in Florida and California. Did you hear about that?
No, I actually didn't.
Yeah, Google. Apparently, Google has like a life sciences division or a company or something like that under the like Alphabet company, which is like the parent company of Google. At least according to CBS, that's the article I read about. They said they wanted to release like 32 million good mosquitoes to get rid of the ones that are like carrying like West Nile and stuff like that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they're putting Google in the title. It's like Google's a tech company. They're not out here like making mosquitoes. It's like it's Google's life sciences company. I think it's called like Verily or something like that. So I think it's maybe funded by Google or something, but it's not Google itself. I got a kick out of everybody saying Google wanted to put the mosquitoes out there.
Man, well, I mean, I guess it's kind of like a technological division, biological technologies maybe. But that is still interesting though. But yeah, it's just wild when you look at the kind of cuts that have been made. And I'd have to say, folks, none of the cuts I've seen so far are good ones. Because when you look at them and you look below the surface, it's like this really isn't doing anything beneficial for the United States as a nation or the people of the country. It's more so just removing, in the best way I could describe it, political obstacles for what could be coming later, or just axing stuff to say we axed it and make it sound like it was stupid. Um, and it's like that's not going to turn out well in the short term or the long term for the country. Because just in the Forestry Service alone, which I am a huge fan of the Forestry Service and the National Park Service, it's like if you cut the funding to either of those groups, what kind of impact and damage are we going to be seeing long term to agriculture and timber industries, or really anything that falls under the agricultural industry sphere long term, because of that lack of research? And it could be pretty devastating, in terms of the financial losses that are seen from the lack of knowledge that they will no longer be getting. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Also got bit by one of those stupid mosquitoes yesterday. I was riding my bike and a stupid mosquito somehow got on me
Oh,
and bit me.
really?
I was like, dang man. I was like, I hope that thing doesn't have West Nile virus or something like that. But the funny thing about West Nile virus is like 80% of the people that get like, bit by a mosquito and they have like a symptom, you really don't know you have it. 80% of people never have any symptoms from it. All you get is just simply the virus. It infects you, and then you never realize you have it. Not every mosquito has that, by the way. Like you just have to run across one that actually has to have it or something. I guess I never had the West Nile virus, but it sounds sketchy. But moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Justin, who puts in a 20, and thank you, Justin, for that support. He said, "Hi guys, good to have you back." And at this point, I think Russia will economically collapse within 6 months. And what say you?
I think that Russia is definitely close to economic collapse. That might be a good estimate at this point. I think it's largely on track to be very soon, probably within the next 6 months to a year. So I really wouldn't doubt that. And I also got to say, it's good to be back, and a big hello to you as well, Justin. I hope you've been doing well all the way down there in Australia, and I hope that things are still going well for you. And so, humongous thanks to you so much once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Southern Runner, and thank you for that $20 support, by the way. They said
Hey!
Ukraine war has caused Moldova to emancipate, declare Russian troops persona non grata, and change railroad track to EU gauge. And Moldova passed new measures to unify with Romania, hence restraining from drones.
And we have heard about that. I haven't heard about persona non grata on Russian troops, because I don't really think they've solved the Transnistrian issue yet, at least from what I know, and that's why they're there. But outside
Well,
of
it's a
that,
diplomatic thing. I didn't know you can declare like troops persona non
yeah,
grata. I thought
that's
that was diplomatic.
That's what I was thinking too. I was going to say that, but I think that's only something that you can issue to, say, diplomats of foreign nations, like to an ambassador or whatnot. You declare them persona non grata. I don't think you can declare a Russian soldier persona non grata. I think that's specifically for people who are in a country on like a diplomatic visa or a diplomatic passport or something like that. But outside of that, I have heard of the others, and Moldova definitely is moving closer and closer to being in the European Union and maybe in NATO. And that would be nice to see. It's always good to see more people joining our side than the other. But a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Blind Man, and thank you, Blind Man, as well for the 20. He said vodka production rates are in a slump, with 10 to 16% down on yearly production, making 33.4 million decaliters in 2024 and 31 million decaliters with record increase of consumption. And last shortage was VE Day, when it was all gone in 22 hours.
That's true, actually. It disappeared within like hours. As soon as, like, as soon
Every
as
Russian liver in the vicinity was pickled that day.
as soon as they heard that the Germans had signed the surrender on the 9th of May in Russia, it was the 8th of May for the rest of us, but the 9th of May for them, the Soviet, like everyone in the Soviet Union literally ransacked the liquor stores, and the liquor was gone in hours. Like, no joke. Like, it was gone within the day. And it was gone for a minute after that because they had to restock the whole Soviet Union. So, that was a wild time. That was the last time they had a shortage. But that's interesting to hear. It's not in a big slump like everything else in Russia. Like everything else in Russia is down by like 40 and 50%. So it's still kind of going strong compared to everything else, but definitely not in its heyday like it used to be. And I thank you for sharing that with us, Blind Man. That's really interesting to hear. And I got to say, I'm just happy, folks. Every time I hear about like alcohol or anything, I'm always kind of happy that I'm not a drinker. Because that's expensive stuff, you know. Like I was going through the store the other day, and I just happened to look like down like the alcohol aisle, you know, like the wines and the beers and stuff, and it was so expensive. It's like, dang, if you really want to drink this stuff, like even the cheap stuff, you got to like budget for it, really. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $20 support. Also, by the way, I just want to mention, have you ever heard of those Alcoholics Anonymous, like the people that drink alcohol but they don't want to be known?
I think that's a help group. Hello?
But I was thinking, um, let's see here. Hold on a minute.
What are you trying to get to?
Hold on a minute. Let's see here. That bastard. Anyway, forget I said that right there. We're gonna move on from that. I think someone pulled some hijinks on me, I think. But moving on to our next one here. This
What
one
are you
goes to
talking
Drew
about?
Kelly.
What's going on here? What is this?
Someone said to me yesterday, they said, you know that group, that's Alcoholics Anonymous. And I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, I don't know a whole bunch about it, but I've heard of it. Like I've heard people say like, oh, I'm going to like my AA meeting or something like that. And they're going there to go like, get off the alcohol and stuff like that. So someone the other day said, well, it's actually, there's actually two Alcoholics Anonymouses. They said there's one of them where it's like a group of alcoholics that are just trying to stay anonymous. Like they're not trying to get off the alcohol. They're just trying to stay anonymous. That's like a whole thing. You know how there's like that hacking group out there called Anonymous. They're like hackers that want to stay anonymous. There's like an alcohol version of that where you go out there and you drink alcohol and you try to stay anonymous that way too.
Don't tell me you like legitimately got hacked by this. This has got to be a joke. Like this has got to be a joke. You're not joking?
No, I am. I'm joking.
Oh, I was about to say. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. I was like, how can you believe that? Like it's like.
Honestly, I'm kind of going berserk tonight. Like I'm kind of like losing it a little bit. Right? Kind of like that was like a pretty extreme for even deadpan comedy right there. I'll admit that was like just delving into insano world on that. But anyways, though, moving on to our next one here. This one's going to go to Drew Kelly, who puts in a $20 support. Thank you very much, Drew, for that 20. We do appreciate that. He said, "Hey, I was disappointed yesterday, thinking the enforcers were watching the Candy interview with Sean. Then I woke up, LOL. What's that? Candy interview.
Candy interview with Sean. I don't know. That sounds like some sort of like code name. Hey, I'm here to meet Candy. I'm with Sean. You know, it's like I don't know. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I just ran into some unforeseen circumstances yesterday, to put it that way. Unforeseen. So unfortunately the show got canceled early last minute, and then we had to set it up for the next 72 hours today. But hopefully everybody's still enjoying it and having a blast here. I mean, I'm having a blast. I don't know about y'all. Are you having a blast? I'm having a blast.
Yeah, the Russians are having a blast too.
blasted. But anyways, man, I gotta laugh like Paulie real quick. 1 second, man. Let me. When he was like in that TV room and he was watching that like comedy thing, and Tony looked in and thought you may be like a little special.
I think so, honestly.
Like you got like you got Tourette's. It's annoying.
That guy was a real gangster in real life. He was like actually from that life.
Yeah, he was. Like, his whole story, like, the whole story that he had for his character in the show, that was him. Like, he went to the army for a couple of years, and then he got out. But he never became a made man, though. I think he was, like, an associate or something like that.
Yeah,
But
I
he
think
grew up and
associate.
lived around it. Yeah, but so he became, like, the made man and the capo, and he told them a lot about what the mob life was like. He was very involved in the writing for all those episodes, too.
I think he could have been a made man, though. I still think he made it far enough to get to that point. Because to be a made man, you have to have Italian heritage. You can't just be like American. Like you have to have Italian heritage to be a made man in the mob, or at least when the mob was around like that, they were enforcing it. I don't know. Like the mob's probably still around, but they've gotten extremely secretive about that. I'm
And
sure
really
there's probably a couple of feds in the chat that are probably like in the FBI or something like that. They're probably about to be like, "Oh no, they're still definitely around." It's like, well, I haven't heard about them personally. Maybe somebody knows about it.
They don't really have the whole thing going for them like they used to. Like a lot of things have changed. They don't have the paramilitary structure that was laid out by what was his name, Francis, I believe. He was the guy who paramilitarized the New York crime families. They don't really have that going on. They don't really have the oath of silence anymore. Everyone rats from what they say nowadays, and also they don't really conduct any violent crimes anymore. It's more like gambling rackets, bookkeeping, stuff like that. The more mundane kind of stuff, I guess is the way to put it. They're not running like whole blocks of New York anymore, running protection rackets and stuff. So it's a very different, from what I heard, at least from someone I was watching who said that they infiltrated the mob. It was like an undercover guy, and he did it recently. It was like in the late 2000s. Very different kind of world than the people that you hear about, like the undercovers, like Joe Pistone from like the 70s and whatnot when it was at its heyday. Very different kind of a mob world these days.
Yeah, I think they're into like high level, like white collar stuff these days and things like that. Honestly, there's a lot more like criminal organizations out there than that are way worse that are just extremely public and nobody bats an eye at it.
Yeah, I mean, most of the cartels, it's like, that's a pretty public one. Or the
No, I'm talking about
gangs.
like legit. I'm talking about like legit American, like groups. So I'm not even going to go any deeper than that. But I think many people will know what I'm talking about. There's many groups out there that have tax exemptions and stuff like that are basically, in my opinion, like not very savory organizations to say the least.
Oh, well, we don't want to touch on that too much. I think I'm getting the drift here. But with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Drew Kelly, and he puts in a second one. I thought I was reading off the same one, but thank you, Drew, for the second support. He said, "Please don't read my first super chat. Just have a good day."
And I got to
I already
say,
read it.
we got to read every super chat, Drew. We got to. It's the law here on the channel. We have to read every single super chat. We have that as a rule because we never want anyone to think that their support's insignificant. And I know you probably threw that in as a joke, but I always got to make that speech. Every single bit of support means a lot to us, and that's why we always give the time to read off every person and the amount they threw in, even if it's $1, and thank them for it because it means a lot and it helps us to keep this thing running. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a $15 support from Blind Man. And thank you, Blind Man, for the 15. And he said, feeling adventurous, Kansas 183 and Highway 83 has a few railways with telegraph poles, and some still connected to old wooden radio towers. However, Route 44 has semis that throw rocks more than once.
There's actually a lot of American railroads that still have their telegraph cables. Matthew will remember that on the Coast Starlight going from LA to Seattle, you can actually see a lot of them out the window, like the old Southern Pacific, Union Pacific telegraph poles that had like dozens of telegraph lines on them, and they would still be sitting outside the window. It's really cool, honestly. It's an abandoned part of the infrastructure because one day it just became useless because of radios, which were a huge innovation in the railroading world to introduce radios onto the trains, wireless radios that is, and also have wireless radios at the dispatch offices. And so the telegraphs became less useful than they used to be, and so most of them ended up being abandoned. But I always think it's a really neat piece of the old railway infrastructure you can still see these days. Kind of like how in some parts of America you can find old abandoned engine and car shops too that are sitting around. There is a big one in Montgomery I think Matthew will remember this one pretty well. But there's a big one in Montgomery. This used to be run by the Alabama and West Point Railroad. And it's been abandoned for so long, most of it's overgrown and destroyed, but you can still see the roof of it out there. That's the car shop right there where they bring their rail cars in to maintenance them, service them, and lubricate the axles and the McCoy boxes, or the McCoy, I forgot what they're called, but it's like the McCoy something. Oh, dang, it's like the oil box. I don't know what the name of that thing is on the side of the rail car axles that they had back in the day. And then I think that was part of the engine shops back there. But it's really neat to see the former railroad infrastructure, although it's been abandoned these days, which is a tragedy. Also, that's wild. I didn't know Genesee and Wyoming operated anywhere near Montgomery. But anyways, with that, a huge thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And I hope that addresses that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Agaruso, and thank you, Agaruso, for the 20. We do appreciate that, by the way. And they said, what are your thoughts on the 120 new silos in China?
Nuclear silos?
You know, China is building up their nuclear quite a bit. Like they're expanding. They're doing those decoupled nuclear tests underground. They're building new silos. They're building new bases out in the desert regions of China. They're really like ramping up. It seems like they're preparing for nuclear war.
I'd say that it's concerning. But generally, from what we know, it's a bit measured for the Chinese right now because they're starting to work on limited deterrence, which is something that they haven't even been doing right now. The Chinese nuclear arsenal that has existed for decades has been entirely for a preemptive nuclear strike on China and nothing else. That's why most of their warheads are strategic in caliber and on ICBMs, is to protect against a surprise nuclear attack by the United States or the Soviet Union, literally out of the blue. And so now they're starting to try and move on into a limited nuclear deterrence, where in some instances, if it looks like there's such a big threat to the state that they're about to be in peril of ceasing to exist, they might be able to launch a smaller nuclear attack on some target within the near area or within the larger strategic area of the Pacific. So that's generally what I would probably have to say about those silos, not knowing a great deal in detail about that specific development. But it probably is a larger part of their growth to a limited deterrence doctrine rather than a purely defensive doctrine, which is what they've had so far. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $13 support from Wayne's World of Sci Tech, and thank you, Wayne, for the 13. He said the Federation of Ukrainian Cossack. Is that a saver? I can't say the other word. Is that a good word?
I don't think so.
I was wondering because Cossack, like I think that's okay because I heard him say it on Star Trek, but I don't know about that other one. He said, but they said they'll get their Pacific port. Say the first 4 capital letters in order.
Oh no, I see what it is. Oh, look at you. Look at you.
Man.
Oh, we ain't doing that. Like, we ain't doing that. How's it going? You almost got us. You almost got us. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one, you sly dog.
How come we can say blia, but we can't say the other word?
Well, you know, YouTube doesn't care about foreign languages. They just care about English. Don't ask me, ask YouTube HQ. Like, I don't know.
Maybe so. They're English centric.
But
moving on to our next one.
Why in the world is it? Like, another question, like, seriously, why in the world is it that we can't swear on air, but we can cover wars? Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Hey, man, I'm not asking any questions.
You know, honestly, that's probably, I ever send my question. I don't want to ask that one. So we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Sean. He puts in a 10. He said, great show as always, men. I will say forever.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. Thank you for enjoying the show. We always try our best, Sean, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Ben Bacon Bits, and thank you, Ben, for the 10. He said, that used to be a show, actually, but he said, much love, and take one from the chat.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And much love to everybody in the LC, including you too, Ben Bacon Bits. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. So, Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to Paul Campbell. He said, do you think Russia will survive long enough to mobilize in September?
Probably. They probably will. They'll be in dire straits by September, I believe, at this point, if things keep going the way they're going. But they probably will mobilize, though. I think they'll make it to that time. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, big shout to Scoobs4, Dimitri Lipsky, and Mark Dixon for each putting in a 10. And thank you all three very much for that support. We do appreciate that. And we also have a 10 from Joseph Ross. He said, what if Poland decided to take Kaliningrad as a punishment for their war crimes, or even if NATO did? And how much of a reaction could they actually do, the Russians, at this point?
No one would probably take it. They'd probably let Russia keep it. Like they would invade it and take it over and occupy it during a war. They certainly would do that. But afterwards, they probably just give it back because most of the people in Kaliningrad, they're Russians. Like they're legitimate Russians. The Russians depopulated Kaliningrad after the Second World War of its German population, which had been there for hundreds of years, really almost 1,000 years. And then they replaced almost everyone there with Russians. And the remaining Germans that were left behind, they Russified them. So they forbade them from speaking German. They were taught Russian, and their kids, the next generations, were brought up as Russians. So really, you wouldn't want to get that into a country like Poland. Because as far as the Polish would be concerned, you're giving this giant block of Russians voting rights and citizenship inside of Poland when they aren't integrated at all. They speak Russian. That's going to cause a whole bunch of ethnic tensions. If anything, they might start car bombing people across Poland to try and get into an independent state again. So you really don't want to deal with that. Like at least how I would look at it as a government official, I really wouldn't want to deal with it. And I have a feeling that Lithuania and Poland probably wouldn't want to deal with that either. And so even if we wanted to punish the Russians as a alliance or a bloc, we probably wouldn't do that by the cessation of Russian territory, because it just would be more than we would want to bite off and chew, really, and as far as the problems that would bring afterwards. So a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat here is going to be a $10 support from Ulf Hednar. And thank you, Ulf Hednar, for the support. He said, risky boys suffer from EDS, enforcer derangement syndrome, and they're just seething while drinking their coffee made from snow. And the marmots with the bubonic plague will be eaten on Tuesday.
Don't eat those marmots. Like, eat the ones that only got the Hana virus. That's a little bit milder. I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. But beyond that, I got thank you so much for the support, Ulf Hednar. And there are a lot of bots that do have enforcer derangement syndrome, and many people just hate us for no reason. It's like, why? Why do we do to you? We didn't do anything worse to you than what your mother did. And that's a lot. But beyond that, I gotta say, all jokes aside, a huge thanks to you for support, Ulf Hednar. And I gotta say, I love the references. I love the coffee made of snow reference. It's one of my favorite. And so a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to, also, by the way, like, I am fiending for a Tim Tam right now. Like, I don't know why.
I'm
But
starving,
man,
actually.
I feel like I'm starting to understand. Like, before I said I don't really understand like the drug addict type deal. Honestly, man, like those Tim Tams are like the closest thing I've ever had. Like feeling like, oh, I'm just fiending for a Tim Tam. But anyways, though, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Live Animal, who put in a 10, and they said the Russian government seems to be floating the idea of evacuating Crimea as a gesture or bait to Ukraine to slow down its attacks on Crimea to allow this.
I think they're legitimately actually trying to evacuate it. And regardless of whether the Russians are able to evacuate it or not, the Ukrainians probably won't be slowing down any of their war plans because of that. If there are civilians in the area, they'll probably just tailor their rules of engagement to be a lot more strict and to make sure the Ukrainian armed forces ensure that building is not populated with civilians before they conduct military actions in that area. That's probably what they would do. So, you wouldn't see like indiscriminate fire like you see on the front right now. So I think that would largely be the case, because usually if, say, an enemy isn't really evacuating citizens quickly enough, that really doesn't slow down an attacking force. It just makes them change their ROE. But a big thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Plutonium Fever, and then thank you, Plutonium Fever, for the 10. He said, LSA, a nice train.
Hey, thank you so much for saying it's nice. I was hoping that some people would say it's nice. That was my first weathering job I ever did. To bring it back up on the screen. Well, actually, neither of the. You know what? Let me send the first one, because it's kind of cool. Like, I look at it now, like after I got done with it, I'm like, some things could be improved, but I'll put it up here to show it. So this was the first one I ever did, and I tried to do some rush streaks on it, and they were okay, but I don't have a thin enough brush to do the rust streaks properly. And also I did them wrong, because I didn't do the light paint as the base and then the dark paint to accent it and give it depth, which is what you're supposed to do. So it turned out good, and I like the little like rust streak deal where like the rain's pulling the rust down the rail car. That's pretty cool. The other side of this thing was messed up to hell. Like, this is the only good looking side of this one. But the other one that I did, which is the exact same one as that one, I got this one a lot better looking, in my opinion. I didn't do like any extreme rust work on it or anything. Like I did a little bit up here on like the foot guard, well, the catwalk or the foot rails or whatever you want to call it. So I'd have to say, pretty decent looking, and I thank you so much, Plutonium Fever, for saying that they're nice, because I think they are myself. But a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from DWRB, and thank you as well. He said, not a good train week here in Philly, but CSX put out one on the ground on Monday, and SEPTA put out one on the ground in the wee hours of Tuesday. And do I hear a third for the hat trick? A very chaotic week so far.
Please, not the big boy. The big boy's coming to Philadelphia. I hope it is not the hat trick, DWRB. That's rough, too. SEPTA derailing. How bad? I'm curious. I would pull it up. We're running late on time, though, but how bad of a derailment was it? Hopefully no one was injured in that. That would be unfortunate. And CSX derailing. Really, any Class 1 railroad derailing, it's not even surprising anymore. They derail all the time. A lot of them are very small, though, but some of them are very bad, like East Palestine. But a huge thanks to you for support. I hope that does address that well, and I'd have to agree. Very chaotic week. I hope that big boy, though, does not make it a hat trick. But with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Justin, who put in a 10 Australian, and thank you, good sir, as well. He said, I know, but could you just swear once, even half, LOL, and cheers.
We do that all the time.
Damn.
Damn. Yeah.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Son of a son of a big gun. You thought I was gonna say son of a bitch, didn't you? Oh man, but a big things to the support. I hope that's what you're looking for. We throw in a couple of flavor words every once in a while here and there, but we always try and keep it a little bit not really swearing is never classy, but we try and keep it a little bit classy. We never drop the F-bomb on air. I think we've only done that once, and it was by accident. But a huge thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Seabass Smith, and thank you, Seabass, for the 5. He said, my wife's currently hiding in the bathroom. She sent me a video of smoke coming from a building in Kyiv, and Kyiv is under heavy attack and lots of drones. Also, I'm sorry to hear that, by the way. Truly a terrorist attack that Russia conducted on Kyiv this evening. If anybody was in Kyiv, they were literally either running down to the shelters and the subways, which is very, very deep inside the metro system inside of Kyiv, which is that way on purpose, or they were like your wife hiding in places like the bathroom and places like that. So just horrible. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, it's rough stuff out there. Horrendous stuff, really. And I hate to hear that, Seabass. We covered it a little bit on air, but we never cover it to its full extent because it's really hard showing that stuff, honestly. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from RCH Technologies. He said, it's good to see all the support for you guys when you miss a day of reporting. We are concerned.
Hey, and I gotta say, it's always great to see, because like we're as reliable as a passenger train or an airline. Well, airline schedules are not reliable. We are as reliable as the train schedules. Like the train will show up on time every day of the week as far as the show goes. And so whenever we miss a show, I always wonder after a while, because I think a lot of people take it for granted that we always are on 6 days a week. And I was like, we miss a day. Like I wonder how people take that. And it's crazy. Like it's like the world has ended in some chats and some places are like, where is it? What happened? Like, are they alive? Are they dead? Did they get raided? What happened? It's like, honestly, it's really nice to see that a lot of people really do put so much stock in the show that if it goes off air for one day for technical difficulties or anything else, it is quite literally upending. It's like everyone's in the big mystery what happened. I always gotta tell you, unless we put out a message on the day of where we're it's something bad, I think if either one of us get hospitalized, we'll probably just broadcast that immediately and be like, we can't run for a while, someone's hospitalized. If you got in a car wreck or something, it's you're on the edge of
still
death.
Screaming.
Well, no, I mean, in real life, it'd be we can't run a show because one of us is now a straight up, not just a cripple medically like I am, a straight up cripple at that point. So it's gonna be a while before we get back on air. I think we probably broadcast to y'all a post on the YouTube channel pretty much that day or the next day, because we want to let y'all know if something.
I'm just willing in the camera and like if it's from the hospital bed, like if it's from there, I mean, we'll edit out the beeps of the little machine over there in the corner going meep meep. We'll edit that out.
Man, you're just gonna hear like the breathing machine. It's like, man, it's not going to be a good show, but hey, it is what it is. But beyond that, though, if we ever just like say, like yesterday, it's like unforeseen circumstances, usually just something minor, like a technical glitch or something came up that we had to address, so stuff like that. Nothing too major, usually. But one time though, one time I would say that we were in an absolutely major situation. I think we were off for like a week. That was like the transition from Enforcer HQ 1.0 to 2.0, and that was actually a crisis time. And I think that's the one time that we've ever downplayed anything that was going on. But outside of that, we'll try and be as transparent as we can. But nothing. Yesterday was no big deal. But anyways, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And also, nice to see that you still got that SD60 demonstrator unit, that EMD SD60 in your profile picture. I like that one. One day I want to get that. I like the paint job. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
Also, I hate to say it speaking at the hospital, but tomorrow I got to go to the dentist, and I already know what I'm in store for at the dentist. It's going to be bad. It's going to be very bad, unfortunately, but I've been knowing it's coming for a long time, so I'll just have to buck up and take it, I guess. But it's going to be an adventure and a half. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Dade Carnes, who puts in the 5, and they said LSA.
Hey, and LSA, and a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep running, Dade. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a 5 from Elka PME, who said geopolitical climate continues to get hotter, as is the global summer temp, and a 9.5 on the Bliot scale. And also, all pass scales are lowered by 1 due to it.
Oh, boy. It is hot out there these days. Like, did you know, Matthew, that on the 4th of July in Washington, D.C., it's going to be 114 degrees?
Really?
Yeah. 114. It's like that all over the east of the Mississippi right now. It's up in like the high hundreds, getting close to the 110s. Um, I gotta say, folks, I don't like. Maybe some people are gonna say this. That's definitely not normal. Like I don't remember that ever happening when we were kids. Ever. Like I think the highest I ever got when we were kids was like 103. And I remember that was like, oh my god, like 103. This is insane. Now they're saying that on the day of the 4th of July, throughout most of the East Coast, it's going to be like up around 108 to 110. And in some places, sadly, between New York and Washington D.C., it's going to be up to 114 on that day. And it's like that's just insane. Like I don't really think anyone could say that that's really normal weather. Because it's like sure, there's hot times and there's cold times as it comes with the seasons, but that's abnormally hot to the point that that's reaching extremes I don't even think have really ever been recorded in most of these areas. Might be wrong, but I haven't heard of any high temperatures like that historically. But anyways, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support, Elka PME. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from RCH Technologies once again. Excuse me. They said send neutral hospital ships to evacuate civilians from Crimea. Civilians only, women, children, and elderly first.
Oh, that's a great idea, actually. Yeah, that's a good idea. You could do that. And they would have protections under the Geneva Convention, so that's actually a pretty solid idea. And so big thanks to your support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Stuart Schmidtke, and he said, heavy equipment mechanic from Tacoma, Washington, and has me raining more oil tears than Moscow. And appreciate all the hard work you guys do in LSA.
Oh, Tacoma, Washington. Oh, we've been through Tacoma. We've been through Tacoma down there near Tacoma. Look at Tacoma. Oh, that's a cool picture to start with. What about there we are, Tacoma. Tacoma's a cool place. I think the Pacific Northwest is a neat place. And I gotta say, thank you so much for appreciating our hard work and supporting this channel, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never truly die. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Justin, who puts in a 5. He said, we won. Go Team USA.
Hey, go USA. I love America. Big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Kong, who said, don't worry, guys. See, the next gas stations still have vodka in stock for now.
They do for now, but how long is that going to last? I don't think much longer, I tell you. But a big thanks to you once again, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB, who says, a screw worm related in any way to big booty worm.
Yes, it is, unfortunately, and they're trying to also eradicate the big booty worm as well. That cheek be too caked up. God dang. But a big thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Remember Good Times, who said, "Hi from Malaysia, and today is my 40th birthday, and my wish is for Russia to collapse again, but this time 100 times worse than 1917 and 1991. And also, happy birthday to you, by the way. I hope it's been a good one.
And a happy birthday to you, all the way from Malaysia. A beautiful country. Look at it. Whoa. It's gorgeous. I mean, really, actually, Malaysia's a really cool place. I'd like to go to Malaysia one day, folks. I'd like to go to many places in the world. One day, I'll find the time and the money to do it. But beyond that, a big thanks to you so much for the support. And a big hello to you out there in Malaysia. Big happy birthday to you as well. And I hope you had a pretty good one. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to DWRB, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much, good sir, as well. He said, Dennis might say no more Tim Tams for Matt. If it was that simple, I would love it if it was that simple, to be honest with you. I'm probably going to be in for a pretty in-depth procedure, to be honest, when I go to the dentist, because I've had a long-running problem since I was in high school with one particular tooth. And it's something called internal resorption. And I've known the time will have to come around when I'm going to have a whole procedure over it. And I think I'm coming around to it finally. And I hate that because I hate having to go through long, drawn-out dental stuff like that. I'm like, I don't usually have any dental problems like that either. Like, I'm generally problem free, but that one problem though has been hanging around for a while, and I've been putting it off, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to put it off anymore. So it's probably coming up, and I hate that so much because I don't know what's involved in it. It's probably going to be a lot of process, expensive, and who knows what else. Honestly, these days I'm more worried about the price of the dentist and the pain.
Man, I tell you, folks, it's like it's concerning, because like isn't that the tooth that has like the nerve wrapped around it, where if they like accidentally cut it, like there's a
No,
oh, it's not
it's
that
not
one.
that. That was my wisdom teeth that was having that problem. I can't have my wisdom teeth taken out, or I'll have a much larger problem. I'll get on here sounding like Rocky. Oh, I did
Luigi.
that. Yeah, I literally get on here sounding like that. My career will be over if they did that.
Cra-
So
Crazily enough, folks,
say what?
can I tell them about that? Like that's a wild medical thing.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I can tell them about it. My wisdom teeth are actually impacted, which is not uncommon. Like, a lot of people's wisdom teeth are impacted. They don't have enough space. They come in at odd angles, like they erupt at odd angles and stuff like that. But you have a nerve in your jaw that goes all the way around your jaw. It just happens to be that my wisdom tooth is basically almost pressing on that nerve. So if they go to extract the wisdom teeth, they might nick the nerve, and then I won't have any feeling in my jaw at that point. So my speech is going to change at that point, which is obviously not good. There's a pretty decent chance they would hit it. So I've never bothered with wisdom teeth because of that reason.
Like I thought it was wrapped around the tooth.
No, that's not possible. If it was that, man, I'd be in foul pain.
Oh man, I mean beyond that though, I remember just hearing like they could like nick the nerve while they were trying to remove the
Oh,
tooth, and it's
that
like, geez, I
makes
would
me
hate for
queasy
that
just
to
thinking about
happen.
that.
Yeah, I would hate for that to happen. I mean, that would be pretty much. Luckily, I don't think I have that with my wisdom teeth, but I've never had my wisdom teeth removed. They're just still in there. Never caused any problems either. So and I remember them saying, oh, like you probably want them removed, but probably nothing would happen if you don't have them removed. So I was like, I'll just keep them. Like I was like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'll just keep them and get them removed when it costs like 50 grand in the future because of
Man,
inflation.
I remember the last time I had to have a permanent tooth extracted. That was a scene. Like, I think I was like 15 or 16 or something like that, and I was going to like a pediatric dentist, and the dentist was. I'm not sure if he knew what he was doing, to be honest with you. It was way back in Alabama, but he got like the whole wrench out and everything like that. Dude was like, I don't even know what the hell the dude was doing. I'm like, I don't even know if he knew what he was doing, but it
He's
was
just literally just
kind of
yanking
like
that thing out.
it was kind of painful, like a little bit, but when he got done, the dude was like, "Well, you did really good, son. Some grown men would have yelled and cried over that." I was like, I could have. It's like I easily could have, but I guess maybe I have a high pain tolerance or something. But yeah, the dude was like, I don't want another experience like that. Like, it wasn't horrible, but I wouldn't want to repeat it.
Oh man, I had to have four teeth removed on one day, to get my braces. I was about to call them dentures, but to get my braces. And man, I didn't go through like the guy yanking on my tooth with a wrench, like that place, but Man, that like the one I went to was crazy. They had this little contraption, folks. It was like a vice clamp, and they put it on your gums, and they keep tightening it, and eventually it would tighten in just the right way, in the right form, that your tooth will literally just go rocketing out of your jaw.
Yeah.
And it freaked me out the first time they did it. It freaked me out every time, but the first time was the worst because it was a top tooth on the top row of my jaw, and I had my mouth wide open. This machine's in there like clamping down on the gum, and the tooth popped out with so much speed and force, it hit the bottom row of teeth, ricocheted off of it, and went flying to the other side of my mouth, hit my gum, and then landed on my tongue and basically like spun in a little
Yeah.
circle on it. And then they're like, "Oh, we
Bruh,
got
too
it."
much, too
Like,
much,
dude,
too
well,
much,
I mean,
too
if
much.
it's too much for you, imagine what it was for me, man. I felt all of that, and then felt all the blood like flowing out of like the hole from the tooth. I was like, "This is too much."
Ew.
I was like, "I don't want to do this." And then they did it 3 more times that day within like the same procedure. That was rough. Like, I did not like that. I don't like getting teeth pulled. I think that's something that everyone can agree with, is that they don't like getting their teeth pulled. That was not as bad as Matthew's experience, just having someone like yank on it with a wrench, but it was very unpleasant. Like, it was not enjoyable.
Yeah, I remember I had to have a root canal like a year ago too. I remember they were like, "Do you want the gas?" And I was like, I hadn't been to the dentist in a while to have a procedure done like that. I was like, "The gas?" I was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" They were like, "Oh no, the laughing gas." Oh, the laughing gas. I was like, "Okay." I was like, I don't want the." I'm like, thank God they didn't have a certain accent when they said that to me. I was like, "Good." I was like, "Geez, man, like make sure you emphasize this laughing gas. Like, don't just say the gas." It's like, who the hell just says the gas? Like, don't say stuff like that. It's like, especially when I'm already nervous at the dentist, or waiting for a bad procedure to be done. It's like, don't make like statements like that.
Man, Blood thought he was down at the death row in Alabama near Fair. Oh, man, you want the gas? No, I want lethal injection. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from my trucking travels yet again, and thank you very much, my trucking travels, for that support right there. And he said, "Good evening, gentlemen, and I'm a little late, lol, and I'm so glad you guys are okay and back on. And thank you for the most wonderful news you provide us in the LOT LSA and Tyler, Texas to Denver, Colorado, and take one from the chat, my friends."
Hey, and a big shout out to you once again, my trucking travels, and better late than never. Tyler, Texas. That's in West Texas, isn't it? No, it's way over here, actually, to the east. We looked at this last time you were driving here. But Tyler, Texas to where in the world are you going? To Denver. Oh, Denver. So you're going to be going on up through here. Oh, that's going to be pretty cool. Hopefully it's a nice drive and a pleasant one, and there's not a whole bunch of crazy drivers out there. And I got to say, better late than never, as always. And we're happy to know that you're happy to see us back on alive. We're always happy to be on and alive, and we thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And the one from the chat goes to David Tablet. He said, "Could Russia conduct evacuation by rail since the rail portion of the Kerch Bridge is still operational?"
Technically, yes, but the problem is that they don't have enough diesel apparently in Crimea to run the trains, and we've seen that the schedules have been reduced for the trains for that reason as well, unfortunately. So it's possible, but they would have to do a whole lot to make that doable, feasible, really. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, real quick, I see some people saying I was almost taken out by the gas at the dentist. Apparently, they forgot to turn the oxygen on. That's scary. That's very scary right there. That makes me even more concerned to go to the dentist. Hopefully, they don't do that. I remember when I had the root canal done, they were like, "Do you want the gas?" And once they said, "Oh, it's the laughing gas." Oh yeah, I'll take that. I was like, "I'll take that." So they gave it to me, and I was like sitting there like, "This isn't doing a damn thing. Like this isn't doing anything." I'm still sitting here freaking out, like waiting for this root canal to happen in a minute from this dentist who's about to come in a minute. And I was like, "Is it supposed to be doing something?" I'm like, "It's not really doing anything. I feel totally normal. Like, it's not even affecting me at all." They're like, "Oh, we can turn it up a little bit." I was like, "Oh, yeah, turn it up a little bit." So apparently they turned it up a lot, but I still didn't really feel anything. And I was like, "It's still not doing anything." But they're like, "Oh, that's as high as it'll go," and stuff like that. I was like, "Okay, well, apparently I just have a high tolerance to it." So went through the whole procedure, and then I got up and I was like, "That stupid gas, like they charged me extra for it and everything." I was like, "That didn't even do anything. It was like a placebo or something." The moment I stood up, I was like, "Oh my God." I was like, I almost fell back in the chair, almost fell on the floor. I was flopping around like a fish. I was like, "Dang, that stuff actually did work." I just didn't realize how much it was working until I stood up, and I was like, "Dang, I'm gassed out." Like really bad from that stuff.
On God. Yeah, I remember like man, I didn't like the smell of that gas stuff. It always smelled so weird. Do you remember the smell of it?
It's also very forceful too. Like it comes out very fast. Like it's almost like too much. It's like I feel
Like
like I'm like
force
having
feeding.
this like forced it down my nose almost.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I didn't like that really. It was like, honestly, man, I just like beyond like a normal cleaning at the dentist. I don't really like dental work, you know. Like it's something about like someone messing around with the teeth in your mouth and stuff. It's just very unpleasant. Not awkward or weird, or it's just very unpleasant feeling. I'm not really a big fan of most like dental procedures, but that's just me personally. That's my personal preference. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from KBX, who said, "You haven't lived until you've done a Tim Tam slam." And take one from the chat.
Hey, and a big thanks for your support. Maybe he will do a Tim Tam slam sometime around, and we will make sure to get one from the chat in your honest. So Matthew, what do we got here?
And the one from the chat goes to Terry, who said another possibility and might explain the meeting last week. But what about a Russian annexation of Belarus?
Probably not, because Lukashenko will lose his power and authority at that point. Basically, Belarus has already been kind of absorbed in Russia, economically and militarily, so annexing it beyond it being a formality really wouldn't be necessary, and also it would start to put Lukashenko in a limbo, sort of who is he and what is he actually. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Plazath, and thank you very much, Plazath, as well, for that $2 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And a huge shout out to you once again. And we also have a 2 from Let's Get Logical, who said Russia's mobilizing fertilizer for Ukrainian soil.
I guess you could put it that way, morbid kind of a sense. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from RCH Technologies, and thank you, good sir, as well for that support once again. He said, "I fell asleep, LOL. I just woke up and I heard you talking about the train. It's actually a Scale Train's SD42 lease unit."
Wait a minute, you told me the last time was an SD60 demonstrator. I gotta go pull this up now. I love, by the way, great brand. I love Scale Trains. I don't know about you, RCH, but I'd say Scale Trains on up there. But let me check that real quick. SD40-2. Is that an older one? They got a lot of great pre-orders. Let me bring y'all over here so that way I can see this. Not to like plug them or anything, but I absolutely love this company. They make the best stuff, in my opinion. I literally wait for these people from this company to put their stuff out before I get it from other companies. Like even if it's available right now from another company, I'll wait for these guys to put it out. But where in the world is this lease unit that you speak of? Where is it? Oh, it's this one. Oh damn! I thought like I think the last time we said I was like, is that an EMD 60 demonstrator unit? And I think you said in the chat, yeah, it is. And we were like, oh wow! And Anthony was like, how do you know that? And I was like, I don't know. I was wrong actually. Apparently it was an SD42. But I like that one. I like that one a lot. Uh, I wish I had one of those. Those are cool. They have a new one coming out though. If y'all haven't heard, folks, they have a Frisco coming out, which I like. Not to rabbit hole in this too long. And then they also have the semi-quintennial units coming out for the Wheelie and Lake Earring, and also the Reading and Northern. And I really like those. I would like to get one of them, or a Missouri Pacific. That'd be really cool too. But pipe dreams in a sense. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from John Arnold, who said, "I love y'all."
Hey, we love all y'all too. We thank you so much for the support as well. So we can keep running this channel and keep this community of love running. And so big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Scott the Runner, who said, "I believe my message was overseen." And we read it earlier, by the way. It came around for the second segment. So just to let you know, we weren't trying to miss it, by the way. We just had to wait till our second question segment. But thank you very much for that support yet again. We also have a 2 from the original Nosferatu, who said, "We missed you guys last night," and take one from the chat.
And we missed all of y'all. And I thank you greatly for the support. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So what do we got?
And this one goes to BTM, who said, "Could the mobilization be related to the potential coup?"
It could be. Maybe not really though. It's probably more so related to larger ambitions with invading Ukraine and also maybe NATO. That's what I would think, but I might be wrong. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
We also have another 2 from the original Nosferatu, who said, "Look at Conor McGregor's 3.6 million Lamborghini yacht." And I have seen that yacht. Those Lamborghini yachts are pretty nice. They're made by some Italian, like I think Italian Sea Group or something like that. And they're very fast. You know, I think that's why they put the Lamborghini name on it. But very nice Lamborghini yacht. You gotta love it. There it is, right there. Actually, a very nice yacht.
I don't
It's
know.
really more of a speedboat to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like it's not really a yacht. It looks more like a big speedboat.
It is very nice though. I mean, it sounds pretty solid when it's going down though, like full speed.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. When I think yacht, I think of these things. You know, I don't really think of this. Like this isn't really
I mean, that's a
classified.
whole different price bracket there, I think.
Oh yeah, way different. But I mean, that's a yacht. This is more like a large speedboat, really.
Yeah, I don't think Conor McGregor's at that level, like of the the mega yacht type deal, like the oligarch type yacht. I saw he's on a new thing now. Like he's going around to podcasts and stuff like that and trying to be like kind of motivational and speaking about all of his problems and stuff like that. Which seems to be maybe he's turning a new leaf or something.
Man, I remember when Tyson Fury did that. Man, that was kind of whack though. His family's like, I told it. Like, it's like, what the hell, man? It's like this guy's got a messed up family. They're like, I feel sorry for him, really. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from DWRB once again. He said maybe we need to start earmarking donations for the model train fund.
Oh, really? On God? Like real? Like, yeah, I mean, I would, that would be kind of cool, really. Kind of think of it, that'd be pretty neat. And so big thanks to your support. You know what, folks? I've never like hawked for super chat before, but if y'all wanna, like, but anyway, so that all jokes aside, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Parbate Potato. He said make a boxcar that has LLC on it with the bird.
Oh, that'd be sick, wouldn't it? That would be so cool. Actually, you can get like custom commissions from most of these model railroad companies. Like you can like have a custom order made um for like your deal. And we could see about maybe having an LSA boxcar made if enough people were like, yeah, I get one. We might be able to see about getting one of those made by one of the companies out there. I think one of the ones that does that a whole lot is like Athearn or Rapido. I'm not really sure, but I have to look into it. But that'd be really cool, though. That'd be super cool. And so, big thanks to your support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have here a 2 from Parbate Potato, who said Putin could go to Israel and they would take him in.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe not. Who knows? I mean, they do say that their relationship with Russia is meaningful, so maybe. You never know. But a big thanks to your support, and with that, we're on the next one.
And dang, Ross Nib, or Ross actually, has put in a 200 Australian support, by the way. And thank you very much,
Hey!
Ross, for that extremely generous support right there. That is massive indeed, and we do appreciate that very much. And I'm going to like slightly modify the first sentence a little bit, or otherwise you two might misinterpret what you're trying to say here. He said Iran's assembly of experts said some really bad things toward U.S. leadership. Yet somehow we claimed the concept of a ceasefire, trotting out a pathetic excuse for a MOU that seeks only to appease Iran. And when will we learn we must never negotiate with terrorists and LSA?
And long live the Lee Spring Army, and a humongous thanks to you, Ross, for that unbelievably massive support. And I would agree with you. I don't really think that the MOU is going to be getting anywhere, and I think it's completely pointless to even spend time talking about a peace deal with Iran, considering they're not going to ever accept a legitimate, good faith peace deal. And so for that reason, I'd say, why in the world are we even talking to them? We should be returning back to the conflict and forcibly reopening the strait. It's definitely doable. It just takes them having the commitment to do it and putting our armed forces to it. They can achieve it quite easily. And it's been quite aggravating to me. It looks like it's also been aggravating to you as well. That they keep kind of just hanky-pankying around the whole deal. And it's just extremely infuriating. I can't even hide. Like, it's extremely infuriating to me. I think it's stupid. I don't know why in the hell that's the case. And yet they just keep going with it in circles, endlessly. It's also frustrating to me as well. But a humongous thanks to you for support, Ross, and helping this channel to keep it running. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and thank you massively for that unbelievably incredible support. If it wasn't for folks like you, this thing wouldn't be possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 2 from Wuggly, and thank you, Wuggly, for the 2. He said, not much to give, but thank you all for you do, and LSA.
And a big thanks to you for enjoying everything that we do, Wuggly, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
And Wuggly put in another $2 support, and thank you once again, Wuggly, for the second support right there. He said, I searched under the sofa and found some more, LOL.
Hey, hey, and thank you so much for finding some more and supporting the channel. We're greatly appreciative of you. We're greatly appreciative of you. I tell you. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Melissa Carrier, and thank you, Melissa, as well, for the 2. She said, what's happening in Iran?
Not really a lot right now. It's kind of all died down there, and it's getting kind of mellowed out for now. It'll definitely flare up again here in the future. Just for now, it was kind of an uneventful day. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And with that, that is all of our super chats. But once again, a huge shout out to everybody once more for helping to keep the channel running with that support in the super chats. It's now time to get our Morse code decoders and a few questions from the live chat. But our Morse code decoders tonight were Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Aurelia Fluffnews, Coach Commentary Sir, and Brian. And they said the Morse code said Moscow got a little something put back on him as they tried to put a little something on Kyiv and LLT LSA.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got the dead on the nail. That's the Morse code message of the night. I got to congratulate y'all greatly on getting that correct time and time again. Truly an amazing and a profound thing of the Least Spring Army Signal Corps. And so with that, folks, it's time for us to move on into our third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to JP on the road, who said, any chance that after this conflict is over, that the Geneva Convention will get an update to protect the oil refineries?
Most likely not, because those are considered military targets, and I don't really think that the definition of that's going to be changing anytime soon. So I would say probably not, but that's my take on it. They might, but it's just that I don't really see that happening myself. But I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for a great question. And with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
We also have one from Frozen Fire, who said, if Russia can't get food to grocery stores that's stationary, how does Russia plan on getting food to its soldiers that move around?
That's a great question. And the answer is that they will be able to do it if they thin out the population enough to where they don't have millions of people trying to feed on the supplies. They only have tens of thousands. They might be able to stretch the supplies to make it work. But that's if. Like, that might not even work either. So I think they're just going to try and trim the fat, I guess you could call it, in Crimea. See if they can get rid of most of them by evacuating them to Russia, and then see if they can stabilize the supply situation then. And so I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Ella MC Wheels Nafo, who said, these Ukrainian counterattacks seem to be happening a lot quicker lately. And is this due to Ukraine ramping up production of their homemade weapons?
You know, I'd say yeah. I'd say it is. Generally, Ukraine has been producing a humongous amount of their weapon systems in the recent days and ages that we live in. And I would say that's the reason why we're seeing that a lot more attacks are being conducted against Russia and the damage is far higher, is because the Ukrainians have the ability to use the weapons how they want, because here it's their weapons. They can use them however they would like. No one can tell them how. So I would say, yeah, I think that is the reason why. And with that, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank you all greatly once again for having been here over the course of the night. Right now, we still have 9,000 people here with us. And at the peak tonight, we had 18.7 thousand people, meaning that half of y'all are still here 4 hours and 16 minutes later, and 106,000 of y'all have watched the channel since the start of it. And also, every single one of y'all, on average, has watched 33 minutes and 48 seconds of the show. That's quite a lot. And so we thank y'all all massively once again for watching. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, I'll be the one making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava. Long live the Least Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern on our normal nightly War News stream at 10 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully not traumatized from the dentist, but hopefully we'll be in full tact. But anyways, though, we will definitely see you on the stream and maybe on a short war video midday if there's enough news to cover. And a huge shout out to all the 100,000 plus people that joined us tonight. And we hope to see you all once again tomorrow. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Hiram Slava, get some rest and good night.